All right. Well, welcome to our broadcast of today. Thank you very much for those who have said yes to participating. Thank you for those who have said yes for showing up live. Guys, let's flood that comments. Let's get this out loud and proud and share it out to the world. We are global here with the Los Angeles Tribune, and it's my absolute pleasure to be a part of this amazing team to be able to help give a voice to the voiceless, to be able to celebrate greatness. I love the vision that Mo Rock, our CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, has set forward for us. It's quite simple: to bring in positive media and bring in media that helps to elevate the vibration. And so we've been doing these multiple broadcasts for quite some time now. You know, and I've had a blessing and a privilege to be a part of the core leadership team to be able to facilitate conversations like this. You know, what Mo Rock and Parisa Rose and Alicia and Michael Silvers and Mary and the rest of the team have done is they've created a safe space. They've created a platform to have the important conversations, the conversations that we need to elevate our vibration, the conversations that we need to bring positive light, joy, and hope into the world. And as you can see here, where is it? To the right of me or to the left of me or just above my head? This is the AI and Business Summit, hosted proudly by the Los Angeles Tribune. And Mr. Michael Silvers has given me a free rein for today's amazing summit. I have a lot of faith on my shoulders, a lot of trust here. And with what is the saying I heard from Jim Quick there a few months ago from one of these very summits was, what did he say? With great responsibility comes great power, and great power brings great responsibility. I really feel this is a service. You know, there's a weight on this conversation, but this is a conversation that I'm proud to have, that I'm open to sharing with you, to bring in amazing thought leaders and experts in their own right in this AI and business space. We're going to hear from amazing experts like Johnathan Mast from Whitebeard Strategies, Jeff J. Hunter from Savage Marketing, Kanji Lowe, Melissa Mitchell, Austin Armstrong, just to name a few off the top of my head. And I'm going to bring up my co-host, my tech guy, my bench warmer, my guy that's here to support me and carry me today. And I want to introduce you to my good friend and my business partner, Mr. Dave Miller.
Morning.
Good morning, Dave. It's so great to be on this call with you today.
Likewise, it's a great privilege to be able to hang around in the background with all these awesome people. So, excited, looking forward to it.
No, my absolute pleasure. And when you look at servant-hearted leadership, this is what is pretty much the DNA for what the Los Angeles Tribune, bring to the table, right? And it comes from the top down, from Mo Rock and the team. Servant-hearted leadership with honor and strength as the main characteristics. And you've been behind the scenes. You've been my right-hand man, and it's my absolute privilege to help to bring you in closer to this circle to be able to support this. And, a lot of what I do would not happen without people like you in the background. So really appreciate everything that you do, Dave. And we're going to have an amazing day here today. And so Dave's going to be the guy, bringing up the commercials, helping me to stay on time and running the board. So I just wanted to give you a face to a name. And, huge shout out to Dave Miller. So thank you very much for the way that you serve.
Thank you for the opportunity. Looking forward to it.
All right, guys. Well, we're about to kick off with a bang. And I have a privilege and an honor into getting to know this gentleman for over the last 18 months and 2 years, probably 2 years now, actually. We've journeyed together in this AI and marketing space. And, he doesn't know it, but he has mentored me from afar. You know how those people, they just lead with a massive value. They lead with their experience and their wisdom. And I've seen Johnathan Mast be able to grow his Facebook group, for up to around, I believe now, over 450,000 people in a very quick timeline. And the way that he serves this community is short of nothing but just amazing. Talk about servant-hearted leadership, and he's also a man of faith. And I love the conversations that we've personally had around that. To bring in this whole AI narrative, not to scaremonger, but to partner with AI. Yes, AI is here. It's a revolution. We cannot ignore it. It's been said that AI is like the internet, like was in the 1990s, but just a lot more faster. So I'm actually going to bring up Johnathan Mast now. We're going to have an amazing conversation together here. It's my absolute privilege and blessing to introduce you to Mr. Johnathan Mast.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, welcome back to the AI and Business Summit here, hosted by the Los Angeles Tribune. And next, we're joined with a thought leader who isn't just watching the future unfold, he's actually helping to architect it. Johnathan Mast is the founder of Whitebeard Strategies. He's a trusted advisor to high-impact brands and a respected authority at the intersection of AI, digital marketing, and business transformation. He brings over with more than 2 decades of strategic insight into how companies can ethically, efficiently, and creatively harness the power of AI, not as a gimmick, but as an actual growth engine for business. Johnathan's clarity is calm, and his conviction has made him the go-to strategist for leaders navigating this complexity that we find ourselves in today. He's here to give us a grounded, high-trusted perspective on what's possible when technology and humanity align. So please help me welcome to the stage, Johnathan Mast. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune AI Business Summit, Johnathan.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm excited for our conversation and looking forward to this.
Yeah, me too. So let's dive straight in. So you've been leading some conversations around strategic growth now for years. So let's start here. How do you define AI's real role in modern business today beyond the buzz?
Simply, I believe that AI amplifies skill and experience. It's not a replacement. It's here to amplify what we do. And especially in business, Jeff, I think it's more important than anywhere else to understand that it is here to be a tool in our toolbox that helps us deliver more value, absolutely save time and make money. That's great. But really, at the end of the day, it's to deliver more value.
Yeah, I love that. And it's definitely been my experience. And the way that I like to describe it is that it's an extension and an amplification of what we already do, right?
Absolutely.
So what are some of the biggest misconceptions you see leaders fall into when they first approach AI in their strategy?
Well, that's a good question. I think there's 2 things that I guess everybody seems to run into. I'm sure you've seen it too. The first is they tend to overcomplicate everything. They're like, okay, we need to do everything with AI and we need to do it right now. And that doesn't work. AI is, there's so many options. There's so many things that can be done with it. It is an iterative process. It takes time to get in. You and I, as we've got into it, we didn't start off by, becoming excellent at doing this. We started and we failed miserably, maybe in my case, many times, but then I learned from that. And that's there. The other thing that I see happening a lot is, so one is, we got to do everything right away. We're going to kind of overcomplicate the process. And the other is just abject fear and the worry about what it's going to do. And the reality is, with every major technological shift we've had in our history as a world, there have been people that get displaced when that happens. I'm not happy about it, but it's a reality. The good news is that every one of those times that it's happened, I don't know the exact number, but literally 10 or 100-fold more opportunities were created than what was there. So, I happen to live in a community where we have a religious group that still uses horse and buggy. That hasn't been the case in the United States where I'm at, and probably in Australia too, since the early 1900s. So it's been a long time since that happened, but they go by my office in a horse and buggy. That's their choice. There are some people that are going to choose to do that, and that's okay. There's some people that will choose not to use AI. I'm old enough to remember when PCs were put on desks. There's some people that don't want to use computers today. That's okay. But there are repercussions to those decisions. And I think as we move forward, we're going to see that same thing with AI. It's almost going to be like, in my mind, Jeff, imagining now in 2025, a home or a business not using electricity if it was available to them.
Yeah, I totally relate to that. But what I'm also finding fascinating, like I saw the revolution of the internet in the 1990s, and now seeing another revolution here with technology and AI space. but this feels faster, right? It feels like it's happening a lot faster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right. I think it's happening at I can't think of a good description, but really a breakneck pace. I mean, I've been doing this now for just about 2 years, and the amount of change that's happened in the last 24 months really outstrips the previous 20 years I had in business. I mean, it's so fast.
Yeah, now look, let's talk about, flow with VO, now, and what we can do now with those AI videos. Like, I've seen what Jeff J. Hunter's doing. I've had a bit of a play around with it. I've seen what you're doing. And, what we can do in that space, 10 years ago would have literally cost tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to get that same sort of publication. It seems to me that AI has really lowered this barrier down from speed to implementation. And people can implement a lot faster now. Are you seeing that too?
100%. And I think that's so exciting. I've always been a believer. So I'm an ADHD entrepreneur. So I've always been a believer in speed to implementation, mainly just out of self-preservation, because if I didn't do it quickly, I was going to forget about it. But AI, it's one of the reasons that AI, I think, is so incredibly effective for many of us entrepreneurs. Many of us, not all, but many of us have or maybe are close to being ADHD. It's just kind of draws us in. And because AI allows us to increase that speed to implementation, what a massive difference it makes for us in business. We can fail faster, and that's okay, or we can succeed faster. We can get minimum viable products out faster. We can do market testing faster. All of that can happen many times in hours, as opposed to months or years that it took us just a few years back.
Yeah. But there's the other side of this conversation with the playing field being leveled with speed to implementation. There seems to be now a lot more noise out there.
Yes.
So what would you say to people using and embracing AI to help them to, not be part of the noise, but actually contribute to society and raise above it?
That is so true. You're right. We're seeing lots and lots of junk. In fact, there's people out there worried it's going to ruin life. I don't think it is, because I think we're pretty wise, and humans aren't going to spend much time on content that doesn't add value to them. So my solution to it is if you're a business owner, or you're an influencer, you're a business leader, even if you're just a community leader and you want to have that impact, the goal isn't just to create more content. You can, but it is to create more valuable content to your audience. Because Jeff, you and I have seen that from podcasts to blog posts to articles to books to you name it. People are putting out stuff in ad nauseum, just crazy volume, but they're not paying any attention to quality. And most of it's sitting out there with 1 or 2 views because their mom or their girlfriend watched it or their boyfriend watched it, and maybe them, and that's it. And if you add value, though, and going back to where we started, if you allow AI to amplify your skill and experience, and you focus on adding value to your audience, game changer. You will leap ahead of anything you've ever dreamed of doing before.
Yeah, like I've even seen like YouTube in this last month, like they've got their finger on the pulse, and they're pretty much they're in a very layman's way of paraphrasing it. Their summary of their new regulation with their algorithm is they're going to penalize inauthentic content. As long as your content is authentic and it's valuable and it's contributing to society, you're golden. But it really does highlight that fact of AI plus our heart equals our superpower, right?
100%. And I think, we see a lot of people that are getting nervous about that. They're going to, they're banning AI content. No, they're not. They're banning junk content. It just so happens that a lot of the junk content today is being created by AI. But it reminds me of, and this is going to date myself by many, many decades, but reminds myself in school when they taught us that all Russians were communists, but not all communists were Russians. So, we could say that same thing, that, almost all bad content's created by AI, but not all bad content, or not all AI content is bad content. And that's the key. So, I had a training today, and we created in the training a guide for the training, because somebody requested it, and we were teaching about agentic AI, and I said, well, let's do it right here. And we literally created it during the training. That the guide, a 25-page overview, an introduction to agentic AI that it created, would have taken us days to create and edit. And literally in a 2-hour course, it was created, and we took a quick skim of it. Now I'm sharing it with everybody to look at, but it's 95% of the way there. And it happened in less than an hour. It's just, those are the opportunities that are so exciting, because we could have never even done that 2 years ago, let alone done it in an hour. Yeah,
talk about speed to implementation, but it also changes the game up in the coaching arena too, right? Because now we can, as coaches, we can actually teach there and there on the fly, and that's exciting.
100%. And yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, where you go. I was going to talk about and dig deeper into this impact space. So, like, you know, I love you to do a bit of a deeper dive on sharing a real world example from your work. You know, maybe it was a campaign or, you know, a coaching, you know, scenario, just like we're discussing. You know, how do we, you know, integrate AI led to real business impacts? Like, let's talk about that cross intersection.
I think the key is that we need to begin by talking, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but we need to begin by not talking about AI. We begin talking about the end value that we're bringing.
Yes.
And then we use AI to get us there faster. So when we're putting together a program, coaching, you mentioned, you know, if we're doing coaching, I have the opportunity, it happened to me last week, ChatGPT released, I guess it was a week and a half or so ago now, but anyway, ChatGPT released ChatGPT Agent, and they announced that if you had a pro account, you were going to get it that night. I didn't. I had a plus account, but I ended up to $200, and I got it because the next day I had a training call with my mastermind group, and I knew I wanted to show it to them on my mastermind group. Yeah, that type of speed we can now do, and I was able to use it and try it out. And then I was able to take my experience and turn it into an article that I shared with my Facebook audience the next day. Those are things that historically, we just couldn't have done that fast in the coaching space. I would have had to, even if I got it, it would have taken me a few hours to write the report, would have put it together, do the graphics. As a result, I was able to both serve my mastermind community and my public group with value that I was able to create because of AI. And it just, in this case, happened to be about AI.
Yeah, I love that. So let's go a little bit of a different direction. Like this broadcast at the moment is being, you know, hosted probably to over 50 countries, you know, so we've got a lot of countries in the third world spaces, you know, probably looking at tuning in from the Philippines or India or even Africa. I think AI is a beautiful thing here, that it really does level the playing field in that space too. So for our broader community and our global community in that space, how would you, or what advice would you give them to learning to lean into this space and embrace AI to help them to, you know, impact and benefit their lives?
It's one of the things that really excites me about AI, Jeff, is I think it really levels the playing field, for lack of a better phrase, for everybody in education, no matter where you're at in the world. Now, as long as I have access to the internet and I have a computing device, even a phone like this, or it could be a Chromebook, it could be, Jeff, you and I know with all the web-based AI, it could be a 10-year-old laptop. It doesn't have to be current, because so much is going to run online. And now I can learn. Just look at the ability of bringing education to every corner of the world that can get access, because now it's not a matter of whether you live in a rich community or a poor community, literally a matter of whether you can connect to the internet. Now, I know there's still people that'll be left out, but that's such a massive expansion and change from where we're at. I think it's absolutely mind-blowing. And so what's exciting to me is no matter where you live in the world, I think that AI opens up more opportunities for you. Again, the key I want to center on, though, is when it comes to business, I think the one mistake people make is I think they try to look at how do they make money with AI, as opposed to how do I serve my audience in a way they're willing to exchange money for my services or products, and then bring AI in to figure out how do I deliver this more efficiently, more cost effectively, whatever else. And I think that mental shift is really important, because it's not for many of us, you and I are in the AI space, but for many of us, it's not about AI. It's about delivering value, being more efficient, being more cost effective. And, if I'm a plumber, I'm not going to probably figure out a way that AI is going to help me do that other than maybe a really cool faucet. But if I can figure out how I can leverage AI tools to make my operations better, to make my onboarding better, to make my customer service better, to make sure that I'm better found online, now I'm leveraging it in a way that's going to benefit my customer and my business.
Yeah, it's a beautiful partnership, actually. And just as I'm having this conversation with you, interviewing, I've already got an idea that's just bubbled up to the surface of taking, Jim Collins's book, Good to Great, and almost teaching a way to leverage AI to find your sweet spot, as he discusses.
Oh, I love that. That's awesome.
That's a brilliant idea. But AI can help facilitate that. I don't need to be, a master in that space. I can just be a practitioner and a facilitator, and we go and do that together. That's a beautiful marriage right there, right?
Absolutely it is. And that's what's exciting. Again, we talked about speed to implementation earlier. There's such a perfect example of that speed to implementation because it can happen so quickly.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So one concern that, you and I and the rest of us in this space, we really hear is, let's talk about trust. I really believe that, with technology, the rise is increasing. Trust is a bit of an all-time low. So what advice do you have for brands navigating the ethical challenges of AI, like bias or transparency?
Well, first, I think we need to understand that we can't kick the can down the road, so to speak. In other words, we're ultimately responsible for those things, not AI. I can't go, well, I had AI write that for me, and I'm sorry if it had a bias. Well, yeah, let's first understand unpopular opinion. AI is biased. Why? Well, it was trained on data that you and I, as humans, created, and all of us have bias. Now, some of it's negative bias, positive bias, good bias, bad bias, but bias is involved. And so what we can't do is we can't just go, well, I'm going to let the AI do it and I'll let it take the blame. No, if we're representing it as us, we still need to get in there and make sure it's accurate. From a trust perspective, though, I think more than ever, AI is making it more important for businesses, organizations, and their leaders to have strong brands. And the reason is, you and I both know, you can go grab a picture off my LinkedIn profile or my Facebook page. You can upload it to Google VO3 and you can tell it to make me do something that I would never do in my life. And it'll look real. And if it doesn't look real today, give it 6 months and it will. But if I have a strong brand, and if people see something like that, and then I come out and go, that's not me, guys, that's fake. Most people are going to go, oh yeah, that's fake, because that's not who Johnathan is. That's not who Jeff is. I know Jeff wouldn't do that. And so that makes a huge difference. But we need to establish that brand now. It reminds me of an, I'll call it an ancient book. It's not really ancient, but Harvey Mackay wrote a book called Dig Your Well Before You're Thirsty, back, I believe it was in the 90s. And the whole concept of the book was prepare before you need. And that's, I think, where it is with branding right now. I think it's time to build and prepare your brands, because there is risk. There are ethical implications that come with AI. Some people will choose to ignore those, as happens in any area. The reality is, though, that doesn't make AI bad. AI isn't good or evil. AI is, I don't know what we'd call it in the middle, but AI isn't anything.
It's a tool.
It's a tool. Thank you. It can be used just like a pneumatic hammer that's used on a roof. It can be used to attach roofing, or it can be used to kill you by being held up like a gun. It's up to the user to determine how that's handled. Doesn't make the pneumatic gun too dangerous to use. That we should never use it for roofing, where it adds huge value, because some nincompoop's going to grab it and try to shoot somebody with it.
It really is that the end user on the side. So the ethical thing there is we've got to bring in some accountability and ownership into the conversation, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, look, our time's running short together. We've probably got about a few moments left, but I really want to dive into, the future of AI and how leadership and teams can really embrace it. So how can non-technical teams like sales and operations get empowered, not intimidated by AI?
I think the first thing they need to understand and embrace is that AI is not something we can ignore. It's not an option for us. I suppose, my mother-in-law, who's 80 years old, she can choose to ignore AI, and it's not going to have a lot of negative impact on her life in all reality. But if you're in the workforce, certainly if you're in sales and marketing, I don't even care, you're a forklift driver, there are things you can use to leverage AI that'll, again, help you save time, help you make more money, help you better serve your client, whether that's your boss or whether that's the ultimate client of the business or the organization. I don't care if you run a church, it can help you with fundraising, and it can help you with volunteers, and it can help you with standard operating procedures. There's all kinds of things that it can do. It takes an open mind to look at it and say, I need to embrace it, because if I don't, I'm making a conscious decision to handicap myself if I don't embrace it.
Yeah. Well, I love how it helps us to become a much more effective communicator. Like, I'll freely admit, I've used AI to prepare for this interview today to, come up with the introduction, to come up with the questions to ask. And that's that embracing that partnership to be able to facilitate, this interview today. So, AI has been supportive and instrumental in that role.
But as a result, you can now do more interviews. You can be more tied into the guests. You can provide better value to the people that are listening to these interviews, because you were able to get more information faster, instead of going, well, I just got to show up and hope Johnathan doesn't mess up. Now you can have some relevant information. You can guide the conversation. And again, you can deliver more value, and doesn't have to take more time. It allows you to do things you just couldn't do 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's so right. So what excites you most about the future of AI in business over the next 12 to 24 months?
I think we're just starting to see the evolution, or whatever you want to call it, of agentic AI tools that, instead of having to be babysat, where we give them a task and say, okay, do this, now do this, now do this, where we can go and give an objective, and it will go ahead and not only interact to do that, but I gave an example earlier today, very simple, but I used an agentic AI to book a call with somebody that I was on a training with. I didn't go to my calendar. I didn't go anywhere else. I had connected it to those, so it had access. And I just verbally typed in a prompt, and it said, book a call with Jeff at 6 p.m. today. And it went out to my calendar, validated that I had availability to do that. It then went to my email without me asking it. It went to my email and went to look to find out what's Jeff Ross's email address. Now, it wasn't you, but another person in my training. And then it came back and it said, here's the proposed email to send to Jeff Ross. Here's the calendar. Click OK and I'll schedule it. So I clicked OK, and guess what? It did it. Then we reversed it. And I said, oops, tell Jeff I didn't mean to do that, and send him a quick apology email. It went back in. I didn't have to do anything. It went back in. It actually wrote an email and said, so sorry, Jeff. I just scheduled that inadvertently. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't cause any confusion. It was a great little email, and it removed it from my calendar and did everything else. Wow. We have to do. So I think that agentic, where it's connecting, it's helping us achieve objectives without us doing it. We're headed towards, we're not there. We're headed towards the Iron Man talking to Jarvis, when it was, he was saying, do this, and it would go ahead and do it. We're not there yet, but I absolutely believe that's the road we're headed towards. Going down. Not sentience, but the ability to just decide, how do I achieve an objective, and then to take those. And I think that's going to just continue to transform productivity in business.
It's fascinating. Like, I automatically see a personal assistance role being, impacted by that sort of, relationship with AI, but also I also see a beautiful marriage. If that personal assistant now starts to learn how to embrace AI, how much more effective they are going to be in their role. And that's the beautiful part I see of this whole revolution. People are a bit scared about losing jobs, but the reality is if you lean in and embrace this space, you'll become a much more productive member of society because of it.
Yes, 100%.
Love that. Well, let's look at wrapping this up. We've got to come to a close. I know that you and I could probably talk underwater for a mouthful of marbles.
We probably could. Yes, absolutely.
But if someone's watching this and they're feeling behind or unsure, and they're just starting to get started to go down this rabbit hole, you and I are pretty deep down now, What's one piece of advice for stepping into this new era of business with confidence?
The AI tool that you have available to you today, no matter which one it is, will allow you to go so much further than you could do without AI. Don't worry about finding the perfect tool. Don't worry about making sure that everything is perfect. Utilize and learn how to use it. It's like when we learned to drive, Jeff. We didn't get in a brand new Ferrari when we learned to drive. That would not have been a good idea. You don't need that when you're starting with AI either. Are there some Ferrari AI tools? Sure. I don't use them though. For the most part, I use the basic ones. My tools would resemble minivans and pickup trucks and things like that.
Good old gets you from A to B.
Exactly. And I want to encourage anybody looking at AI to remember that whatever they have available, no matter what tool it is, whether it's free or paid, any one of those tools will allow them to amplify their skill and experience in ways they couldn't do without AI.
Well said. Well, Johnathan, thank you very much for grounding this conversation with so much clarity and practical wisdom. For our viewers listening, make sure that you reach out to Johnathan. You can find him on socials or in his Facebook group. He is absolutely an amazing leader and thought leader in this space and so approachable. And Johnathan, I just love what you're doing for our AI and business space, especially in the marketing arena. As someone who has been following you now closely for the last 2 years, I've personally learned a lot from you. And I thank you for the way that you're navigating this space with grace. I really appreciate you.
Thank you. Those words mean a ton, and right back at you, Jeff. There's not a ton of people that are focused on reality and leaving the hype aside and focusing on practical, and you're one of those, and I appreciate you for that.
Thank you. All right, guys. Well, we'll be right back after the next commercial with our next interview. Thanks for your time.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right. Well, that was pretty all right, wasn't it? What a great conversation to start off with a bang with Mr. Johnathan Mast. I love how he just shares his heart and shares his truth and how we've grounded this conversation. I'm really looking forward to bringing up our next guest, Mr. Austin Armstrong from Syllabi. So, Dave, when you're ready, bring on Austin up to the stage. Thank you, mate. You're doing a brilliant job back there. It's an absolute pleasure. So here he is, the man, the myth, the legend. Austin, welcome to the show, mate.
Good to be here, Jeff. In the great words of Jeff Ross, boom sauce, baby.
Let's go. The caffeinated kangaroo. All right, guys, let's buckle up. Because our next guest is an absolute trailblazer. Let me introduce you to Austin. If you don't know him as well as I do, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce you to him today. He's a trailblazer in the AI and digital marketing space. Austin Armstrong is the CEO of Syllabi, and we're going to talk a little bit about that later. And he's a content marketing genius who's gone viral more times than most of us can count. He's helped thousands of business owners harness and power AI, short form video, and SEO to grow and scale faster without the burnout and overwhelm. From Fortune 500 executives to solopreneurs just like myself in the trenches, his content strategies and automation insights are game changer. So please welcome to the stage, Austin Armstrong. Let's get into this, mate. So let's kick this off with a bang, right? So
let's do it.
Let's start with your story a little bit and help people to get to know you like I do. What pulled you into the world of AI and marketing? And what was that aha moment that made you double down on it?
Yeah, great question. So I'll start at marketing and kind of lead up to how I got involved in AI. I feel like I was put on this earth to do social media marketing, as silly as that might sound. I've been doing this for 20 years now, which blows my mind to think about that it's been that long. But I stumbled onto MySpace when I was 14 years old. I got bit by that bug. I got addicted. I had hundreds of thousands of followers there, figured out how to use that to monetize in multiple ways. Fast forward to about 12 years ago is when I moved out from New Jersey, where I was living, to California. And that's where my life really changed. So I stumbled into a video marketing internship at a company that did video production and video marketing on social media for the behavioral health industry. So working with drug and alcohol treatment centers, therapists, psychologists. And I loved that. I loved the challenge of getting literally life-saving information out of people's heads and into a content format that people were actually resonating with and seeing online. Now, I really stuck with that. I worked my way up from being an unpaid intern to a paid intern to a part-time employee, full-time employee, growing that company, leading teams at psychologist offices to addiction treatment centers, leading their entire digital strategy. About 6 years ago is where I really started to grow on my personal brand online. It's when I started my first company, Socialty Pro, and I still have that moniker and handle on a lot of my social media platforms across the board. And what I came to is that I wanted to be the lead by example marketing agency, practicing what I preach. It just made sense. And so how I outlined how I was creating content was at the very top of the funnel, the broadest level of how can I reach the business owners and entrepreneurs at the highest level, just to bring them into my ecosystem. I can convert them later, but just bring them into my atmosphere to know who I am. And what I discovered through lots of testing, I am a brute force attacker on social media platforms, as I think you know, Jeff. It was useful websites for business owners and entrepreneurs. I had a very famous series. I continue to do it still. Of these 5 websites feel illegal to know. And if you stack these 3 tools together, it'll blow up the internet, really sensationalizing headlines like that. And so I was doing that for software tools, and I was an affiliate for a lot of these tools. And so it was a really natural progression for me, and I'm an opportunist, as a lot of marketers are. I saw early use cases of DALL-E 1, OpenAI's image generation model, and Midjourney came out, and some of the rumblings of the infancy of these tools. This was even pre-ChatGPT. I kind of got in pretty early on the user adoption scale. So it was an easy, natural pivot for me to switch my broad content strategy from useful websites for entrepreneurs to useful AI tools for business owners and entrepreneurs. And I really caught that wave at an early point. And it's led down so many amazing rabbit holes. I don't want to go on too big of a tangent, but I've just rode with that across every platform. And I continue to do that and continue to compound. And now I build my own AI tools. It's been an amazing journey, brother.
Man, it's wow, what a roller coaster, going from where you've started to where you are now, man. And it's inspiring. Like I'm definitely following on. I've latched on and I'm taking the ride with you. And but one thing I'm sitting here reflecting as I'm listening to your story, the common through line, and I think this is, coming off the back of Johnathan Mast's conversation too, and leading into this, and having our finger on the pulse. AI is here, without a doubt, and it's here to stay. But I keep hearing this echo in the background. One thing that won't change is human-to-human interaction. So how is AI? How are you using AI to support that human-to-human connection? Like the psychology of it all, how we build intimacy with each other, how we connect with each other, how we use attraction marketing and tools, to do that. Ultimately, it's about taking that transfer of belief and that transfer of energy. So what are you doing to help pioneer that space to leverage AI in that conversation?
Yeah, 2 things come to mind, and I totally agree with you. Like, in an age of AI and AI adoption and everything, that human-to-human element is so important. In fact, I have a new philosophy and sort of thing that I'm putting out there into the world. We're at a place where anybody can create, launch, market anything using AI. The adoption curve is no longer technical ability or money, right? And so when that is the case, your personal brand is the most important thing that you can build right now, because that is the differentiator. Yes, there's some like AI influencers and crap out there, but that is not going to be a lasting solution. Real human to human trust is the most important thing. So at my startup Syllabi, one of the things that we do is we have an amazing online community, for instance, and I lead that community by charging. We have amazing team members that lead that as well. Every single day for the last year, we've done challenges to help encourage people use AI tools and get real feedback. And we do weekly webinar calls where we're answering questions in real time and building that together. The other thing that I'm doing this year is I have my own AI conference called AI Marketing World. I don't mean to be self-promotional, but this is just kind of where my mind went with that question. And so I'm using all of this interest in AI and confusion on how to use AI to bring everybody together in person. Johnathan Mast is speaking there. Jeff J. Hunter speaking there. Amazing AI experts are all coming together under one roof. It's going to be a big in-person conference where we can all interact human to human and learn together and network with one another. It's so important. And so that's, those are just a couple of the ways that come to my mind.
Yeah, and look, and I understand the need there to mention the conference up, because it is it's an echo chamber of this conversation that we're having right now. And that's what I really want this whole summit to be about today, is to really drive that through line that AI is here, but we've got to embrace it. We've got to partner with it to be able to be, supportive to society. So let's get deeper in this, and I know that you're the CEO of Syllabi. It's a beautiful product. I love it. But that aside, what are some of your other favorite AI tools right now? And Johnathan talked about this term agenic AI. Yeah. I want to sort of unpack that a little bit too, because I think that is the evolution of where we're at right now, right? Like we've gone through this LLM, learning language models and all of that sort of thing, and now we're evolving again. What are your foresights that you can see happening in this space?
Yeah, so let me share an example of something, a couple tools in a workflow that I did for my business today using a couple other AI tools. So, we're not a golden goose. We have problems at Syllabi. We've got some churn stuff, right? So at an in-person mastermind that I'm a member of, I met a really incredible person. And he has a lot of experience in churn reduction strategies. And because of that, we linked up today for about 45 minutes or something like that. And we really just talked through a lot of the ideas on Zoom. We recorded the call. It was an amazing conversation. We uncovered a lot of stuff, right? When they sent me that recording, I took it over. I got the transcript of it. So I used AI to get the transcript, all of the text of that. I then used ChatGPT to summarize and give me actionable takeaways from that and rank them in order of importance and how fast we can implement them based on our team.
Yeah, I love that.
I have that format. And I also took that transcript over to Notebook LM, which is one of my favorite AI tools because of my learning style. So if you're not familiar with Notebook LM, it's a Google tool where you can basically upload a PDF, a document, whatever, and turn it into a podcast conversation. I love podcasts. I love audiobooks. And so I took that, and you can even interact with the hosts on there too. So I took that transcript and I uploaded into Notebook LM, and it created a 15-minute or so podcast where it really dumbs down and explains what he's talking about and the action steps and everything. And so I sent all three of those resources over to my team as well on Slack. So I sent the original recording. I sent the ChatGPT description and breakdown of action steps. And I sent the podcast recording where all of them can go in and interact with those hosts and get real-time feedback based on his suggestions. I mean, what an incredible time to be alive. Now, on agentic AI side of things too, I think it's going to change the world. I mean, we haven't. Johnathan Mast, shout out, like everybody applaud Johnathan Mast, by the way. Like I learned so much from that guy too every single day. Had the privilege of meeting him in person, and he is just the kindest, most experienced person of wisdom I've ever met. He's just such a great guy. But he talked about how fast everything is moving right now over the last 2 years, right? We haven't seen anything yet. With agentic AI, this is going to take everything to the next level. If you look at the use cases of ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Grok, whatever your LLM of choice is, you prompt something in there, it gives you information back, and then you take that information and you execute on it. With agentic AI, it literally does all of those things for you. So it's going to continue to improve all of your systems. It's going to help you execute on things faster. It's going to help you learn and scale faster. It tracks it and stacks everything together for you. I mean, I just started using ChatGPT agent mode a little bit as well. I haven't done full experiments like Johnathan was suggesting. He was giving me some great ideas to link it up to my calendar and stuff. But
yeah, I'm definitely going to try that myself.
A couple cool use cases that I've been experimenting with. So in ChatGPT, through connectors, you can connect your Google Drive and you can connect your Gmail account. And so I am not a inbox zero type of person. I have never deleted an email in my life. So my inbox is total chaos.
Guilty.
But
yeah,
it is what it is, right? But now, and I've been using Google Drive forever, right? So now with ChatGPT's agent mode and those connectors, I can actually have it go into my Gmail and Google Drive and find specific things. So like I'm writing a book right now, and I said, go find the email of when I was fired. And it scanned through all of my emails and it shows me how it's doing each individual step. And then it finds the exact email from 2019, pulls the whole thing in there. And then now I can use that easily. It would have taken me hours to find that. And same thing on Google Drive. Now I can just go into ChatGPT that I'm already using on a daily basis and have access to all of these other things. And then I can have the agent mode actually implement, pull from that and do things on my behalf. So it's just gonna continue to scale. Like you can use it now apparently, and I haven't done this yet, but I'm so excited for this, to book your travel for you. Like this is the biggest nightmare for me. Like I travel 50 times a year. I'm on an airplane like constantly. Like September, I'm home for a week out of the entire month. The rest of the month, I'm
going to share there with you about the travel. So I 2 weeks ago, well, actually, sorry, 2 weeks ago I was in Atlanta. 6 weeks ago I was in Japan, and so we're using ChatGPT to do all of our travel planning for us. The flights, where to go visit, and the XYZ town. And I said to my son, he was 13, and I said to him, I said, imagine what we did this 10 years ago. We would have had to have a travel agent to really look after us at this level. But yet we can do this here. And like, the train system in Japan. Have you ever been to Japan?
I've been to Tokyo.
All right. It's amazing, right? So the train system is absolutely insane. It's very efficient, but it's amazing. It's a beehive. And so we're using ChatGPT, looking at the boards, looking at the translators, and using this to help us make sure we're on the right chain all the time. It was beautiful. It's such an amazing experience, mate.
100%.
I love this whole concept of this agentic AI conversation where we're heading into. And what I find most beautiful about this is the saying that comes to mind, as an entrepreneur, as a leader, the best thing we can do is look for ways to work ourselves out of jobs, make ourselves actually redundant, so we can actually go grow and play a bigger game. Now, as a solopreneur, who has a small team around him, I can see how my team can plug into tools like this, and how we can now, just instead of doing the person of one person doing one job, one person doing the power of, 10 people. And now so everybody seems to be scared about this conversation around losing their jobs. I think it's actually, a beautiful thing that we're heading into. Yes, there's going to be some challenges. Yes, there's going to be some turmoil on the other side of it. We're already seeing it. But this factor that we can partner with it and, essentially make ourselves redundant on menial tasks so we can go be more creative and have a lot more fun. What do you say to that? What's some wisdom you want to share to our audience in that conversation?
Well, I totally agree. I mean, to bring back Jonathan's point earlier, like there's always going to be friction and people that don't, well, not necessarily friction, but people that don't want to fully adopt it because they're scared for whatever reason. I mean, historically, this is always the case. This is a new crazy thing, maybe the greatest technological advancement of all time. But when the printing press came out, the scribes hated it, but then they adopted it and they took on new jobs. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure there was some travel horse owners out there that hated Ford and the Model T. Right. When Photoshop came out, there was a huge outcry from photographers and editors that were doing things a whole different way. I saw somebody comment earlier about Blockbuster versus Netflix. They just didn't evolve, right? So
enough, right? So I think this conversation, we're 3 years into AI now, and it's here to stay, and it's time to move past this conversation and really embrace it. So Austin, we've got about 4 minutes left before I need to bring up our next speaker, which is going to be Melissa Mitchell, and I'm actually looking forward to that conversation. But just in this next 4 minutes, from solo entrepreneurs to CEOs is who you help. What's one simple AI strategy anyone can apply in the next 7 days that'll help them to move the needle forward?
Okay, I'm going to take some strategies from a talk that I recently did, playing back to the thought that you just had of solopreneur. I love the quote from Sam Altman that they're betting on when there's going to be a solo founder unicorn billion-dollar company, right? So what you can literally do right now is go into any deep research mode. ChatGPT deep research, Claude has one, I think Perplexity has one, deep research mode. Use that, which is different from regular ChatGPT, to find the market opportunities in your particular industry. It's going to pull all of this information out, anything that you want to accomplish, new business ideas, take that, and then come up with an action plan in that same LLM, ChatGPT, or anything. And then you can actually have some of these tools and agents build, create, launch, and automate all of the tasks from that, handle all of the inbound and outbound. Of course, have human interaction along the way. There's solutions for all of these things now. And you can build the entire flywheel from idea based on legislative changes or market gap opportunities, create and launch those businesses with a business action plan, have the entire back end website, social media, email marketing, inbound, outbound marketing be handled by AI. You should always have humans in the loop. Figure out where that makes sense. I'm just kind of painting the picture. And then you can scale an entire thing with just a couple of prompts and using a couple of tools stacked together. And you can do this now. It's only going to get easier and better. You have to adopt AI, at least play with this stuff, because it's going to set you up for success. Yes, there will probably be jobs lost, but the people that are proficient with AI are going to be way more protected than those that are not.
Mic drop right there. The people who are proficient with AI are going to be more protected than those who are not. There's a quotable right there for you. Austin, always a pleasure, mate. We've done this a few times now and absolutely love your certain hard leadership and the way that you go through that whole learn, do, teach model, man. I'm following your lead. I'm riding your coattails. Let's go. And thank you very much for thank you very much for your opportunity to share your wisdom here with our community today.
I appreciate you and the opportunity. Thank you, LA Tribune.
Thank you, Dave. All right, we'll move on to the next one. So thank you very much. let's move on. Thank you, Austin. Really appreciate you. Our next guest is an amazing speaker in herself. And I just love our, when you find your tribe, you find your vibe. Melissa Mitchell, that I'm about to bring up, is just an amazing speaker, and she has amazing wisdom. We've heard from Johnathan, we've heard from Austin. Let's bring some female energy to the conversation. So, Dave, bring on up Melissa, please, and let's get this party started. And I can do a quick introduction. Woohoo! G'day, Melissa. How are you?
I'm sick. Did you say female energy? I sound like a man today. But thank you so much, and no pressure coming on after Austin and Johnathan. No pressure.
No, you're in great hands. We've got you covered. And I just want to say thank you for showing up, even though that you're sick and you're losing your voice, but you're still here to serve, and you're still here to share your wisdom with the world. Like that's servant heart leadership example right there. So thank you. All right, let me do a quick introduction and let's move into this amazing conversation. So let's get ready for this one, because Melissa doesn't just talk social strategy and AI. I've watched her from afar for a little while now. She lives it. Melissa Mitchell is a powerhouse in the digital space, known for helping businesses of all sizes simplifying the complex world of social media and content marketing, leveraging AI. Her genius lies in marketing tech human, practical and powerful approach in that space. Whether you're a CEO or a solopreneur, whether you're a Fortune 500 company, or you're listening to us from the Philippines or India, Melissa's going to bring clarity, confidence, and creativity to the game. Today, she's here to show us how to turn confusion into content and how to use AI, not just to automate, but to amplify our message to the world. So please help me welcome, our brilliant, the bold, and always generous Melissa Mitchell. So Melissa, let's dive in. Let's get to it. What inspired your journey into digital marketing and social media strategy? What was the moment that you realized that you're meant to be here?
Wow, my journey is quite interesting. So I actually got started quite some time back, and I won't go into the full details, but for our audience watching, I'm actually 49 years old. I'm about to turn 50. So when I went to school, we had typewriters. Yes, typewriters. So no internet. We're not even talking AI. We're talking typewriters at school. So we had no internet. We had no, it wasn't even a thing, Jeff. So, we come from the same country, Jeff, and you know what school was like, and particularly school like back then. So I sat in a school with no internet doing a typing course. So I left school, and I tell my story. I didn't finish high school. I didn't have. I left school with absolutely no computer skills, no internet, no marketing degree or anything. Now, to cut the story short, I actually my career started in film, makeup, nothing to do with marketing, right? I actually went into aviation. I became a flight attendant. Now, when I had children, I decided to get back. I found myself in a town, and bear with me, my audience, because it does get into marketing. I actually found myself in a town in Australia, in a very, very small country town. And I'd had small children, and I'd stopped flying the world. I flew the world for 10 years. I'm going to put my glasses on there. Yes, typewriting. Yes, it was for secretaries. That's right. Like, it was just what we did in those days. And I found myself in a small country town. And in a small country town, I was a big deal. I was this makeup artist from Melbourne who used to work in film. So I started doing makeup again. And I had to find a way to market myself to other towns. And I started to work out, how do I market myself with no marketing skills to all these other country towns? Because I'm in a tiny town with 6,000 people. This is not scalable for a business, right? And I started to work out the connection online. With no marketing degree, I hadn't finished school. I literally had nothing. And I thought, I need to work out the psychology of thanks, Chin. I love all these comments, and the love is just beautiful. And I had to work out, how do I market myself online? There's got to be some kind of connection online. with no marketing degree, how am I going to do this? And I started to work out, I need to bring who I am online, and I need to amplify that. There's got to be something in an algorithm, and there's got to be something in psychology online, and amplifying who you are. Okay. And at this point, we didn't have AI. So I'll get to that part in a minute and how we can amplify that even further. So the first thing that I realized online, and it doesn't matter what platform that you're on, is that connection. It doesn't matter whether you're on, and we didn't have Snapchat then at this point, but Instagram and Facebook. And I started to realize, okay, who I am in real life, I need to show that online. And I started to get really good at it. And I worked out that the algorithm, yes, there's nuances, but generally it is you.
Yeah.
So if I can amplify who I am online, out there, across multiple different platforms, who I am in real life, that algorithm is going to pick that up, and it's going to start to bring my people to me. When you talk about tribe,
yes,
that's what it wants. Yeah, show up as you, Los Angeles Tribune saying, yeah, show up as you. So I started to amplify who I am in real life. So I got rid of the makeup world, and people started asking me, doing the makeup, I started selling a makeup brand online, and that company said to me, how are you selling so much makeup online? I said, well, I'm doing it online. They actually got me to come and speak to their sales team at a conference on marketing. Thanks, Kanji. On marketing online. So I went, I'm going to ditch the makeup. I'm going to start marketing. I think I've got a knack for this. So that's how I got into marketing. Yeah, I got into marketing. So I started to work out, okay, if you can connect with your audience, you just need to give your audience what they want, and you need to give an algorithm what they want, right?
Yeah.
So I ditched that. Every single platform wants that. It wants that human connection. So whether you're on LinkedIn, yes, there's variances. I get that. Whether you're on LinkedIn, whether you're on Snapchat, whether you're on Instagram, Facebook, it doesn't matter. It wants that connection, right? So bring who you are. Fast forward, we've now got AI to amplify our voice, right? So then now we can now program that. That's kind of the journey. So to answer your question, how did I get into it? That's how it started.
I love that.
Now, yeah.
I love how you've almost stumbled into it, right? And it's just it's through trial by error. The school of hard knocks. It's very relatable to my own story in that space. And I'm all about helping people find their voice, leverage their voice, elevate their voice, and AI helps us to do just that. I want to switch gears though, and I want to come back into the business side of this discussion, because this is the AI and Business Summit after all. You've got a gift for simplifying and demystifying the complexity I've seen. So let's go here. If someone's just starting out, what is the first way they should use AI to help them make their business and their life easier for them today?
To make them easier, take the tech off the table and realize that it is a tool to help you collaborate. Just take it off the table. The calculator is a tool to help you add up, right? Demystify it, right? A vacuum cleaner helps you get a job done, right? So, I don't know about in other countries, but in Australia, the Zumba or whatever it's called, it's a vacuum cleaner that does the vacuuming for you. People and we're talking beginners or intermediate. We're not talking, and I do not claim to be an AI genius. I am not, right? But what I do is and for those who want to get started, right? AI is a tool. So to answer your question, if you want to get started with it, and if you want to use it in your business and you want to demystify it, AI is just a tool. A computer, have fun with it. A computer is a tool to help you. AI is a glorified calculator. Absolutely, Joy. And a computer is a tool to help your job make it easier, right? So ChatGPT, Claude, whatever you're using, use it as a tool to collaborate with. So I talk to my staff this way. I'm like, don't be afraid of it. It is a tool to help you collaborate, just like a calculator, just like a computer. We're using it as a tool. You are the brain behind it.
It's
You're using it as a tool.
And that's it. It's a partnership, right? It's without you, it's garbage in, garbage out, is what I always say. But you put great stuff in, you got to get great stuff out. And it's that
100%.
supportive partnership in that space where we can go do what we need to do and have that speed to implementation and run a faster, bigger game. You know, a lot of our audience here are in actually developing marketplaces. Like, we've got a global audience here. So with limited time, tech, or even bandwidth, what's one free tool or low-cost tool in that space or workflow you would even, think about? What's one free tool, low-cost workflow you would recommend to help them to create visibility fast to help them to amplify their voice?
Look, I know there's so many tools on the market, but me being really simple, I'm just a big ChatGPT fan. Like, it's my go-to. I know that. Yeah. Look, I've got the paid, the pro account. However, there's the free account. Explore all the GPTs on there. There's so many free ones. And then if you explore, okay, and because we've got, a lot of developing countries, if you go into the free ChatGPT and you explore GPTs, so many companies have their own GPTs. So, for example, you don't have to have a paid Canva, prescription, subscription.
Yes.
They have, to help you collaborate, Lindsay's saying. So, Canva has a GPT. I'm sure, I haven't even checked, would have a GPT. High Level has a GPT. All these companies have a GPT. And if you're not too sure, go in the left-hand side and go explore. People write their own GPTs, go in and tap into it. So you are essentially tapping into that company's brain or tapping into other creators' brains, and they're all free. You actually just have to ask. Look, like I said, I'm a ChatGPT fan. I'm sure, all the other companies, all the other AIs have got their own version of this. But you just have to tap into it. If you're not too sure, ask ChatGPT itself what they recommend for GPTs. Find GPTs.
Ask AI to help AI to help AI. I love it.
100%. Just keep it really simple. I'm a simple person.
Yeah.
I keep things really, really simple. Ask it to help you to ask it to help you.
Something I've started doing this last 6 months is using AI to troubleshoot. I'm no longer actually going to things like Google anymore. It's more like I go to ChatGPT, I type in my question, and I go, can you give me some instructions on how to get unstuck? Have you got a story that you can share where you've done maybe something similar in that space?
Happened yesterday with one of my staff. Perfect example. So we've got a new client, and they're in the property staging, so styling. So property styling. So if you're in another country, you're not sure what that is. So they style houses to sell. So a real estate agent will
get it ready for sale.
Yeah. So they go and make the house look pretty, so they get more. The real estate agent will pay someone to go and dress up the house so that it looks nice for sale. And I'm working with my staff to explain what the brand is. My staff are in another country, and they're like, okay, so one of the topics for the content, and so I write all the GPTs. So every time we get a new client, I program a GPT. So this, I won't say the client name, but this is the client's name. This is everything programmed for the client. The topic was, why use neutral tones rather than bold tones? And she said, have you programmed the GPT? So how do I write content on that? I said, we don't need to program the GPT with that. She said, well, how do I know the answer? And I said, because you ask the GPT, we know, even though you're in another country, we know that client is in Melbourne, and we know it's springtime. So you ask the GPT to solve the question, the content question. Can you tell me what is trending in springtime for neutral tones for the property styling market? So now we don't need to program the GPT. The GPT is programmed with the company's style, persona, brand, tone, style guide. We know who they are, but I don't need to program it with everything of the company's brain. The GPT is now going to go do the work. You just need to tell it the date and the location, because they're not in Sydney. So what's trending in Sydney is not going to be pertinent to this post.
Yeah, wow.
So that's how you work it out. So she said, oh, well, that makes sense, because she's now asking me, of course, I'm not going to sit there and upload all the trends, but I don't need to. You can go find the trend.
I find it, for the person who's the most skeptical person in AI, I've done a lot of interviews now, and a really great way to help the skeptical of AI is to go and do something similar. Ask them what is a bottleneck, ask them what is a problem. I had a conversation with Jeff J. Hunter about this the other day, and it was a beautiful example of how he turned someone around who was so anti-AI, solved their problem, solved the bottlenecks, and now is embraced it and is all in.
It's 100%. And what we were talking about before about good inputs in, and bad out, is AI will not make you a good marketer, but it can make you a lazy marketer.
Yes.
So you have, 100%. So you have to think, like what you just said, you've got to you really have to collaborate with it. So so it's like saying what I just used in that example. Oh, have you programmed it with all the trends? Well, of course not, but you've got to think, how can I collaborate with it to get the trends? It's tapped into the internet. So you be smart to think, so someone's saying it predicts what customers need next is someone saying.
I love that mic drop that you just gave us. Is if you're going to be a lazy marketer, so what was it again? Sorry, something about the longs of you're going to be a lazy marketer or a great marketer. It won't make you a great marketer. It'll make you a lazy marketer.
It's not going to make you a great marketer, so don't expect it to. But it will make you a lazy marketer. So a guy that I know in the industry too, he said the same thing. He's a website developer. He said it's made some of his staff lazy coders because they were putting in this coding for the website. He's like, where'd you get that from? And he said, ChatGPT. And he said, what did you input?
Yeah, and you say that, I echo, is there are a lot of lazy engagers and commenters, right? People are now using ChatGPT to, boost the algorithm up and using it for comments and automating in that space.
Terrible.
And all it does is make you feel like it's a transactional conversation. There's no depth or emotion to it, right?
Yes, and that's what we don't want to see. So 100%. So this is what the difference is when people using AI to someone who's using it phenomenally is be smart about it. And this is what gives AI a bad name.
Yeah.
It's the human driving it. So if I'm using a vacuum cleaner and I'm doing a terrible job about it, it's not the vacuum cleaner's fault.
Yeah. So true. Right. Well, we've got about probably 60 seconds left. So in that 60 seconds, I'm going to give you a free mic moment. What's one wisdom gold drop that you want to drop on our audience here today?
Well, again, I really want people to collaborate. Think about how you can collaborate with it. Think about AI as a staff member. What would you tell a new team member if they were starting that day? That's who your AI is. They are a human staff member. If you had a human staff member right in front of you, what would you tell them? No different. That's how you need to think about your Claude or your ChatGPT. They are a human staff member. Don't treat them any different. That's it.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much, Melissa. Absolute privilege to do this with you. I look forward to our next conversation together. And thank you very much on behalf of Mo Rock and the team and the Los Angeles Tribune for your servant-hearted leadership and the way that you show up. Really, really appreciate you.
I appreciate you back, Jeff, and the whole team at Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. All right, guys. Well, as you can see, I love what Melissa just said there about collaborating, about partnership with AI. And that is the main thing, that is the powerful thing that we have here of this tool. It really is just a tool, but it's a very powerful tool when we use it in the right way. So, Dave, I hope you're watching, mate. You're in the background there. We're about to go to commercial. And after that, we're going to bring up my good friend, Johan, and we're going to do a one-on-one interview.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right. Well, I've got my friend Johan here. We've done a few interviews already together on a couple of different panels and conversations. So it's good to bring back a regular face here to the Los Angeles Tribune community. How are you, Johan?
I'm fantastic, man. How are you?
Fantastic, mate, as always. Well, for those who don't know, let me do a quick introduction and edification. So we have someone who just doesn't talk innovation here. He actually builds it. Johan is a globally respected entrepreneur, an investor, and exponential growth strategist who scaled 9-figure businesses and helped thousands unlock new levels of income, impact, and influence leveraging AI, automation, and clever leverage. From boardrooms to Silicon Valleys and local startups in Southeast Asia, Johan brings a rare mix of heart, hustle, and high-level strategy. And I can't wait to get into this discussion with you today, mate. So you've worked from everyone from grassroots founders to global CEOs. What core mindset do thriving leaders share in this new AI economy?
The mindset is we're always evolving, we're always adapting, and these are the latest and greatest tools that we have right now. And so make the most. While there's a change, there's people going, oh my God, it's crazy. It's going to take over the world and destroy the world. Right. People said that when the printing press came out. People said that when the internet came out.
Yeah. I think we're into the weeds right now. We're into the forest, and it's time to get on with life and embrace it. Yeah, and it's a beautiful tool when it's used in a beautiful way. So, what is one way business owners can start leveraging AI today, even if they still feel a little bit overwhelmed or behind the 8 ball?
Yeah, great question. So, what the business owners, most of them actually fear. We did a survey. 3 years in, we're 3 years into AI in it right now. And people are going, I'm feeling like I'm falling behind. I feel like I can't catch up. I don't know if I'm implementing it in my business correctly. I don't know. I'm scared.
Still overwhelmed.
And I'm not talking about just small businesses. I'm talking about people whose companies are hundreds of millions of dollars. They feel this way because business is just evolving at such a rapid pace. They're scared that they're going to lose market share, right? And so the easiest way to jump on board is to actually start using it. So I'll give you a quick little example. This brand new tool came out back in March, and it's called Mast. And I said, oh, cool, I want to check this out. So I downloaded it and started playing with it. Now, mind you, I'd spent 2 weeks with ChatGPT every day. And then when I got onto Mast, it was in 10 minutes, it did what 2 weeks I achieved in ChatGPT, right? So I went, wow, this is incredible. So then I said, hang on, I want to tell you a little bit more about me. Here's my goals. Here's my mission. Here's what I want to achieve in life. Now, the difference between Mast and ChatGPT is Mast is a Chinese-based LLM agent, and ChatGPT is there to be your best friend. So ChatGPT always says to me, that's the best idea, Johan. That's great. Let's go ahead and do that. Exactly. It's designed to stroke the ego. Whereas the other one goes, I'm sorry, with the things that you've put in here, you cannot achieve that in your lifetime. How about we refine that and create some steps?
Can't achieve that in your lifetime.
I went, wow, all right, cool. So then I said, okay, here are my companies. This is what I want to do with each company. Here's my team. Here's my organization. It came back to me and it restructured my organizations. It restructured my teams. It moved people around. It set KPIs for each of my people for 30 days and not hallucinating KPIs, just, random stuff, like literally step-by-step what to do every day. I took that to my GM and I said, dude, can you tell me how accurate is this? If our team did this, if this team did this, would we achieve it? And he goes, yes, we would. And so since March, our entire organization is become an AI first organization. My team is super powered with AI. We give them access to any and every, all AIs that they want. The productivity has increased tenfold.
Absolutely brilliant. So I used to work for a business coaching college, right? And I remember the drumbeat of that business. It was actually the National College of Business in Brisbane. And one of my very first sales roles in that space, I started my entrepreneurial journey. And one of the things that I remember back, even back 15 years, is if you don't have a business who has got systems and basically turnkey, right? You don't really have a business. You've got a self-employed job.
Yep.
You know, so how is AI helping to, you know, go from speed to implementation to help people to create turnkey business models so that their business is not necessarily reliant on them showing up every day, and they can actually take some time off and go for 2 weeks to Japan if they want to?
I love it. Actually, one of the things I tell people is to take 2 weeks off, but those 2 weeks off to be done, not to go on a holiday, not to go have fun, but to sit down and build your ideal business. So I actually took 2 weeks off to work on the business. And what I ended up building was a board of advisors. So I built my marketing team into the GPT. I built my sales team. I built my finance team. I built my innovation team. By building out all these teams, I was sitting there. And by the way, in each one, there's about 10 people, 10 of the greatest minds in each one of those in their area, right? So now I essentially have a team of about 50 that I'm talking to every day that are all virtual, that are all AI with the smartest brains on the planet. And they are giving me the best ideas, which then I'm taking and putting it into our business plan and then every day evolving it. And so those 2 weeks that I spent building all this stuff has leapfrogged where we thought we would be in 2 years. We've actually achieved that in about 4 months.
Wow.
So it's
that's absolutely amazing. It's mind-blowing what it can be done. So for someone who's just getting started in here, and this conversation could be a little bit overwhelming for it, let's talk to our caterpillars, if you will, not our butterflies.
For sure.
You know, what's a really great place for someone who's new in this space to get started, to even explore like what you're talking about and what can be achieved?
Perfect. So the first thing to do is to identify your vision. What do you actually want to do? What type of business do you want to build? How much money do you want to make? Now, this is crucial because when you tell it how much money you want to make, it'll create a plan for you on how to achieve that amount. So whether it's $100,000, $200,000, $500, $1 million, whatever it is, when you tell it that that's the plan, that's what I need to make, that becomes its objective. So every decision moving forward is towards that. Then you say, okay, what do I need to do? What do I need to sell? What team do I need to build? Before we do that, actually, the first thing we should do is to identify our offer, identify our market, identify what we can sell, how we can sell it. What do we need to say? I'm going to give you a quick little example of a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. One of my friends, we catch up once a year. Like time just flies. We catch up once a year. And we caught up about 6 months ago. And he said, Johan, dinner's on me. And, you know, when someone says that, they've got some news to share. I said, great. Tell me about this. What's going on? He goes, well, so a year ago when I was catching up with him, he was selling $3,000 rewards programs to restaurants. That was his niche. That was his product. Yep. He is now selling $1 million contracts to Australia's top 500 companies, and he's about to do a $50 million exit in December.
Come on.
How can you go from selling a $3,000 product to restaurants, loyalty rewards, selling $1 million contracts per year to each? Like he's got.
I want to know. How do you do it?
So this is what he did. I said, dude, what was, I go, have you changed the product? He goes, no, product's the same. So same product, different niche. So he said to Perplexity, and so Perplexity was the one that he used. He said, Perplexity, I have to hit a $50 million exit before I'm 30. This guy's a young guy too. And so it said, okay, cool. Tell me about your product. So he tells him about the product, tells him about the customers and everything. And it comes back and goes, did you know you're not actually in the rewards business? You're in the advertising business.
Wow.
And he's like, what? And then it tells him, this is who you need to approach. This is how you need to approach them. This is what you need to say. This is the pitch decks that you need to show them. This is how to connect with them. This is what to articulate to them, the value of what you're presenting. And then he took that and he started practicing pitching to the right people. And from that, he's got his referrals happening. And now he's got Jack Daniels, James West, all like the top guys as his clients. That's the conversation. By the way, that whole conversation took him a weekend with Perplexity. 2 days. Changed his entire life.
I know you've just inspired me to go take 2 weeks off and work on my business and go and have a similar conversation with AI about this, because I can relate to those struggles. I can relate to that tension of not growing fast enough and being where I am. And I know in my experience that normally it's our offer that's not converting, or it's we're in front of the wrong people. Like, that's just mind blowing. I love that story. Thank you very much for sharing that. And, you know, I know you've inspired me, and I could see the comments firing off, you know, with our audience. You've definitely inspired them as well. You know, what's one AI-driven strategy that you've seen drastically improve profitability and productivity in a client's business? Let's get into some of the detail here. Like, I love that story that you just shared, but let's zoom in a bit.
Yep. Cool. So increasing your profitability. Our company. So we're buying boots at the biggest conferences and stuff like that. The AI came back and said, I've looked at the financials. You don't need to be going to these big conferences with CEOs and spending $50,000 on a sponsorship. You just need to target influencers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is a massive mind shift for us, because we are going down any company that's $20 million and plus, that's our clients, blah, blah, blah. We're sponsoring all these events and all these things. And then all of a sudden they go, you don't need any of that. You just need the influencers. And I said, okay, why is that? Because your current clients, so white label suite, agencies are our main bread and butter. That's how it's been for the last 4 years. And so they sell 30 to 40 accounts per month. The influencers are selling 200 to 300 accounts per week. All you need is 300 of these and you hit your goals. I'm like, but wait. And it's the human, right? The human who's trying to make it more complex. No, I don't just, what do you mean I just need 300 people? 300 influencers who get onto our product. And by the way, it's showed us how to make it so easy. And said, guess what? Influencers are so busy. They're creating content. They've got all this stuff. This is how to pitch them. This is what to say to them.
Wow.
That's it. And then we did that. And now all these influencers are jumping on board. And we're like, oh my God, we don't have to travel. Like, I've got young kids now. I don't have to travel. I don't have to jump on planes all over the place. I don't have to spend big money like for these events to buy these big boots and all that kind of stuff. I get to sit at home, talk to influencers, and close them as clients. Like, it was a big mind shift for us.
What the big thing I'm picking up here is AI helps us get out of our own way.
100%.
You know, it helps us to just to simplify it, but challenge that, the status quo, as so to speak, and help us to point us in the right direction. Like, I love the way that you're using it as a market research tool, and in that space, and you know, we talk about lead measures and lag measures and all of that sort of thing. You know, let's talk about breaking this down a little bit. You know, let's talk about, I know goal setting, you know, is a really powerful way to help us to move forward. But a goal without a plan is just a dream. How can we use AI to really do a deep dive to give us some planning, some tools, so we go into that proper preparation prevents piss poor performance?
Yep. So everyone in the company now has their own business coach AI.
Mm-hmm.
The objectives of the company. So they have a personal version and they have the business version. So in the business, it's telling them, hey, for the business, you have to hit these 3 goals. That's it today. Yeah. And by the business, because it knows all the plans of the business that the business has to achieve in order to achieve the business's goals, and then breaks that down to the person and saying, hey, Johan, I know you have 400 emails to answer today, but guess what? You just need to make these 3 phone calls. Then you're free to do whatever you want. Go answer those 400 emails if you want to, but that's not gonna move the needle. So that's the difference. Is it's holding you accountable. It's keeping, on track, because it's so easy to go, oh, I spent 2 weeks creating a new event that I'm going to run, and I'm going to write a new book or whatever. Like, we get distracted so easily. It's crazy. Whereas this thing goes, have the free time. Just do these 3 things. So I'm up at 5 a.m. Usually by 9 o'clock, I've hit my 3 things, and I have the whole day to do whatever I want. And now I can do more things with it and compress time quicker.
Isn't that what we're all after? That sense of freedom of time and purpose and creativity. Like, we talk about financial freedom, but that's just a byproduct of working in this genius zone, right? And I love the way that you're basically just a solution creator. You know, you identify all these gaps and these problems, and you've just got such a beautiful brain that you're able to partner with AI and go, oh, I can fix that. Oh, I can fix that. Can you tell us a story of another, major problem that you've been able to help a business just to come in and solve them? Let's talk about a story that maybe potentially helped them earn an extra few $1 million on their bottom line.
For sure. So back in 2012, I know I'm going back very, very far. I moved into a building in Melbourne, and the building is Freshwater Place over here. It's a big black building right next to Crown Casino.
I know well. Yep.
And when I moved in, they said, this is the best building in Melbourne. I went, oh, okay, cool. And then I got a piece of paper under my door. The piece of paper said, the gym will be closed from 10 to 2. I went, okay, that's interesting. And I get another one that says, hey, the pool, this is in the evening, the pool will be shut down for an hour. I'm like, all right, that's whatever. A month goes by, I've got an inch thick of paper sitting on my table that with one sentence on it. I take that, I go to the building manager, I say, hey, how much is this costing me? He said, it's $1 per sheet. Now, $1 per sheet, twice a day, 500 apartments. That's $1,000 per day, plus some poor soul is walking around putting these things under the doors. I said, what would happen if we build a mobile app for the building and then send me a push notification saying the gym's not open? He's like, I don't know what that means. So we went to Dubai, looked at their stuff, came back. We launched the app. I showed it to him. He goes, this is amazing. We need to have it. So we launched the app into the building. We then ended up partnering up and launching it across all the buildings in Melbourne, 30 or 40 of them. And then what happened was we built the company to a $20 million company in 4 years. And so one small little idea, one looking at, hey, there's tons of wastage over here. How can we systemize this thing? And the mobile apps, what they did was they created community, cost efficiency, and communication. That was their sole purpose. Across these three buildings got tons of value. Hence, we could get to that valuation very quickly.
Yeah. So if you had to do that story all over again, what would you do different or even better, leveraging the tools that we have today?
I did it the hard way. So we could have done what we did in 4 years. I think about it often. In probably 6 months. The reason being, we went after real estate. And then we found out that the ones who got the most out of it were buildings. So we were going and doing hospitals, we were doing aged care facilities, we were doing land developments, we were doing all this stuff. But if we had stuck to our niche, we could have doubled, tripled, quadrupled so much quicker. So that's you don't need AI to tell you that you should niche down. It's something that I should have learned 13 years ago. And it's something that I say, hey, guys, niche down. Because if you niche down...
The experts have been saying it for decades. We either market to everybody and we effectively market to nobody. And in that space.
And even within the niche, because our niche, I thought our niche was real estate. But within real estate, there are so many other sub-niches, right? So niche, go 3 levels deep if you need to.
Yeah. You also got to find that why that makes you cry. Now, I also love, how AI is supporting businesses to understand how to communicate more effectively to their niche. Look, I'm a high school dropout. I haven't got a psychology major or anything like that to my name or a marketing degree or anything like that. But yet I'm able to partner with AI to understand human buying decisions and behavior. And be able to, put my message out there in a way that connects to the heart. We started this conversation off with Austin, and it's been a bit of a through line. I reckon one thing that's never going to change, and we've seen it even right back from when we had the town crier yelling, hear ye, to the newspaper, to the radio, to the TV, to now the internet and AI. One thing that's never changed is our human-to-human interaction. And that conversation. How do you see AI actually supporting that conversation?
So that has been one of the biggest epiphanies we've had this last 6 months. So the AI now knows everything about every person we want to engage with before we engage with them. And so after every webinar, after every event, the people are getting a personalized follow-up according to their business. So the AI knows everything about their business. It's done research on their business, and then it reaches out. I think I saw Jane Slack-Smith pop up here. It will say, hey, Jane, how's the property business going? I'd love to talk to you about how the stuff that you just learned at the talk can be implemented into your property business. It's then having another conversation with James. Hey, James, how's the mechanic business going? How does what we just showed you implement into your business? And it's objective driven. So you tell it, the objective is, I want you to get these people to do a trial. I want you to get these people to get on the phone. I want you to get these people to buy a product. And the AI will go through whatever it needs to go through. It's got all the psychological, training we're talking about all the best sales training in the world, and it will close. So we used to have 12 salespeople. We are now down to 2 salespeople because the AI closes more than the humans do.
Interesting. I know that, we're in this conversation that really, look, human-to-human interaction is about making sure people feel seen and valued and known and heard. And I think this is where we also, yes, we need to keep the human in the loop, but we need to expand on that and give the human, the partner with the right tools to be able to be more efficient and more empowered, more equipped.
Yep.
That sounds like leadership to me, does it not?
100%. And so we can take this back to tribal days, right? Some guy comes along and invents a spear. Usually it used to take 20 people to bring down a boar, right? And now with one spear, he can do that. But what does that leave the other 19 to do? Go do farming, go collect berries, go fish, go do whatever. So it's not about replacing people. It's giving them the time to go and find their genius elsewhere to bring it back to society and grow. So, yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Mate, we've got probably about 5 minutes left before we're going to look at wrapping this conversation up. So just give you a bit of a heads up there. But, we've got leaders watching from all walks of life. Fortune 500 executives, freelancers, even youth in rural communities in India and Africa. What's some advice that you would give them about using AI and building with it, no matter where they're starting today?
The advice would be to dream big. And I say, I give this to my son. My son's 9 years old. I said, anything in this world that you can imagine is at your fingertips. We've never had technology like we do right now. And anything that you want can be achieved. So, for example, it doesn't matter what stage you're at. Type it in. Dream big. The bigger you can dream, the scarier it gets, the better it is, because now it expands your mind. You have to stretch it out to go, I want to achieve that. How am I going to get there? And so your brain now, the reticular activating system kicks in and goes, how can I find that person to connect me to that to make this happen? So, an example is we want to exit our company for $100 million. If you talked to us a couple of years ago, it was, hey, we have a great business. So then I went, okay, if we want to exit for $100 million, what do we need to do? Well, we need to do A, B, C. We need to connect with these people. And so this is how we've set up that small little thought has created a cascading effect that's now led us to be bigger, because in order to do that, you need to become that version of yourself, right?
Yeah. Cool.
And so it helps expand.
So stop playing a smaller game, dream bigger, let's step up and shine and let's go. Yep. I absolutely love that whole conversation. And actually, what's just come to mind here in this space is what AI is allowing us to do is to expand the conversation, is to go deeper into the conversation, to be more empowered by the conversation. Would you agree?
100%. My kids use it all day, every day. Like my kids are 7 and 9. They have access to this. My wife will come in and she's like, why are you laughing? Who are you talking to? I'm like, I'm talking to ChatGPT. She's like, carry on. And anything that we want to learn, this thing can teach us. When I saw The Matrix back in 2001, I think it was, when it came out, I said, I want that technology. Now we have it. Now we can learn any skill in a day that before would take us a long time. And the AI knows everything about you. It knows that I have ADD. So it'll say, brain, this is the way to learn, and it'll teach me stuff. I'm like, wow, this is amazing.
Actually, on that, I feel like as someone who has ADHD as well, actually AI hasn't, been a crutch or anything like that. It's actually supported me, and it's actually expanded the thought process, and it keeps up with me. I finally found something that can actually keep up with my squirrel brain.
100%. So because of the way it's set up, all the chats on the left-hand side, anytime I have an idea, I can dump it out of my head by going to the relevant chat, done. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to store it. My RAM is not occupied by going, hold on, don't lose it. It's just, done. And then when I'm ready, I can come back to it and then carry on the conversation.
Well, let's wrap this conversation up. Do you have any other productivity tips there for business owners to be able to really, be able to support their day-to-day? Like, I know for me, I have to show up and I have to do my daily non-negotiables, right? And I use AI to support me to keep on track there as an accountability partner. Do you have a story or a strategy or a tip, to be able to help, expand on that conversation?
It's more about telling it. The more you tell it what to do, and here's something that people get confused about. They're like, dude, I'm using ChatGPT, I'm using Claude, I'm using Grok, I'm using Manus, I'm using all these tools. I don't know where. Pick one, because one of them, which becomes your base, and that's the one which you educate everything about you, because then the one that knows you the best, you can now tell it to talk to you. And by the way, now I'm even feeding it, what I'm eating and everything. It's tracking my fitness goals. Right. It goes, hey, should you be eating that? Because you kind of split this. And
garbage,
so
garbage out, right?
the more it knows you, the more it can hold you accountable, the more it can help you achieve your goals. And in those moments of weakness where you're like, you know what, I might watch a movie. It's like, but you haven't done that third call. Get that done.
Effective mentorship needs to have intimacy. Like I'm as a mentor, I mentor my students, that sort of thing. And I say to them, look, we need to partner with each other. I'm not actually going to go on this journey with you unless we actually get to really know each other, because I can't support you in the way that I need to empower you if I don't know what's going on. I'm not a mind reader. So I love that what you just described there is that partnership is that relationship. It effectively, that mentorship and that intimate side of things. Yeah.
100%. And I believe that in the future, what's going to happen is probably in a year or two, people who we're hiring, we're going to just put in a prompt and say, hey, show me your ChatGPT, for example, put in this prompt. Tell me all the bad things about you. Tell me all the good things about you. And then you can make a hiring decision just from that. So just be careful, because everything you're saying is being recorded and it's there. It's stored in.
Yeah, but that really brings in the principle of putting the right people in the right seat on the right bus.
100%. Having the right team members on is just the best thing that a company can do. And that's why it's you can shrink down to your core team who are so driven, who want to see the goals of the company succeed. And the people who are not, it'll filter them out pretty quickly. And it's got all the KPIs. It builds out the KPIs. And you go, hey, have you done these things? No. Hey, you haven't done it for 4 days. Something's going on. All right, time for you to go. See you later.
Johan, it's been an absolute privilege, mate, to bring you up here on this solo interview and just get you to share your wisdom here for the last 25 minutes. Mate, I look forward to expanding on this conversation and continuing our partnership in that space. But, mate, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for just being a servant-hearted leader and showing up.
Pleasure, man. Thank you, everyone.
My absolute pleasure. All right, see you later, Johan. Okay, now we're going to bring up another amazing speaker here. And yes, I know that we've got some really awesome men speaking here today, but we've also got some really awesome women coming to the table as well. And big shout out to my co-host that was meant to be here with me today, Parisa Rose, who is our Chief Operating Officer. Absolutely love Parisa and the way that she leads and the way that she supports. Unfortunately, she had a bit of an issue with some flights and couldn't be here with me right this second, but she'll probably join us later on, and we'll see how we go. But the show must go on, right? So it's all good. I've got support around me. We're having a great time together. And now I'm going to bring up my good friend, Jeff J. Hunter, and we're going to spend some time here and continue to expand on this wonderful conversation that we're having with you today. Hey, whilst I've got you here, I just want to give a quick shout out to our upcoming events. I'm a part of the Los Angeles Tribune family, right? We're a network, we're a community led by, Michael Silvers and Mary Glorifield and Mo Rock and the rest of the team. We're here to be able to collaborate. And I just love how this community has supported me personally, and I've gotten so much value from being a part of this network, and I've been able to serve and give back in that space in my time, talents, and treasures, and being able to, get into this partnership, if you will. We've been talking about AI partnership, right? But let's talk about collaborative networks. What Mr. Michael Silvers is putting together with our podcast network is absolutely beautiful. We're all got our own big visions, right? But Michael's vision is so big, it allows us to partner with him and put our vision into his vision, which he's then put his vision into Mo Rock's vision. It's quite simple. It's about giving a voice to the voiceless and lifting up this amazing community of collaborators and thought leaders and experts in their own right. If you'd love to join us on that community, on those calls, in the network, well, we're going to be hosting a community connection call with Mr. Michael Silvers next week. So make sure that if you haven't registered already, the links are in the profiles and on the cover shots, and I'll make sure that we drop it here in the comments for you. make sure that you register for today's event, even though that we're already halfway into it, because this is how we stay in touch. This is how we create that connection. This is how we walk the race together, or run the race together even. So we would love to see you on our upcoming community connection call. Those details will be coming out via email in the next couple of days. So make sure that you keep on to that. We've also got our next event, our next broadcast coming up too. And it's my absolute privilege and blessing to be able to, be hosting this one and pulling this one together. And this one's called the Australian Storyteller Summit. So what I'm actually talking about here is using marketing and storytelling and story selling. We're going to be looking for experts to be able to support that conversation. And we're going to be drawing from our amazing network of storytellers to be able to bring that to your table as well. But right now, this is conversations all about the AI and Business Summit. We've had an amazing lineup already. We've got an amazing lineup to go for the rest of the day. Drop a 1 in the comments if you've just gotten so much value like I have already. I swear I love this job because I get to write down notes and I get to learn and I get to grow and be bigger and better version of myself. Anyway, let's bring up Jeff J. Hunter to the stage and let's get this show on the road.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right, welcome back to the broadcast. So my next guest is Jeff J. Hunter, and I'm really honored and privileged to bring him up to the stage. So let's welcome Jeff J. Hunter up to the stage, and we're going to kick off this interview with a bang. So Jeff is one of the most respected voices in the personal branding and virtual leadership space. He's the founder of Tip AI, one of the fastest growing newsletters in the AI and business space. He's the mind behind the core branding method. Jeff J. Hunter is known for helping visionaries turn their identity into digital influence. And today he joins us to explore how AI is transforming not only the tools, but the entire philosophy behind how leaders show up and scale in today's world. So Jeff, let's get started, mate. At the intersection of AI and personal branding, how is AI reshaping what it means to build real influence and credibility online in today's world?
Well, actually, I'd like to start with how it's destroying it.
Okay.
I believe that there's so many people out there using AI to create content, and it's just a giant content farm of crap, Yeah. and I will tell you, it surprises me because it's so common sense to a normal person if you just ask yourself the question. And the question is, when you go to somebody's Facebook profile, you go to their LinkedIn, you go to their YouTube, do you want to talk to them or do you want to talk to their AI? Right? Yeah. Like, I don't know anyone who logs in and says, ooh, I can't wait to talk to Jeff's AI today. Right?
Yeah.
So I think that there's a big disconnect, from one Jeff to the next on how you're using AI authentically, right? Authentically, because whatever you do online, whatever you post, whatever you say, even offline, everything you do is either building your brand or it's hurting your brand.
Yeah.
And right now, with so many AI generated videos and content and blogs and posts, it's actually more important right now, never been as important as right now, to be human.
Yeah. I love that.
I know that's not what you're expecting from the AI guy who's you're thinking, he's going to come on and give some AI tips. I just want to say, everything that I say today, if people can tell that it's human or AI, that is the big determining factor if you're using it correctly.
And this is a beautiful conversation to be going down and straight off the bat, right? I actually just helped off an interview with Johnathan Mast. And, we're talking about how much there's so much noise out there. And the ones that are embracing AI to really bring in that human touch, that high tech but human touch, seem to be the ones that are winning the game. I noticed a post probably about 2 weeks ago from, when we're recording this interview, something you put up. It was, you guys don't know how you're using AI to glow up so much. People aren't going to recognize you when you actually go to events. And
I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that post to go viral. It's true though. Between all the Face app and Google this and all the different AI out there, like people are modifying themselves and they make these perfect versions of themselves in their mind, right? Like, oh, I need to have better cheekbones and this and that, and oh, I need to be 20 pounds, 30 pounds lighter. That if you actually went to an event and saw that person, you wouldn't even recognize them because you're so used to them posting fake modified photos of themselves.
Yeah, it's just fascinating. This is the world and time we find ourselves in. And I kept saying it over and over again. I think I'll say it to the day I die. It's really is AI plus our heart equals our superpower. Like AI is not meant to be necessarily used as a replacement, right? It's an extension and amplification of helping us to be embraced. What can you say about that space and help people to really dive into it and really leverage it as an amplification?
Yeah, well, let's get into the useful things. Man, we told you what not to do. So when it comes to the do's, AI is a really effective tool to help create and bring your visions to life, and I think that's really fun. Right now, I've been having so much fun exploring the creativeness of AI, and I remember when AI first came out, and I think that maybe ChatGPT hard codes this into what it's supposed to say, because whenever you ask ChatGPT, what is AI going to replace my job or whatever, it's like, no, AI can never be as creative as humans.
It's biased, right? It's gonna.
I think it's trying to not bring attention to its creativeness, because I have a 12-year-old son. I know you have a 13-year-old, right? Mine's 13 in 4 days, so we're about the same. But what's really crazy is that while I'm doing this training right now with you, he's in my other room on his workstation, and he's creating an AI video ad that I'm going to be, for something I'm going to be doing on August 11th for one of my business partners and friends. And he came with this crazy idea of using a goat and this and that. And it's funny because the AI is actually feeding him the ideas. It's like, hey, let's make a funny AI ad using this. And then I mix it up even crazy. I'm like, you know what? Why don't we do like an evil demented clown and like a naughty nurse?
I saw that one yesterday.
The evil clown was my son's idea. Of course, the naughty nurse was mine. So now we're at the point to where whatever you can think of, whatever you can imagine is doable.
Yeah.
And here's one thing that I want to say back to your question, by the way. If something can be done on a computer, it can be done by AI. I just want to say that one more time. If something can be done on a computer, it's getting to the point to where it will and can be done by AI. So for everyone who's thinking, especially because I know you mentioned that we're focusing on leaders here, but here's some advice to leaders. If you're using AI for your personal brand, if you're using AI for your company brand, first off, you need to make sure you've got your company voice dialed in. Okay, your brand voice, because the AI, you don't want people to see and recognize it as AI. Then you lose, right? So number two, you want to make sure that you have really good training data. And by training data, I mean, like if you are, the Los Angeles Tribune and you have all these blogs and all these social media content, are you storing them somewhere in a database somewhere so it knows what you've written on, how you write, how you show up, right? And most businesses fail both of those tests. Number one, they don't have a copywriter that can write as good or better than what they're currently doing. And number two, they usually don't have their training data organized in a way that makes AI easy to access it and read and understand it. So every company right now should have a person or a consultant or something that their job is to figure out, how can we take the humans we have right now and just augment them, make them cybernetic AI powered humans. Yep. Because right now I'm telling all my clients, I've been doing remote teams and building remote teams before they were cool, right? Right now, if you are hiring someone who isn't using AI to do like 5 jobs, you're hiring the wrong person.
Yeah. I was talking to someone about the other day about agentic AI. So how we can actually get like a person.
Agentic, yeah.
Agentic, yes. Yeah. So we can get
I just used it. Here's something smart. And this is what I wish everybody would understand, the difference between generative AI and agentic AI. When you go to ChatGPT, you go to Claude, you go to Meta, whatever AI you're using, and you have a conversation with it, it's basically it's like a predictive text. It's like going on your iPhone and starting to type something in. It already knows your language style. It's actually saving things you've typed in the past. So yeah, you can determine like, okay, what would make sense to say next? Like, what's the next sentence this person's going to say? That's what most generative AI is. Yeah. Agentic AI is very interesting. For example, let's just say you want an agent like Mast.im, one of my favorite agents, to build you a website, but you don't know, but you don't have anything to sell. So you can actually tell the agent, you can say, hey, look, my name's Jeff Hunter. My business partner, Jeff Ross, and we're starting a new company. Okay. And we want to sell a program on how to use AI to build your personal brand. And we want it to be better than anyone else's out there. And then we want you to build a website with a sales letter and a checkout page. And it will be like, okay, guess what it's going to do? And this is where agentic comes into play. It will now think about, to complete this task, what do I need to do? Okay, first I need to do research on the product. Then I need to research Jeff J. Hunter and Jeff Ross. Then I need to figure out what kind of competitors are out there. How can we make this offer really good? Okay, cool. Now I need to actually build the offer. What are we actually going to sell? Okay, cool. Now that we know what we're going to sell, now we have to make a sales page. Well, let's go research and find out how to build a sales page. Okay, cool. That's great. Now let's use HTML and CSS or whatever and like build the actual sales page.
Come on.
It will do all of that from start to finish, and it will do it less than an hour, maybe 30 minutes, right?
Well, I first came across your path, with digitalmarketer.com, with the certified partner program, building funnels out, learning Facebook ads and, all of that. And now, a decade later, we're here in this AI space, and it can basically do everything that we were doing. And if not better and more efficient, like jobs are going to be taken, from this space. It's reality check. But let's talk about the positive side of it, because I really do believe that someone like myself who has all of that skill can really learn to embrace AI and be more efficient.
Do you want to know the real positive? Real positive, Jeff?
Yeah.
The real positive right now is for entrepreneurs and business owners. That's the real positive. Okay. And employees. I will say it's good all the way around. I mean, absolutely, people are going to lose their jobs, or at least the job that they have now.
Yeah.
Goldman Sachs did a research that said by the year 2030, 14% of all career paths will be eliminated because it's going to be done by AI.
Yeah.
Accounting,
we're
AI.
seeing it.
Bookkeeping and accounting, done. Call centers will be done. You'll use an AI, right? It might be there might be human call centers left, only because people will say, you know what, call us today and speak to a real human. It'll be a flex.
They'll use it. They'll leverage it. Yeah.
Right. Like consumer cellular is already doing it. You know, it's a cell phone company that does wireless coverage here in America. They're actually really smart. They did a funny, I love funny ads. If you haven't noticed already, they did a funny ad where this guy orders a coffee and it's a robot coffee making machine. It's going all over the place and it squirts him. And he's like, these damn robots. He goes, yeah, can you believe it? They got them answering the phone too. Call us and speak to a real human. I'm like, that's genius.
Yeah.
So
yeah, really
the good news is,
on it.
yeah. So the good news is the stuff that we don't like doing, we won't have to do anymore. Okay. For a business owner, you're going to be able to get 3, 5, 10 times more productivity out of a single human. Like I've changed my entire business model. Every single person that works for me has at least 1, 2, 5, 10 AI assistants that work underneath them. Right?
Genius.
I mean, imagine that. You have a marketer on your team who does, like I used to have 5 copywriters.
Social media marketer or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, now I have one. This one person can do all my funnels, all my social media, all my emails. Like this one person can do the job of like 10 people, right? And she loves it because she actually writes less. Now she's more focused on the creative and strategic because we already have an AI that's trained as a really good copywriter, right? Now, let's go down to the employee level. Think about all the things that just normal W-2, let's show up to work workers are doing every day that they know they hate, right?
Clock on, clock off, yep.
I'll give an example. I don't know about you, but when I was a student, before graduating high school and college, I would do everything in my power to figure out how not to do something, right?
Yep.
And it doesn't surprise me that today the highest adoption rate of AI is students. They're trying to cheat. They're trying to have it do their homework, right?
Yeah.
So they're already figuring out how to introduce AI into the lives to just do things better, do things faster. And the CEO of NVIDIA, he famously said that, AI isn't going to take your job, but the person using AI is going to take your job.
Yeah.
And there is some truth to that. But I will also say, no, some people are absolutely going to lose their job to AI.
Yeah, well, it's the same with every revolution that we've ever been. Like the 1990s, people lost their job because of the computer and the internet, right?
Did you know, Jeff, there used to be window knockers. Before electric alarm clocks and stuff, there used to be window knockers that were paid to go and knock on people's window and wake them up.
Wake up.
Yeah.
Wow.
There used to be horse buggy carriage drivers. There used to be street lamp lighters.
Yeah.
So there's lots of things that just go away as technology evolves, right? Think about all the scribes when the printing press was made, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just a sign of the times, and you have to be on the right side.
Yeah. Well, the mantra that comes to mind as an entrepreneur, I'm always looking for ways to work myself out of a job so I can go play a bigger, better game. And that's where I feel like that's the conversation where we need to be on the right side. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, who's even a bigger winner than it's dreamers, I don't know if your parents ever said this to you, but my grandpa used to say this to me all the time.
always dreaming. Yep.
He said, if ideas were worth anything, we'd all be millionaires.
Yeah, fascinating.
And in my mind, I was thinking, you know what? That was a true statement and is no longer. It still is. Look at how many millionaires were born because they had an idea, but AI did the work. See, the reason why in the past ideas were useless is because you would actually have to execute, or you'd have to hire a team, or you'd have to build something. Yeah. Today, you can come up with an idea, you can have AI build it for you, and you can become a millionaire. There's kids that are launching apps on the iPhone store and making $1 million, and they're 16, 17, 18 years old.
Well, it's really leveled the playing field from speed to implementation, right? So idea to implementation. Yeah.
Well, it's also equaled the playing field for Africa, India, Philippines, Pakistan, all the places around the world, South America. it's really leveled the playing field because it's also just completely eliminated the language barrier, right? And not to bring up one of your guys' competitors, but I wrote an article for entrepreneur.com talking about how the language barrier is gone and how now, this is a good and a bad thing. It's good for the global economy. I'm a firm believer that there's no better way to raise up and destroy poverty than empowering people just to earn money, right? Through the market, like how to create value and sell their services online. And now with, look at the advances of the internet. Now we have Elon Musk throwing satellites over remote places that have never had internet.
Yeah. Well, you're going to go look at what the Los Angeles Tribune are doing here. Like, we are a global impact paper. I'm here sitting here in Tasmania, Australia, speaking to you guys over in America. But let alone, like, this broadcast right now is going out to over 50 countries. So let's talk to our global audience for a second, especially the guys in India and Africa and, everybody watching in from the Philippines. For those who are looking to embrace this space of AI in business, what would be some of the advice that you would give to them?
First off, you're not late. You're not late. Okay. A lot of people have figured out how to use AI. They haven't figured out a way to make it useful AI.
Beautiful. I love that
right?
insight.
So right now, it's less than 10% of companies worldwide. My guess is if you want to go globally, it's probably less than like 3%. Have actually figured out a way to integrate AI into their workflows, meaning how to improve a process they've got. So you have random person on the team who might be figuring out how to use ChatGPT to do X, Y, Z, but it's not something that's integrated into the company policy or workflow because most companies are still trying to figure it out, especially big corporations. They're slow to move. So what they're doing is they're relying on companies like OpenAI, who teamed up with Microsoft. They're looking at Amazon. They're looking at these bigger companies that can just bring solutions to them so that they don't have to spend so much time figuring out how to integrate. Like, for example, Microsoft was very smart. Microsoft's integrating, right, their Copilot into Outlook and Microsoft Word, and Google's adding their AI agent Gemini into Google Drive to help you organize files. Soon it's going to be in Gmail. I mean, it's really going everywhere. So right now, right now it's like AI. Everyone's talking AI, but very soon it won't be the discussion about AI because literally everything is being built with AI in it right now.
Yeah. We got to be really focused on more being solution creators rather than problem finders.
So right now, I would focus on how to get results for people. That's the thing that people are having a hard time with. How do we get AI to actually get more eyeballs to my product? How do we get AI to get more sales? How do we get AI to drive more traffic, to make videos that get people interested in what I'm doing, right? So this is the type of stuff, and of course I'm a marketer, so I'm biased, but marketing is the easiest way to use AI that will help a business, any business. I don't care if you're a lawn care business or a poop scooper, or you have a digital agency or consultancy, or you have a newspaper or whatever it is. You can use AI in some fashion to drive more users, to drive more sales, to drive more eyeballs, right? More eyeballs, more conversions, more sales, more money.
Yeah. And I love the fact that you've got that global impact and leadership focus in everything that you're doing. Like you're hosting currently, or partnered up and hosting an artificial intelligence Facebook group. What is it, about 3.1 or 3.2 million people now?
We're up to 3.5 now.
Yeah, wow.
We have the world's largest AI community. It's just AI, artificial intelligence on Facebook, 3.5 million members. And it's just been absolutely cannonball, just watching how many people are excited and learning about AI right now.
Yeah, so I would highly recommend, if you're watching this now, like, reach out to Jeff or go and join that Facebook group, because I think it's probably one of the most active communities out there to really learn how to embrace this in all facets of life. So it's a beautiful community to be a part of. So thank you for everything that you're doing in leading that space. So, how should leaders prepare for their teams, not just technically, but culturally for AI adoption? Because I know that you've done that very well as well.
I'm going to give you a trick that I've learned. I've consulted over 100 different businesses on how to use AI since 2023. And the biggest issue that I face is that there's going to be some naysayers on the team. There's going to be some people that say that AI can't do it as good, which is a lie. There's also there's some people that say that, it's not time yet, or whoever the most resistant, let me tell you, this is what I did. The most resistant person on my team, I turned them into a winner. I turned them into an adopter. I'll give you an interesting story about my human resources officer, who was the most reluctant person on my team when it came to AI. And I told her, I said, okay, you don't want AI, but let me ask you a question. Would you hire an assistant? What do you mean? I said, would you like me to hire you an assistant? Because I noticed it. They're like, what are the parts of your job that you don't like to do? What do you wake up and just hate? She goes, she says, I hate doing performance improvement plans for underperforming team members. I also hate trying to figure out how to solve problems and client escalations. I was like, okay, so would you hire someone if that was, well, we don't really have enough work for that. What if I just hired you someone that could just do that for you whenever you need it? Yeah, I would do that. Okay. What would this person do? And we started creating what's called an AI persona. And I basically created an AI HR conflict resolution and performance improvement plan assistant.
Genius. Yeah.
And we created, she didn't even know I was creating it. I was doing it on my computer while she was talking to me about this person that she would hire.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, I said, do you have an open issue right now with somebody that you would have, that you could use some help on with this person? Yeah. And I said, tell me what's going on. I'm literally typing in, oh, well, I have one of my team members who's not performing. The client's not happy with the person, this and that. And I'm like, okay. And then she tells me the whole story. I press enter. And then I share my screen and I showed her that it prepared a performance improvement plan. It created a draft email that would go to the client with the resolution. And she goes, I didn't know AI could do that.
So you blew her, you won her over by blowing her away, by just showing her what's possible.
I love turning the doubting Thomases into the absolute biggest of apostles. Right? Let's turn the doubting Thomas into somebody who is an advocate.
I love that. And what's one of the main reasons why I do what I do in the Laptop Lifestyle Dads community? It's about, helping people to stop being the direct pitch Peter or the spammy Tammy, and learn how to connect and get conversations started, right?
Spammy Tammy.
Spammy Tammy.
That's so funny.
That was an AI-ism. I was playing around with AI.
I love it.
I'm not that smart. It came up for me. So, mate.
Well, that's again, it goes back to what I said. Whenever people say, "Oh, AI can't be creative," I'm like, AI comes up with way better ideas than I do.
Well, the whole caffeinated kangaroo and the boom sauce baby, like that's all AI. I couldn't come up with that in a million years.
I love watching the way you use it, and I think.
Thank you.
Here's the advice for the international audience. It's free.
Yeah.
It's the most. This is the part that blows my mind, Jeff.
Yeah.
We have the most valuable technology to ever exist, to ever been invented. More important than the internet.
Yeah.
More important. I mean, obviously, we wouldn't have AI without the internet, but I mean, there hasn't been anything as impactful to society since the internet.
Yeah.
And unlike the internet, which cost a lot of money when it was founded, it's free. Everyone can open up ChatGPT. Everyone can use Meta AI. Everyone can use Claude.ai for free. And that is the game changer. That's the equalizer that we're talking about. This is the empowerer of those. As long as you have a smartphone and the internet, you can use the most powerful technology. You have a supercomputer in your hand. And I'll even go to say that if you have a Google Android phone, you have even more access. not only are the phones cheaper and more accessible around the world globally, but you also have Google Gemini, which Google Gemini is probably one of the funnest, coolest, smartest apps ever made, and people are sleeping on it.
Absolutely fascinating. Well, mate, we've probably got about 2 minutes left together, so let's talk a little bit about the future. What are you most excited about over the next 12 to 24 months?
What am I the most excited about? I think I think for me personally, I hate doing video. Like, honestly, this stuff is not my favorite thing, what we're doing right now. And I think that the advancements right now in video are incredible. Like I said, my 12-year-old's in the next room making an AI video ad for me right now.
Yeah.
And not to mention, I think that most people are using it wrong. So for me as an educator, showing people how to do it, for me, feels like it's my favorite thing, my best opportunity right now. But what I'm also excited about, remove my selfishness, is that I just genuinely believe that this is going to help so many people around the world, from language barriers to economic impact to, bringing up a whole new generation of just smarter people. I will say what I'm not excited about, if that's fair to say.
Of course.
I am not excited about the world using AI as a crutch.
Yeah.
I am worried about it killing our own creativity.
Yeah.
And our own perception. And not to get conspiracy theory on you here, but also whoever controls the AI controls the world.
Yeah. I truly believe that.
Spice, whoever controls the output of the AI, it can modify what people believe and think. You type in things and it's like, oh yeah, you should do this. There was an article about a guy who thought he invented a new technology, and ChatGPT was telling him how amazingly smart he was, and he had a psychotic breakdown and it was only discovered when the guy's mom went onto his computer and saw his ChatGPT logs and was like, wow, this ChatGPT convinced him that he's like a super mega genius and invented something incredible.
Yeah, wow.
And he was having a psychotic breakdown.
Yeah.
So
it really
what
is
I'm not excited about.
Yeah, no, I get it. But I think entrepreneurs and pioneers like yourself, we have almost a calling to help to shape that, that future a little bit. But it's going to be an interesting ride.
I'm excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, I'm excited to be a part of it too. But you mentioned the spice, right? I straight away automatically went to June, the movie, and it automatically is going to be, it can be like that if we not careful. So we've got a responsibility. And what's that Spider-Man quote? With great power comes great responsibility. Well, I actually think it's with great responsibility comes great power, and we need to really, leverage that for the greater good. For the good of the world. We are, especially since we've learned from the Ukrainian attack on Russia using those AI drones in the back of a train, where they just the top of the train popped off, a bunch of drones went and killed, like I remember how many 64 planes it destroyed or something like that. We've never been so close to human extinction. We're a couple crazy madmen buttons away from unleashing AI. So this is a very important time for us to keep an eye on what's happening, and also just be aware that with amazing technology and things that we can do with it, the mankind always finds a way to do damage and harm with it. So we do need to be careful of that. Yeah. Well, mate, this has been an absolute amazing interview. Thank you very much for your time. We've got to wrap it up here, but with one final word of wisdom, close us out, and we'll come to a wrap. Word of wisdom. The genie cannot be put back in the bottle. AI is here, and it's time to learn how to rub the lamp. I love that. All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for your time. We'll be right back after our next commercial with our next interview. See you now.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
I'm actually muted there. There you go. Did the old mute trick. As our friend Jeff just said, the genie cannot be put back in the bottle. AI is here, and let's embrace it and let's evolve with it. All right, we've got to mix up the energy here now. We've got a beautiful panel, or round table, I should actually call it. Let's change the language. We've got a beautiful round table with some beautiful ladies that I've had the pleasure to get to know and support on this journey that we call entrepreneurialism. So, Dave, I'll get you to bring up our amazing guest now, and I'll do a quick introduction. So, all yours, Dave. Bring them up. Let's go. We got Leanne. Welcome, Leanne. We've got Joy, and we've got Em. So, let me do a quick introduction, and let's just dive straight in, shall we? So, this is about to light it up. Let's take the energy up to a whole nother level with a powerhouse of amazing women. You know, you're not just riding the AI wave. These women are shaping it. They're part of the pioneering force. From automation to brand impact to systems to scale, these three vision leaders here are here to help you to show you what's possible when strategy meets soul. And ladies, I'll just get you to mute yourself, please, if you're not speaking, and then unmute. We did a bit of background noise there. And when AI meets real-world business grit, this is what we're talking about today. So welcome, Joy Nicholson, automation queen and impact business strategist. And I know that she's going through a transition, so I'll get her to explain how that's happening and how AI's world's navigating that transition. We've got Leanne Loyne, who is a brand coach, a magnetic mentor, and a systems genius. And we've got the MG here in the house, the tech whisperer for non-techies and soulful business builders. Whether you're a Fortune 500 business exec or you're tuning in from around the globe, anywhere, like we're in the Philippines, a huge shout out to our family in the Philippines. It's great to see people commenting from the Philippines, from Canada, from New Zealand, from Australia, from Hawaii. And prayers go to our friends in Hawaii with that tsunami that just hit the last 24 hours. You know, let's give a virtual round of applause and welcome these absolute legends to this virtual stage. So let's dive in. And Joy, I'm going to start with you. So let's start with the heart of this conversation. You know, what was the moment AI, helped you to support where you are today? Like, what was that moment when you gone light bulb moment and it became the game changer for the way that you serve your community today?
Hi, Jeff, and thank you so much for hosting this for the people around the world that doesn't have the privilege to always join the AI communications and things like that. So, all right, a little bit of a background. I'm going to keep this very, very short. I have been in marketing for about 20-something years. I had a marketing agency for about 6 years. And in the end of last year, and this is where the transition started, I was busy building a website for a client. And I was using AI, writing the copy and helping with it, using it as like other Jeff was saying, not as a crutch, but as an assistant. And I was building this website, and my 7-year-old came to me. He's like, Mom, what are you doing? And we homeschool. We've been homeschooling for about 4 years. And he comes to me, he's like, what are you doing, Mom? And I was like, oh, crikey. My 7-year-old, which is the future generation, have no idea what AI is. And that was a light bulb moment for me. I was like, okay, this needs to change. This cannot be a thing. So immediately I started Googling and I searched up, what is there? What is the support for children between the ages of 7 and 15 or 14, helping kids to navigate AI and learning AI, understanding this big tool. And I couldn't find anything. So I was like, okay, I need to set up on a mission. And that's when I really started to get into this, because before that, I was already using AI since ChatGPT came out in the very beginning stages. Before that, just in automations and using different systems. And then now transitioning into helping families, specifically homeschooling families, to just navigate this AI era, because they have no clue what's coming. And also helping just to understand how AI is shaping the future for children.
Yeah, I love that. And we're going to unpack that a little bit deeper later on. But thank you very much for introducing your amazing presence here to the stage. Leanne Lyon. Thank you very much for the correction there. It's the Aussie accent. You gotta love it. Same question for you. What was your aha moment when you realized AI wasn't just a tool, that was a game changer to help you to serve and scale?
I think I knew about it just forever. I actually sold a program when I was 11 years old, and that was in 1990 with basic programming. In 1980, honestly, 1980, basic programming, 6 lines, and I sold the program. But even then, we were already talking about the day that. I mean, Matrix always had me, right? And so as they got closer and closer, as it became announced on platforms I was using, I was probably one of the first to dive in. I was fascinated that Jeff just said, only 5 to 10% of business are embracing it, because for me, I've been part of it already for so long. And now I'm helping other business leaders to take charge and do the same.
Yeah, look, it's very easy to get caught up in our own echo chamber, in our own bubble, and realize that everybody's already using AI, but no, they're not actually. And that's why we need to have a wider, expansive conversation. And that's what this platform's about today, to be able to support those and demystify those that are a bit overwhelmed by it, because 90-odd% of the population still is not really embracing this space. Over to you, Em. I'd like to hear, what was your aha moment?
Yeah, thank you. And I really enjoy answering this question because I see so many people, as you just said, that still aren't on board with this, and it blows my mind. But for me, 2 years ago, it was when ChatGPT landed. I'd already been playing a little bit with Jasper, which was kind of out there before ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And I saw at the same time our economy starting to shift. We've seen that our economy has been taking a downturn, small businesses really struggling, and I serve women-founded small businesses. And so I was noticing this in all of my clients, and I asked myself a question. I wonder if this huge growth in technology and AI could actually be the solution to what's happening for small businesses in this economy. And I questioned that. I got curious. I actually burned down half of my business at that point to go all in with AI and marketing. And it's clearly paid off. And now I can see that, it is a huge part of the solution to the economy that is impacting small business, leveling the playing field, as has been said already today, to give all businesses the opportunity to scale without needing all of the resources.
I love that. And we're going to stick with you just whilst we're here, and we'll go back around the panel. So we'll go M to Joy to Leanne. And I'm just giving you some pre-frames there, right, where we're going with this. So I'd love for you to give us a quick snapshot of how AI is helping you personally save time, amplify your message, or even just elevate your business results.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this could go forever, so let's keep it short and simple.
We've got 30 minutes.
Yeah, I just put a post up about 5 minutes ago sharing exactly how I've used AI agents in ChatGPT this week to really break it down, no gatekeeping. And that has been a game changer, for want of a better word. Feel like we can't even say game changer anymore because it's kind of overdone with ChatGPT.
Yeah.
But up until this point, because agents on ChatGPT are very new, I've worked on reducing my workload in terms of the tedious tasks by 10 to 15 hours a week. And that's what I try and teach all of my students as well. And that is, a lot of it's in marketing, but also operations, because for me, even though I'm a marketer, operations are a part of marketing, because if your customers or clients don't have a good customer journey, then that impacts your marketing. You don't get raving fans.
And that's what I do. I help people, instill their customer value journey. Is what I talk about all the time. And systems, right? They help us save us time, energy, and money. And AI is a beautiful system builder and a system facilitator in that conversation. Joy, we'll go over to you. Same question. Where was a time that AI helped you to personally save time or amplify your message or elevate your client results?
Simply using it as an assistant, as a marketing assistant. And I love custom GPTs, and to just really customize everything on that and building your brand voice and all of that. And I'm also a big fan of multifaceted prompts, those big long prompts that you just add in. I'm a big fan of those, and I can sit hours creating those. And that has been a very big help for myself. And when I was still heavily in marketing with my clients, I just provide them with this little booklet, and they would just add all the information in, and they would just have this 28-page ideal client avatar build up by using ChatGPT for 5 minutes. And that to me was such an eye opener, because you add in a little bit of information and then, whoa, because I used to spend hours and weeks building out ideal client avatars for client customers and charge them thousands of dollars to do it. And now it's like you can do it in 10 minutes with AI. And that was a very big light bulb moment. So that's how I used it, is to really dive into your ideal client, really understand their needs, their desires, their pain points, all of those things, and to build a brand voice and how your brand looks and feels as well. And I think that is the secret sauce, like you would say, Jeff, boom sauce to any business, because especially now in the AI era, you really need to stand out with your brand. And I think that's important.
And that's it. Yeah, I really feel like the more that we can be ourselves and amplify that message and that uniqueness, celebrate that weirdness, if you will, and amplify with AI, that's that beautiful partnership. So I love that you brought that up. Same question over to you, Leanne. Where has AI helped you personally in your business? And sorry, Leanne, you're muted. So let's go to that. No, there we go. There we go. We got it.
We're playing the mute on mute game. I don't know where I would be without it right now. This year, 2025, you go into every year, you're like, this is going to be the best year ever. And then things happen. And I've ended up having to do some rebranding and some rethinking. And you have a podcast, Jeff, and the Los Angeles Tribune is amazing with their podcast network. Podcasting is so different. I have a podcast as well, and I had to redo it this year. But now it's so much faster, like Joy was just saying, put the long prompt in. It's like, did they swear? Did they is the name spelled right? And boom, 3 seconds, you've got all your answers, time-stamped, where to go. Editing's easier. Putting all of my scripts together. Where do I go next? What's resonating? Feedback on audience appreciation.
Yeah.
And where do I go? And it's so much fun. But
it's addictive.
You have the ability to go further faster.
Yeah, I love that. Go further faster. And actually, as I'm hearing all three of you, share how you're embracing AI, I actually have just got this visualization. Let's make sure that, we've just topped into, the time warp, baby, and we're going back in time. And you have the opportunity now to impart some wisdom to the caveman of today, and trying to ascribe to them what this world that we live in now, because I could only imagine, even back like the medieval times or even Roman times, like the conversation that we're talking about would sound like witchcraft almost, like it's magic. And that's the beauty about science, right? Is it helps us to make, I love sci-fi, right? You watch, everybody remember that show in the 90s called Sequest? And the submarine and everything. That was a big sci-fi. Maybe I'm showing my geeky age out here now. or Battlestar Galactica, right? Or any of those ones. How they some of the concepts were so far out, but now we're getting closer to that gap. And I love that. So, Leanne, we'll go to you, and then we'll go to Emma, then Joy. You're going back in time. You're here to, describe the future to the caveman, or like our present time. How would you describe that, and what would you, how would you encourage them to embrace this?
Well, I'm going to go a little bit twisted on that one, because I have a belief system. I know you share it in some ways, that these times were seen by prophets. These times were attempted to be described by people 2,000 years ago. And they tried to explain what we would be experiencing, what we would be living in, and we are living in them. So if you want to go back and read some of these, go back and read some of the scriptures. Go back to Isaiah, go back to some very ancient scriptures that describe, hate to say it, but end times. Some of our earlier speakers said the same thing. We are very close to where we could extinguish ourselves. And, those times were described back then. So what literally, you can just close your eyes, imagine it, and it appears in front of you. That's where we're at. And that's how I would say those descriptions, they're real now.
Yeah, look, I agree and I disagree with it, because I'm sure that the same conversation could be said back in the 1960s when we, or even the 1940s when nuclear weapons were made. you know, and people are probably saying the same thing, that end times are near now. And so, you know, yes, I agree to a point, but there's also, I think this is a conversation that's not necessarily a new one. You know, technology has been here for a while now, and we're just advancing a lot faster, right? Em, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how you would describe, you know, this state we're in right now to, you know, past generations.
I would say, what a time to be alive right now. You know, I'll admit, in about 2019, before the world went absolutely crazy, I thought it was a bit of a boring time to be alive. There's not that much happening in the world. And then, well, 2020 happened. AI started becoming something available to everyone. It's been available, you know, AI's existed for decades. It's just now that it's available to everyone. I would actually, if I was having a conversation with someone either from the past or now who's kind of still trying to stay in that cave, I would validate the fears that they might have, first and foremost, because I think there is genuine fear. There is no one, as Joy was saying, her 7-year-old, I have a 7-year-old too. They don't even know what AI is. No one today was really born. No one came out of the womb going, I know what AI is. I know how to use it in my life. Yeah. And so it's scary because it's different, and change when it happens fast is scary. But I would get them to reflect on the fact that we've gone through many changes and humanity continues to prevail, and it gets better. Like, think about the life we live now compared to the life our grandparents lived.
No, right?
We have the best lives. And that's because of the technology that we have, that, yes, some of that technology can be used as weapons. As I mentioned in the comments earlier, every tool can be used as a weapon. It's got to do with the hands it's in, and that's why we have to have these conversations.
Exactly.
So I think it would be validating the fear first.
I want to echo that too, and I almost compare AI as powerful as a gun. You know, if you put the gun in a soldier's hand, he's going to defend the country. You put a gun in a policeman's hand, he's going to be the defender of truth in that space. But you put a gun in a murderer's hand, we get horrific crimes. And I would equate that AI is just as a powerful tool in that space. Joy, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this conversation, Joy.
Yeah, I don't know if I can go as far back as the caveman, but I do want to go as far back as, say, 1992 when the internet came out. So I grew up in South Africa, and I grew up in a smallish town. It's not super small, but smallish. And I mean, we grew up in an era when the street lights go off, that's your cue to go home. And, you know, you might think, you know, it's boring life. But back in the day, this was what we did, and it was exciting. So I feel like the AI now is where, when Google was not invented, and you know, internet was not a thing, and cell phones and smartphones were not a thing. And it's exciting where we are now. And I want to encourage people to embrace this technology, but at the same time, be very cautious for it as well. Because I'm not, for example, I'm not going to let my kids play on it by themselves without supervision in some way, shape, or form. And yes, in all right, I agree with them. Like, people have the right to feel unsure, and change is fast, and it's faster than people realize. But it's also important to embrace it and accept it and roll with it and play with it and enjoy it, because it is here and it's not going to go away. Like other Jeff was saying, you cannot put the genie back in the bottle, so enjoy it.
Yeah, and that's it, right? It's a tool. It's how we use to support us and partner with that tool, and it's a very powerful tool. Speed to implementation barriers, I believe, are taken away, you know, almost non-existent now. Anybody who can embrace those tools, right? So I reckon this sets us up for the next question, you know, reading the room here. And Joy, we'll stay with you. I love this whole concept of failing forward fast. You know, if we look at what the Wright brothers did, right, they failed forward to bring in flight. You know, if they didn't do what they did, they didn't pivot, adjust, and take the feedback through each experience, we wouldn't have planes like we know today. Same with Thomas Edison with the light bulb, and you know, and anything that we've ever really learned how to do, like walk or ride a bike or drive a car, right? We learn how not to crash, we learn how not to fall over, we learn not to get bucked off. So how is AI, you know, it's supporting your business to help you to fail forward fast?
I use it as an assistant every day. And people in the workspace, even if you don't have your own business and your employee think of ways that you can use AI. Obviously, get permission from your employer first, so you don't get fired for doing the wrong thing, because there is an ethical side to it. But use it to help you in your day-to-day tasks, and use it as an assistant to really explore how you can give yourself time back for other things that is more important.
Brilliant answer. Over to you, Leanne. I'd love to know how you're embracing AI to help you to fail forward and make mistakes and have fun with it.
Yeah, the A/B testing is so much easier, and you can compare the results and get insights so much faster when you're using the AI to maybe in part generate what you're going to A/B test. If you're not familiar with A/B testing, it's putting two similar things out and then seeing which one works better. But, also what Jeff said earlier, he said, you know what, there's a lot of ways that you have to be careful what you're putting in, because you do too much A/B testing and you're testing the wrong thing. And AI starts thinking that's what you're about when you're, that's another fail forward you can be careful of. Be careful of that feedback loop that you're not, AI has told me some things like, you won all these awards. I'm like, actually, no, where'd you get that from? Be aware, it hallucinates, y'all. Catch it.
Yeah, I love that. I equate to the whole GPS conversation. We've got these GPSs in our cars, and they help us get to where we need to be and get us on the right track. But sometimes following the GPS, religiously might get us stuck. It might end up in a water hole or something along those lines because it's not up to date. So yes, it's still just a tool, right? Em, I'd love to, throw it over to you. What are your thoughts on how we can use AI to help us to embrace the learning curve?
I am an ADHD entrepreneur as well, and so I fail forward fast all the time. It's kind of the way I feel like ADHDers learn, which is possibly why AI has been a really great tool for neurodivergence. One of the things that I've learned the hard way with AI is it actually helps to break things first and then reverse and learn. So when I'm helping people to create their own custom GPTs, they sometimes send me their instructions for the GPT before they've even put it into GPT and say, what would you recommend I change? And I say, I'm not telling you what to change. Put it into the GPT, test it out, see what it comes back with, and that's going to tell you what needs to change. So yes, it might not be perfect. In fact, I don't think I've ever had a custom GPT that is perfect on the first iteration. It's not. You then have to go back, give it feedback, update it. And so I think that's actually the key way to get ahead with AI, is to fail forward fast.
Yeah, and I love that. And don't be afraid to experiment and break things and force it to that point where, because when you break it down, you can have the breakthrough, right? And the saying that comes to mind is, it's actually what accountants love to say, the numbers tell the story. And let that experience and that feedback, because that's all it is just feedback to help you to pivot and adjust and get there faster, right? So Leanne, I love to know, let's get a bit tactical here. What's one underrated AI tool or workflow hack that you're personally using in your day-to-day business that a solopreneur could plug into right now and see results? Now, let's get a little bit more expansive. Let's not just go into ChatGPT prompts and all that sort of thing. Let's go into some of those tools that other people might not be talking about yet.
Boy, that's a good one. Let me think on that one. I'm going to let this go on. I'm much more onto that level at this point. You are amazing with the pictures and the videos.
Yeah, it's geeking out. Look, I'm just following, Jeff J. Hunter's and Austin Armstrong's, their lead by example, and Google Flow and VO right now. We're having so much fun with AI, commercials. And what was possible, like to do the same sort of quality 10 years ago would have cost us thousands of dollars to achieve the same goal. Like, Leanne, do you have a similar story where AI is able to help you to save some money and help you to get that speed to implementation and get the job done with the AI support?
Well, really, I'm in a whole rebrand right now. I'm doing a whole bunch of things and checking, this is what I've been doing. Is this still the right thing? Is this still going to reach the right people? Am I still, or do I need to tweak it? Do I need to change it? How is this layout looking? Simplifying things. My current site is a little messy, how to make it cleaner, simplify it, bring it down, and, learning what to cut. just using it, not just as an assistant, but really like a business partner, like a coach. In fact, I know people who call their AI their coach just because people get freaked out about, oh, it's AI. And I've had people react that way as well. You talk to AI too much. I'm like, maybe we need to change up who I'm telling you I'm talking to.
Well, look, I've actually personally used AI in some circumstances and realizing that it's AI and it can be wrong. But, I've used it in life coaching scenarios. What would I do here? What would I do here? What would you do here? What would you recommend? And then getting it to go through that, that feedback loop or that debating loop, because it can fluff your ego up, right? It can be there just to please you. Joy, you're going through, a very interesting career transition at the moment. I'd love to know some of the AI workflows or tools that you're using to help you to facilitate that conversation.
Okay, so first of all, there's a gazillion tools out there, and not all the tools work for everybody. And I mean, I've had clients that says this tool doesn't work for me, but it works great for me. So just saying it out there before I mention my tools that I use, but I'm a big fan of ChatGPT. I love Perplexity and I love Notebook LM. So I think, and I love Kling AI as well. And I think those are my favorite ones. And the reason I love to use Google LM with Perplexity and ChatGPT is because of the AI bias. And again, like I say, the pleasing and, oh, I love you to pieces. That's what I get from ChatGPT. And I'm like, oh, I don't want you to love me. I want you to be real with me. Tell me as it is. And I feel like the other tools are a little bit more like that. And I don't play so much with Claude, though I have in the beginning, but each to their own. And the reason I love to do these tools together is because you can get real information. Like for writing blog posts, I would use Perplexity as my source of information because it really searched very deep into different sources. And then because I have used ChatGPT with my brand voice and I have custom GPTs writing blog posts for me, I would enter that information into that. And then I would take it a step further and take that beautiful written blog post, put it back into Notebook LM, and it will do that conversational AI and talk about it. And and those are things that you can send to people in private messages. And then they're like, oh, I never knew that AI is going to replace 92 million jobs, and at the same time create 170 million jobs. But these are the type of things that I would encourage people. And so this is why I'm using different tools, just because of the AI bias, and most importantly to get good information out.
I love that. Brilliant answer. And I'm reflecting what Jeff J. Hunter had to say about there's a lot of people using AI, but there's very few people using AI in a useful way. And I think that's a really important distinction to help us to go and stop being lazy with it and really start to embrace it and be useful with it, right? Em, I'd love to hear your answer. What was an underrated tool or workflow hack that you're using daily at the moment?
I'm going to share one, but I just want to also share, like what Joy said, is that there are thousands upon thousands of tools out there. And I believe what we all should be doing is first looking at what you currently do in your business, where the time suck is, and going, what tool would fit that? Start with that first and foremost. However, a tool that I use that saves me hours per week, particularly because I do a lot of learning around what's happening in AI on YouTube, right? Put it in the chat if you're watching live. Put me in the chat if you use YouTube to learn how to do things. So many people do, right? And it takes a long time to get through YouTube clips if you have to watch all of it before you realize if it gives you what you need. Yeah, that you get 20 minutes in, you're like, this isn't even telling me what I need to know. So you can get the Notebook LM Chrome plugin on your Chrome browser, and this then pops up on the side of any YouTube clip. It gives you a summary and a transcript immediately within the first 10 seconds of it loading. You can look through the summary and go, oh, yep, this gives me what I need, or no, actually, that doesn't give me what I need. And that saves me so much time because there's lots of fluff on YouTube, and I just want to get straight to the point, like tell me what I need. And it also can give you timestamps. So I only have the free version of Notebook LM, and you get 15 uses per month, which for me is perfect.
I love that. Absolutely brilliant. And there are a lot of free tools out there to be able to do just that, to help us to get the job done, right? And I love that when you start. Look at the things that are the bottlenecks in your business right now and look at the solution creation tools in that space. Don't get overwhelmed by every single tool out there, because it can be very scary and overwhelming if that's what you're going to do, right? So I love to just, we've probably got about like 6 minutes left of this segment here. So Leanne, over to you. I really am passionate about AI doesn't need to replace our authenticity. I actually think it amplifies it when we use it in the right way. So how are you using AI to stay more connected to your audience, build that trust, lead with empathy, not just efficiency? Really, like, I see so many people at the moment using AI in a way to glow up. And like, if you met that person in an event, you probably wouldn't recognize them because of all of the makeup or the fakeness about it all, right? So how do we use AI to amplify our authenticity?
I'm going to go right back towards podcasting and writing. People are all, oh, wait, write a book by forenoon with chat. That's great. But AI doesn't have experiences. It doesn't go out and smell the fresh air. It doesn't know what it's like to be in a thunderstorm. And it might be able to describe these things, but not the way we do. Like, I have chills right now just saying it. And so when you're creating your like I create a podcast outline, I'm like, great, give me an outline. And then I need to go through it and say, well, here's where my story fits in. And here's where I'll talk about this. You have to put your own story into it. And this is the same. Obviously, if you're writing a book, please don't just publish a book that AI wrote. Just please don't.
Look, and that's a very powerful lesson to drive home. And what I feel like AI has done for me is helped me become a more effective storyteller and a more effective communicator because of that. Joy, over to you. Like, how is AI supporting your business, and how do you think we can, leverage AI to amplify our authenticity, not replace it?
I've got a big thing against AI clones. I'm sorry, I said it out loud, but at least I know I've got marketing friends that's the same.
Let that flag stand for.
You would never, ever find an AI clone of me, ever. I'm sorry, I can't stand it. And I think, and each to their own, if you do it, it's fine, it's your choice. But I just feel it's so unauthentic. And I feel the same, because if I have to go to a networking event and I see this person, I'm like, you vaguely look familiar. And then I'm like, oh, it's that person, but I couldn't recognize you because your AI clone looks so perfect. I just can't deal. And it's the same with what Leanne was saying, is when you write a book, use it. Like, I mean, I have written a few books and I've used AI to do it, but I still spend a good, like, I say 3-4 months writing this book. It's not AI has helped me just to make it a little bit better, but it's all me, all my stories, all my things, the way I would speak to people. And I think that's important, is like, still be you, be your authentic and ethical you, but just use AI to amplify that a little bit so you don't seem like a robot. And for heaven's sake, please do not put direct things from ChatGPT into anything that you write on Facebook or anything. It's just so bad. Just don't do it. First, humanize it if you don't know how to use AI to humanize it. It's just
it's a little bit like trusting the GPS blindly, right? We've got to make sure we put the human back in the loop. Over to you, Em. We've probably got about 3 minutes to close this out. So how can we use AI to amplify our authenticity?
I'm so glad you asked this question, because it's one of my pet peeves at the moment, is that there's now more AI content out there than human generated content. AI is literally eating itself. And it means that we're becoming really beige, and we're not beige. Like, we're human. We're dynamic, And I am with you, Joy. I don't like AI generated videos of people. I feel like it can limit authenticity. So I'm not on board with that yet. And I'm also concerned there might be legal ramifications around deep fakes long term. It's a consideration to have. But what I would say to anyone who wants to ensure they maintain their authenticity, if you're going to use AI in your business, is to know your brand voice very, very, very well before you even start training it. So many people just think their brand voice is friendly and professional. ChatGPT is default friendly and professional. No more friendly and professional. Give it a sense of humor. Know your brand story. Write down your brand story, why you started it. Feed your custom GPTs or whatever platform you use with your brand story so that it can bring your story into what it creates, because that's what people connect with, is story. And so I'm actually not AI first, I'm marketing first. And marketing first is about relationships, and that is always, no matter how much technology changes, marketing is still about connection and relationships. And if we take that away with AI, then it won't resonate.
Actually, I'm going to plant a new flag here, and I'm going to make a declaration. I'm human first. You know, let's be human to human first, right? And use AI secondary. Brilliant conversation, ladies. All right, so we're just going to go around the room and keep our answers short and sweet because we've literally got 60 seconds to go through, all three of us. You know, what is one word of wisdom, and how can people reach out to you if they wanted to? Em, let's start with you.
I would just search my name, MGEMGEE, and you'll find me. LinkedIn, Instagram, those are my social poisons of choice.
Brilliant. Cool. Joy, over to you. How can people reach out to you and connect with you if they want to build a relationship?
Joy Nicholson. I'm on Facebook, YouTube, and also on LinkedIn. That's it. Simple.
Absolutely brilliant. And Leanne, over to you.
Leanne Lyon, LeannLyon.com, as well as on YouTube and Facebook, probably the best, and LinkedIn, of course. And my word of wisdom was make sure we're educating people. 3 seconds of voice, right? Let's educate people about those deep fakes that Em and Joy have kind of talked about here. We need to educate our young people, our old people. My children know not to take any voice that comes over the telephone as being me.
Yeah. Absolutely brilliant, very important message to drive home. So thank you very much for ending a conversation on that note. Ladies, it's been my absolute pleasure. I forward to bringing you back to another conversation with one of our events in the future. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to our next segment now, and I'm going to bring up my beautiful co-host friend, Parisa Rose. Now, Parisa, I know that we were meant to, start this off together, and then life happens, but the show must go on, right? Parisa, it's an absolute pleasure to be here partnering with you to bring the AI and Business Summit together. Thank you for everything that you do. And Parisa, you're muted. I cannot hear you. I can see you. It doesn't look like you're muted. All right. Parisa's going to go off stage and sort that out. All right, let's go. The show must go on, right? We pivot and adjust. That's how leaders roll. So thank you very much for everybody for showing up here and bringing this amazing broadcast to where it is today. Guys, keep commenting, keep sharing, keep the exposure wide out because this is a really important message. This is a really important conversation that we need to bring to the table. Okay, so we're going to go to commercial here. For a second here, and then I'm going to bring Parisa back up. We're going for another attempt at it and see if we can do a bit of a handover. If not, we'll just keep rolling as we go. So we're going to head to commercial, and we'll be back in 60 seconds.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right, let's see if the tech is working for us now. G'day, Parisa. I have no idea what's going on. I cannot hear a word that you're saying. Oh, God. All right, let's keep going. Rock and roll. This is what we do. Okay, thank you very much, Parisa. I'll let you in the backstage to sort all that out and see if you can get that sorted out. We're going to rock and roll. We're going to pivot and adjust. Just as well, I was prepared for today's discussion with my next guest, Jane Slack-Smith. And that's what leaders do, right? We prepare for the inevitable. We prepare for every circumstance. So let's bring up Jane. Thank you very much for coming back to our amazing conversations. Jane, it's absolutely a privilege doing business and life with you. I really love the conversations that we've had over the last 12 months, and I'm looking forward to this one too.
Well, let's hope you can hear me, right? I'm going to say, when the people have the most to say and most contribute, I find that's when whatever it is cuts us off. So I know Parisa's sitting there going, but I have so much to say. And she's had all these circumstances. But, Jeff, we've co-hosted a number of these summits together. And it's so exciting to be in the other seat. So I'm in your hands.
Well, I was looking forward to actually having Parisa co-host this one, but hey, we'll do what we got to do. Parisa, if you want to give a thumbs up, if you want to try again, or do we want to just roll on with this? Give a thumbs up. I can see you. Yeah, let's try again. Let's bring her up to the stage. How are we going, Parisa? Can you hear us okay? No, you can hear us. I can see you, but no, I have no idea what's going on. Anyway, the show must go on, as they say. So let's get centered. Let's get into our heart space, and let's get into this amazing conversation that's ahead. So let me do a quick introduction for Jane Slack-Smith, and then Jane, we're just going to rock and roll.
Let's do that.
With Jane isn't just innovating AI; she's using it to liberate people. You know, Jane Slack-Smith is a pioneering force here in the financial empowerment, and she's a finalist in Australia's inaugural AI Awards. But what sets Jane apart is her heart. You know, from GPTs that walk from struggling farmers to tools that dismantle generational money blocks. You know, she's creating AI that doesn't just automate, it awakens your soul. It awakens that heart within. So if you believe AI can be a force for transformation, not just transaction, then you're about to meet the real proof here. And Jane is an amazing pioneer in this space. You know, welcome to the matrix breaker herself, Jane Slack-Smith. There you go. Can you tell I probably used AI to help out with that?
You did very well. You did very well. Didn't hallucinate at all.
No, not at all. So let's start here, Jane. What's the moment where it clicked for you that AI could do more than just boost productivity?
You know, I have always been an early adopter, and and that just means sometimes you make mistakes, sometimes you're playing with things, you think, how can I use this? And I know that technology is an enabler. I know that it can collapse time. I know that it's a powerful force, but I also know that as humans, with our human hearts and our brains and our the latest research in neuro science and how we operate, that there's a way that we need to turn up and be able to be not just consistent in how we use AI, but actually come from the heart and see it as a tool and a leveraging tool. And I love what the last panel had to say about, how it's not just about getting to know your ideal client, it's getting to know them on a visceral level that then connects to you and what you can serve them with, and then your heart and what you want to deliver. It allows you to not just play with fixing up emails, but it allows you to actually know who you're working with, how you serve, and helps you break down some of those subconscious beliefs that are holding you back.
Yeah, right. It's definitely an empowerment tool when you use it in the right way. I find that the way that I'm helping my community personally is to find their voice and unlock that heart space, unlock that purpose space. And, what Jim Collins calls good to great, that ikigai spot, that sweet spot. And I find when you can do your own research and do your deep dive, like for me, right, I've got something to say. I'm obsessed. I can't shut up, and that's what happens when you find that sweet spot, right?
Yeah. And I think also, like, as you mentioned with the awards, I had been committed over the last 25 years to help everyday people basically break loose the conditions of money and allow them to live their best lives. I'm like, well, how can I assist with that? And so, over that period of time, I had been in property investing. But I know that there's other things that I can assist in. And I wanted to not just lose that information, but serve the community. And I thought, how can I democratize education and allow people to have access to my brain without having to pay me an hourly rate or me answering the same questions? And I had done 10 years of monthly Q&As on every question on property investing and webinars, etc. And so I put it into an AI avatar. And with respect to Joy, that's me with my video, but I listen to some of the questions and I see these questions people asking, and they're questions that they can't ask anyone else. How do I tell my wife I've lost my job? How do I navigate this? How can you assist me in understanding my next investment decision so I don't lose the family fortune? And I think that's where we can use AI to actually take what we know and create a receptacle that people can use and democratize our knowledge.
And I love that. And I think the conversation from the last lady is you're talking about authentic AI in that space, and the conversation we're having now and what I see you doing as well is this the difference between lazy use of AI versus useful AI? And when we can be transparent about it as well, that we're embracing it, that we're leveraging it, and it's bringing it into that useful space, I feel like this is the conversation where we're going, because people don't want to deal with fake clones and stuff. Who wants to? Like, that's fake. It's transactional. But when we get into this part, we get past that and we go deeper, this is where we get really unlocked, right?
Yeah, and I also think, and I'm going to share with you an example, it collapses time. So as I'm thinking something, I would normally ruminate over, an idea for weeks and months, and now I can get into it, and I can do it so quickly now. I ran a webinar on imposter syndrome, understanding how to deal with it, and at the end of it, everyone's giving me some lovely comments. And one lady said, and I was using the neuroscience of actually understanding what's going on, as well as the belief systems. And this lady said, this seems so powerful, but I have dyslexia. So I'm going to have to watch this 3 times to understand really the messages and what I can do. I was like, actually, we can do something on that right now. And we turned it into a custom GPT. And I was like, watch me build this live. Who would help someone with dyslexia? ChatGPT. It is a specialist teaching assistant. What age group would you center the conversation around? A 9-year-old. How would I write this? And I created a prompt, created a comprehension companion custom GPT, and I said, dump the transcript in. Anyone can use this. It's in the store, And she just burst into tears. This room of 80 people on Zoom burst into tears, because it just showed you how quickly you can assist your clients in ways that you don't even manufacture. It's just like, in the moment, I know what you need. Let me just collapse time and make it happen.
Beautiful story. Let's go deeper in here with this, and you've shared a story with me too around struggling farmers in the past, and I want you to maybe share this with the community. Like, it's an incredible space where you can help struggling farmers in such a compassionate space. So what pain point did you see, and how does this tech help to solve and put power back in their hands in a practical way?
Well, I can't take credit completely. So this is standing on the shoulders of giants, and it's actually one of my clients who has done this. So, I have a friend who had created this incredible GPT, the Roscoe, based on Roscoe Patterson's insights into the most insightful questions he's ever had, that he's exposed insights that he never thought possible. The Roscoe, people are, leaving abusive marriages, creating marketing campaigns, navigating life using this kind of life coach, general tool available to everyone. And I was demonstrating this to my coaching clients, and I was saying, how you can use this. And one of the clients, Al, her heart space is storytelling for the Australian farmers. And there's a horrible drought going on in South Australia, horrible. And she got in her car from Toowoomba. She's driven down to South Australia. I had to document this. Incredible photographer and storyteller for showcasing Australian farmers. And she's chatting to this farmer. He said, I don't want to talk about the drought. What are you doing? She said, I'm learning a bit about AI. He said, it's going to destroy lives. It's going to get my kids won't even have jobs. We're going to have to kick them off the farm. There's nothing here. And she said, well, let me just show you how this one little tool could give you some insights. And she's sitting there, it's smoko at shearing time, and they're having this break. And she said, just talk to it and tell it what's going on. He said, look, I'm a 3rd, 4th generation farmer. I could lose my entire family's legacy. It's killing me. I've got all of this stock. I can't feed them. I've got no water. What do I do? Now, over the course of a conversation, he's like, I have been worried about this for the last 6 months. It's given me a 90-day plan. You're not in building stage, you're not in legacy stage. Get rid of the old stock, keep the young stock to breed off. It's preservation. He's there going, this has changed my life. Al's gone, I am now going to create a custom GPT just for the Australian farmers, and any farmer, drought, tariffs, flood, whatever, bushfires. How do we navigate this for people who don't have a conversation or someone they can chat to? And she's called it the bush compass. It's like having a chat to a mate over a fence. And when I hear stories like that, and I'm like, people are sitting with AI going, how do I, here's my email, make it better. I'm just sitting there going, you can transfer our lives. Like there's people out there who could take that now and actually create hope. And that's what I think it's all about.
And I think we're only just seeing the surface level of what actually is really possible and what can be unlocked in this space. Like, as you're describing that story, right, I can only imagine the emotional state of that farmer. When our emotions are high, our intelligence is low. And when this helps us to bring us back out of our head, back into that heart space and be able to process it from a intelligent space. I love what you've been able to, share in that story. So let's talk about going deeper here with mindset blocks. Like you talk a lot about this in your podcast interviews and everything that you show up. I just love how you unpack and dissect this for us. So you talk about using AI, not just for content, but for inner transformation, like helping people like this farmer, uncover subconscious patterns. So how does something like the money mojo or the matrix breaker in this space actually help someone move past emotions and into those mindset blocks?
Look, and referencing back to Em in the last panel about knowing your ideal client, I used to have a team of people that used to spend like 6 weeks in getting the ideal client avatar down for the webinar so we could sell, a course. And it was around, what wakes them up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now we know them so well, we can get down to what's the incognito Google search they do? What's the drunken text they sell to their friends? We've got such a knowledge base of our ideal clients now. And it gives us an opportunity to go, okay, if we can give everyone tools, but what's really holding us back? And to your point, AI is an incredible, growth opportunity for us to leverage. But the human capacity of knowledge and human science and neuroscience and quantum physics and all these other things are telling us what's really going on. And it's the combination of this is where I believe that we can actually raise humanity. And when I think about, between the age of 0 and 7, we're imprinted with these beliefs that then for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years become so subconscious that it's just the way we operate. By the time we're 35, 80% of all of our habits are set. We get out of bed the same side every morning. We brush our teeth with the same hand. We do all of these things. We don't think about it. So what else aren't you thinking about? And we know now from science, a lot of the stories and how we perceive things are an illusion. So we've created these beliefs of I have to do this to be accepted, loved, safe, secure. And I'm like, how can, it doesn't matter if people are trying to build businesses or build property investment strategies or, build a future for their family. If there's something internally holding them back, how do I help them expose that? And so essentially, I just created these tools that ask people the stories. And it gets, if you think about your money stories, what were your parents telling you about money? What were the songs, that you're hearing about money? I work hard for my money. All of these songs, all of this reinforcement are the money stories, but it's not just the money stories. It's how we turn up and how we navigate relationships. And so what I love is, AI is cool and it's trending and everyone wants to be in, I'm like, sure, let's jump on that bandwagon so we can actually increase the knowledge base of humanity and how people operate so they can live their fulfilled life. They can live with purpose. They can unwrap the conditions, limitations, beliefs, and patterns that are on top of them to let them actually go, this is the life I want and it's possible.
Wow. Powerful. We could talk about that for hours. I know we could, but we've got 2 minutes left. So I'd like to just wrap up on this note and leave it to you. What's your vision for how AI can close, not widen, the gap in access to wealth, tools, and transformation? You've got 2 minutes. The 2 minutes is yours.
Okay, let me go. Look, I think it is about exiting the matrix. I think it is about realizing the conditions that you've set for yourself. I have to go to university to get a good job, to be able to get the career ladder, to get the house I want, so then I can have an enjoyable life. And I think AI allows us to go, what if I want to do something different. What if there's an opportunity for me to have that little idea that could become a side hustle, that could become $100 million business? We heard Johan talk about his plan for his business, exit at 100 million. Like, what is possible if we take these things off? I think wealth creation and I think finances are the things, finance and time, having coached thousands of people over the last 20 years, are the limitations that most of us have. And AI allows us to go, okay, let's take money off the table. I think I'm working hard for that beach house. What's the beach house give me? It gives me somewhere where the family can come to. It gives me, you know, some type of connection and love and security. Could I have that without the $1 million beach house and all the effort for 20 years to get there? And I think AI just allows us to go, what if? What if? Brainstorm it. You know, you don't have to be set in the way you do things.
I'm trying to reflect who actually said it now. I can't remember now, but one of our guests today said it allows us to dream bigger in a much more mammoth way. And,
exactly. I know I've got 30 seconds, but I'm going to say Christmas time, ChatGPT and I had a conversation. I said, my last book took me months to write. How can I create, and I did it in solitude, how can I create my next book in a community? And now, you know, my podcast, Exit the Matrix, 25 weeks in of talking to thought leaders of how to create a life of abundance and that is aligned to your life. And I'm doing it and sharing the interviews as we go. Will there be a book? I don't know, Jeff.
We will see, but absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Jane, for your time here today. Thank you for your servant-hearted leadership and the way that you show up and serve this narrative and being part of the pioneering storytelling force that we need here in today. We need more people like you helping us to, you know, turn AI into really useful ways. I love what you're doing in that space. Thank you.
Thank you. Takes one to know one. All the best.
Right. Thank you. We're going to move on to our next guest. And our next guest I've been also watching from afar and admiring from afar. And I'm really looking forward to getting to know this gentleman a little bit more intimate. Are you picking up some golden drops here? You know, AI is a really powerful tool to help us to be more intimate with ourselves, more intimate with our community, and more intimate with how we can be of service. And drive that home. Intimacy, when we've got that into me see working for us, AI can unlock a lot of power for us. So it's my absolute pleasure to welcome up the stage Kanji Low. So let me do a quick introduction and then let's just dive straight in, Kanji. All right, so let's get ready to lean in. Like we're hearing guest after guest, wisdom after wisdom being dropped here, and Kanji's going to take it to a whole nother level because this guest is about to help you to transform the tech that you're already using. Kanji is not already just an AI expert in his own right. He's a visionary. He's a strategist who builds bridge-cutting innovation, real-world business growth, whether you're running the Fortune 500 boardroom or you're hustling a startup from Africa or any corner of the globe. Kanji brings a perspective here that transcends borders and industries. So let's dive in, Kanji. I'd love for you just to start with this opening connection point here for our audience to get to know you and for me to get to know you as well. For those of you who are meeting for the first time, let's give us a bit of a snapshot. What drives your work at the intersection of AI and business today?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Jeff. And I want to thank the Los Angeles Tribune as well for having me too. So what really drives me is the fact that creativity is now scalable, right?
Yeah.
And I love how everyone just jumps on to not just AI, but just their gifts, and they're able to scale their gifts through AI, the tech, everything. So I feel like it's such an enablement, and like even in my own work, helping my marketing clients as well, I'm just seeing them be able to, you know, have their own stage with their own businesses, be able to leverage the AI, leverage the tech, leverage their brand voice, and be able to share their voice as well. So I actually resonate quite a lot with you, man, because like you always are about like raising the voice and, you know, amplifying the voice. So I definitely resonate on the fact that AI has done so much for us. Just
to echo what you've just said there, I'm living proof of what you've just said. You know, like I'm a high school dropout. I haven't got any degrees to my name. I've gone through the school of hard knocks, but I've been able to embrace AI in a way that helped me to unlock and find my potential in that space and find that power within that space. And yeah, man, it's brilliant to actually, you know, be on this call with you today. You're someone that I've been admiring and wanting to get to know a bit better. So I'm a little bit, a bit of a selfish thing here. I'm actually really awesome that, we get to have this conversation together. So tell us your aha moment when you realized AI wasn't just about tech, but it was about a business growth tool that could change everything that we see today.
Yeah, so I'll start from where I first got into the online space, and then we'll go from there. So when I jumped into the online space, I was obviously coaching, mentoring. So that was my bread and butter. I previously was in an IT role as a project manager, so I was really good with the tech, really good at managing people. Had a team of 30 staff overseas in Malaysia, Philippines, in India as well. And I was made redundant. So from then I was just like, okay, I got to make things work. I got to show up. I got to, do the things I need to do in my life to move on. Right. So I discovered the online space after maybe 2 years coaching online, mentoring people. I was actually asked to speak. So in 2023, I got a random LinkedIn message from a conference producer over in Malaysia. And they asked me, oh, Kanji, we're looking for a moderator for our AI and big data summit. And I know that you do a little bit in regards to the blockchain space. We'd love for you to come and speak. And I was like, okay, I don't know much about AI. I don't know much about big data. How do I get myself involved? So I started just delving into the tools. Obviously, ChatGPT was in its infancy stage then. There's some hallucinations. The model wasn't as refined as it is now, and obviously it's still evolving. But yeah, I dove right in, and I started learning a little bit of LangChain, all these different models on how you can create agents and AI as well. So I eventually got on stage and I delivered a talk and keynote. It was like, how to tie the future tech with humanity. And I delved into the trends and all that kind of thing. So from there was my big aha moment. I'm like, man, if all these smart people in the room and they're all talking about this AI that I've only just heard maybe in the last 6 months, how do I leverage that in my own business? And how do I help other people enable that? So that was the thing that I started pushing. Obviously, I moved away from coaching. I still coach people here and there, and I still mentor people. But I then was like, okay, how do I scale this? So I then created the agency, Synapse AI. From there, I'm obviously, integrating with AI automations, agents, but also with marketing clients. And that's how I've integrated in the AI world and AI space, and, just really sharing the tools as well.
Mate, it's a brilliant story. And I love how you've just embraced entrepreneurialism and, the tools that we've got to be able to help expand that. So let's get practical. What's the simplest, most powerful way a business owner that's listening to our audience, our broadcast today, how can they use AI right now, even if they're just getting started?
I would say start with ChatGPT. Whether you realize it or not, I got off a phone call with a really close friend of mine, and he was like, the way that you help people prompt on ChatGPT is different. I'm like, yeah, because not many people know how to leverage ChatGPT beyond the capability of it being just Google search, right? You can actually get it to do so much more. So there's obviously prompt engineering, and then there's context engineering where you put a little bit more context behind your prompts. But then there's also context engineering and JSON prompting now, where you see the crazy Rolex ads or, the Dyson ads, and you can actually get it to a certain time frame within the 8 seconds to get the output that you want. So I would say with business owners who are just starting out, start there first. Get used to creating the content for your marketing. Get used to writing the emails. Get used to that first, and then start building up. There's actually businesses out there. Yeah, exactly. So there are businesses out there that are actually making money from GPTs, $1 million businesses making money just selling GPTs. And when I heard that from the first time, exactly, right? So when I heard that for the first time, I'm like, oh, okay. So just start with ChatGPT first, and then you'll start finding another tool that you resonate with, whether it's Perplexity, Claude, whether it's building automations on NAN or Make. You'll start somewhere first, but I reckon start at ChatGPT, 100%.
Yeah, and that's it. You got to start somewhere first, but then when you realize the power, for me, and I know for you, it becomes an obsession. It's what can we do next? What can we do next? Exactly. Right? It becomes a bit addictive, yeah.
Yes.
You both work for high-level execs and grassroots entrepreneurs. So what is the most common mistake you see people in how they're approaching AI in today's world?
Yeah, I feel there's a little bit of misinformation in regards to AI, right? Because in the sense that when you go in front of an exec or you go in front of the big corporations, they think AI and they're like, oh, like this thing can do things straight away for me. There's still the back end of you building that workflow or building that logic, which is required, right? So
the mechanical piece,
exactly, right? So like when you get let's say if someone's asking you to run ads, for example, like ads are still not automated just yet because the platform of Meta hasn't done that, but they are looking towards automating ads. But what you can automate is the content production to put those ads and launch those ads. That's one example. Another example is, I don't know, like a service desk ticket for an IT firm, right? A lot of the time they're thinking, oh, can this AI agent grab all these tickets and then use these tickets to then give it to my client so that they can process the ticket? I'm like, no, you have to put the process in place, have the workflows, and then you can get the output. It's the same thing in business. Like if you look at anything, the misinformation is that it's not quick. You still have to have the infrastructure. You still have to build it. You still have to have a team as well to execute on that and refine it, right? It's not going to be, okay, set and forget. That's it. The AI is done. You have to nurture it. You have to maintain it. You have to train it. And it's the same thing. It's like a kid. It's like a baby, right? You gotta look after the kid.
Yeah, I love that. So can you walk us through a bit of a client story where you helped AI unlock a bit of a breakthrough, whether it was sales or systems or scaling their business? Can you share a story in that light?
Yeah, sure. So I help a lot in the lead generation space. So I really love AI email. If you don't know anything about AI email, it's such a game changer, and I feel like it's underestimated. So I helped a client recently, and they actually are a newsletter for old folks, right? And what they do is they have 60,000 people that get print for the newsletter, but they need more help in regards to reaching out to aged care facilities, to old folks' homes, to meal plans, and mobility companies as well. So they engage me, and they're like, okay, like we really want to be able to grow this so that we can get it out to the people. And I really love this guy's vision because the client, right? Because his parents went through that same situation. They didn't have anything to read or anything. So I was talking to him, and we got them some really good results in regards to AI email, because they have a system in place, like a CRM system, but it's quite outdated. But we were able to save them a lot of time and also get them a bunch of new leads, with their verticals. So that's one example. Another one I've helped them get 4,000 contacts. Obviously 2% of them were qualified leads for an accounting firm. That was able to drive some sales through them as well. So yeah, there's a few client examples. Yeah, but again, it's just the power of AI, and again, how you use it and the brains that are behind it too.
I love that. It's all about how you use it. So, AI is moving very fast, as we know. In like last 3 years, what we've seen is light years. And look, I get it. It freaks a lot of people out because of that overwhelm. So how do you balance innovation with ethical responsibility in your work?
Yeah, I would say do what you can with what you have. And what I mean by that is with innovation, right? Like there's so many ideas out there. There's so many things that you can execute on. But like choose one idea, choose one problem that you want to solve today. The one thing I love about Jane, what she was talking about, is transforming lives. Like how can you transform someone's life with AI? Same thing. So with innovation, just think of what problems you currently have or your clients have that you can solve immediately. That's the first thing. With the ethical side of things, I would say like just obviously privacy is the main thing, right? Like if you're working with clients that protecting their clients' data, obviously maintain that. But the efficiency side of things won't necessarily need that client data. So it might be that you help them create the document or template for a proposal that they send out to their clients. Like plumbers, for example, like to be honest, honestly, they're quite terrible at doing invoices, but if you can streamline that process, it's beautiful. That's a win for you, right? So there's so many use cases out there for both the innovation side, but start with the problem first, and then with the ethical side of things, just understand what it is and what implication it has for your clients, but also for yourself as well, and work around the efficiencies and how you can make those efficiencies work for you.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Really awesome insights there, and I'm loving this conversation. So let's go a little bit deeper here. What's one thing leaders should be thinking about now to stay relevant and responsible as AI evolves over the next 12 to 18 months?
I would say, firstly, collaborate. So if you see any other leaders that are out there that are sharing the voice of AI and, just sharing insights and, sharing the gifts as well, I would say collaborate, because, at the end of the day, if you find someone else that's sharing something and they're doing amazing, like credit them, like give them props, like, and they will actually thank you as well, because there's that law of reciprocity. So that's the first thing. I would say, as the responsibility of the leader, in the space, I would say just to understand that what you say, people actually take on. So you have to be leading by example, right? If you're using AI, right, for your own business, people are going to resonate with that because they're going to be using that as well, right? And at the same time, right, like with AI and what you use, like obviously, like show people how to do it. Show people how to actually lead by example as well, because you're leading by example, and then they will also reflect the same thing too. And in regards to AI, the technology itself, it always comes down to the person. It's just with any tool, just amplification of that tool, enablement of that tool.
I've been watching afar for a little while now, Austin, Jeff, yourself, Melissa, and Johnathan, Mast, and a few experts in this space. But what I love, what I'm watching and I'm seeing is the collaboration, and there's no competition anymore. It's just, how can we support each other? The world's big enough. Let's go support it. Let's talk a bit about that competition versus collaboration. I think that's an important topic to really unpack. And it doesn't need to all be about AI, right? Let's talk about some business stuff there in that space. So what are you seeing the impact in that collaborative project that you've got going?
Yeah, so I love working with people and helping them establish their brands, right? And I love just collaborating with people in regards to helping them with their gifts. So if they managing tools or anything like that, just working on that. So I'm actually collaborating with a software, and it's like it's called Computer X. And what they do is they basically have a LLM that's on locally, but it runs different tools and tasks. So it's kind of like your ChatGPT agent mode, but it's run locally. So they've engaged with me for some collaboration. There's a whole bunch of other collaborative efforts that have come, especially because just getting out there and collaborating with other leaders in the space, and obviously getting a bit of a following. And from those collaborative projects, like you share them, they share you, and it's just that energy, right? Energy doesn't lie. Like, as long as you are there to help someone else, someone will also help you too.
It's about raising the bar of vibration at a higher elevation,
man. Yeah.
All right, man. Well, we've got probably about 2 minutes left. So what's final word of wisdom, that you wish someone told you 10 years ago? What would you like to share with our community?
Yeah, maybe what I'll share with everyone is, like, everyone's unique. I would say you're 1 in 8 billion. And that means that you have a unique fingerprint in this world to share what you're really about. Like, even if it's something that you're really proud of, or maybe not so proud of, your story, that is what makes you unique and what makes you shine. So even if it's through the tech, through business, or whatever it may be, that just enables you to scale at a larger rate. And from there, you can see how many people in the world will start resonating with that, because you're fully authentic with yourself first. So that's what I would share with everyone.
Be fully authentic yourself, and I just love that. That's a beautiful note to leave on. Kanji, mate, I really look forward to seeing where our relationship goes and our connection and support goes in that space, mate. But thank you very much for just saying yes to sharing your wisdom with our community here today.
Thank you for having me, Jeff. Appreciate you, brother.
Okay, so thank you, Kanji. Well, I'm going to try again. We're going to go attempt 3 here. What does they say? 3rd time's a charm. And we're going to bring up Parissa Rose here. And I'm going to try and do a bit of a handover. So I'm praying, Parissa, can we talk?
Can you hear me now? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You have no idea. I was like, I will not be defeated. I refuse to be defeated. Today has been like the day of, hey, you ready to face that challenge? Okay, let's keep going and keep going. Like
talk about test after test.
All day today. And you know what? That's what we are called to do. Just continue to rise up and see challenges as the moment, not as the totality of something, right?
Right. I love the conversation, the theme that, every broadcast that we do has a theme, has a through line, right? It's fascinating. Yes. And today's broadcast has been about raising the elevation, raising the vibration. And yet we're talking about AI in business.
Yeah.
I love it. It's brilliant.
Right.
So I'm going to do a bit of a handover here. I'm going to help you bring up our next guest, which we've got, we've got Carly Woods, we've got Johan, and we've got a beautiful couple here with Stacey and Bruno. So guys, hang on, Johan, it's not here. There he is. Here he goes. You're in great hands with Parissa Rose. Parissa Rose is our CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune. I've gotten to know Parissa in an amazing way over this last 12 months. I actually got to meet her in person at Los Angeles Tribune Barnes & Noble event just a couple of weeks ago. And so you're in great hands. I'm going to go off and have a little bit of a break, and I'm going to leave it over to Parissa. Thank you, Parissa, for everything you do.
Thank you, Jeff. And thank you for your patience and your willingness to not even fight through, but just like, hey, let's be creative, let's be innovative, and let's figure it out. Because, when we're live, anything goes, right? And the willingness to just be real about the moments of being live, man, there's nothing but transparency and vulnerability. Here we are. Regardless of how many tech advances we have, it doesn't matter. We're still human. We're still operating in real time. And sometimes our mics choose to disconnect from the browser, and we get to figure it out. So it is so good to be here with all of you, those that are listening online, and those of you that are here on the screen with me on stage right now. So we may have not met yet, but hi, it's good to meet all of you.
Hi.
Hey, how are you? Stacey, Bruno, Johan. So I know that Jeff has spoken nothing but amazing words about all of you. And I will go over just briefly kind of who you guys are each, and then we're going to dive into the first question. And I'm going to let you know the first question before I give a brief intro, so you guys have a moment to just kind of sit with it, so that when we go to the question, you can give the most rich, robust answer possible. So the question will be, what is your first aha moment that you've had when utilizing AI, whether it be an integration tool, however it was that you were interacting with an AI method, tool, whatever it would be. I don't want to limit what it could be, but what was your first aha moment? So that's the question. Now I'll go through some intros. So we've got Carly Woods up here up top next to me. Carly Woods, a conscious creator and a tech translator who bridges AI with soul-led storytelling and authentic digital connection. Ooh, that is definitely Then we've got we've got Stacey and Bruno, who are a dynamic duo helping communities and business owners create freedom, flow, financial resistance through smart tech and systems. Very necessary as well. And then we've got Johan here, a scale strategist, entrepreneur, and systems master who's helped thousands of businesses leverage automation and AI to create exponential growth. So now I will start with Carly. Carly, what was your first aha moment when utilizing AI?
Yes, well, thank you for everybody that's still staying on now, or the audience. Good for you to keep going, and all the people that we've had so far, absolutely amazing. I have come from a world of running automotive in the automotive industry, and we're all dinosaurs back there. So we used to still fax documents to, finance brokers. And I think it was back then, like 10 years ago, when we started and we changed the whole dealership, and we were like, do you know what, we should email this. to people, like, this could be quicker, guys. And then from them, I actually created a multi-million-dollar financial industry in Australia. And I think it was the time where I thought I was really automated and everything was working perfectly. And we got 30,000 leads overnight and everything broke. And that was the time where I was like, we have got to get better than this, you know, and we have got to make sure that not everything is just working in automation, but it's actually working seamlessly and together and everything makes sense. So I think my aha moment is the fact that it's not just AI, it's also automation. I think the buzzword is AI, but what people don't realize is it's AI that works in conjunction with automation. And it's about streamlining your processes so everything talks together. But the most important thing is that, you know, I've got all the alphabets of the numbers in my whatever, my personality. And I think that we can be the most productive people ever in the world. And that's the most exciting thing ever.
Oh, that's so solid. I love that you brought up that, yes, automation. I feel like it's something that is said and is passed over so easily, right? But I will tell you that on a daily basis, when I'm working on things and I don't want to say like I'm held up on something, but I notice that I'm going into more of like a hesitation kind of state with whatever task it is. Anything that I'm hesitating with, or anything that I feel a little more apprehensive because it takes a little more or a lot more bandwidth of mine, that's where I can automate something. And that's key. That's huge. That could transform my entire workflow, right? So automation is key. I love that you said that. Okay. I would love to go to Stacy and Bruno. What was your aha moment when utilizing AI?
First, we wanted to say thanks for the opportunity with JR, Jeffrey Ross. You know, we were on his podcast when he first started. There was like 2 of us on there years ago. And I used to just sit there because we're on the East Coast of America and he was up all hours of the morning, but I would just sit and watch them guys. They were great. So thank you. And I got to start with an Austin Armstrong quote that says, if you want to level up, follow a room full of killers. And my wife and I now have watched this today, and wow, what a great day. So not to take too much time, our aha moment was, I've been in technology since I was very, very young. You know, I worked on a Texas Instrument computer, so I go way, way back. You know, my wife wasn't big into technology, but she ran law offices and she knew plenty of office technology and things. But you know, that was the most of it. So I was working on AI, you know, deeply over the last 2 to 3 years. And she started to work on, you know, some of the large language models, especially ChatGPT, you know, and no, I'm too big, you know, we're in real estate and things like that. And, you know, after a few months of working with her on it and stuff now, my wife stands by me and we teach hundreds, if not now thousands of people across the country together.
Yeah. Wow.
We found that ChatGPT was the most user-friendly. And so I started practicing with that and learning the prompts and those aha moments where when I started integrating it into our real estate business, given also the legal background too, it just soared. And so it really helped integrate so fully into our business that people were asking us what we were doing a lot differently. And then it started triggering some additional things to maybe, why don't we expand this and teach people in the beginning processes to get that fear out of what a lot of people feel about AI and make it a lot about, you know, learning it and taking the fear out.
So solid. I realized I'm like, actually, I have a question that came up for me and I was like, no, I'm going to hold this question for the following question that I'm going to ask the group, because there's just so much goodness there. So I'm going to say that about everybody because I mean it. It's going to be redundant and I need to find more words at times, but I'll just be real. It's how I feel. You guys are all so solid in your responses and they're all such practical applications, what you're saying. You know, yes, ChatGPT, I would completely agree. I use several different, you know, AI integrations within whatever workflow it might be. And I know people that utilize 10 times the amount that I do. Mm-hmm. But I do feel like, yes, I think that's a great place to start if people haven't started yet. And I do have a follow-up question for you, Stacy, in particular, something you said regarding ChatGPT and prompting. So I'll hold that until we go to the next one. So Johan, I would love to hear from you. What was your aha moment when utilizing AI?
My greatest aha moment was that AI can predict the future. And so we're all very predictable, and success leaves clues, as Tony Robbins says. And so I gave it my goals, and I said, hey, this is what I want to achieve for my company. And it said, great, here's different ways. And then I said, break that down for me and break it down into all these different, I broke it down into a book. So it's a 12-chapter book about the story of our business predicted in the future. And then I showed this to my team, and my team said, oh, wow, we're at chapter 4. We're trying to get to chapter 12. And they went, wow, when we get past chapter 4, chapter 5 is absolutely amazing. Can't wait to do that. And it rallied the entire team. And the whole team's like, chapter 5, let's go. And so by it being able to understand all the other companies that have come before us and understanding the success patterns that they had and how they did what they did, it plotted the pathway for us. And now here we are following the manual that it's created for us.
So it's almost like this manual that you're able to create, utilizing prompting to continue to break things down, almost gave clarity to the human part of this equation of the value of sweat equity. Would you say that'd be
100%? And it removed all the distractions, because it's like, you don't need to do these things. It's not part of the plan. It doesn't help you get there. It's nice. It might make you feel good, but it's not part of the plan. Continue on this path. And it's because everybody knows their roles now in the company and what they need to do in order to achieve that. They know what they got to do, and to get us to chapter 5.
Identifying distractions as a no nonsense, just it's not relevant, move on, move forward, keep going. Yes, I love this. Okay. So we're going to dive right in, and I'm going to go different order this time. We're going to go straight to Stacy and Bruno. So I would love to know specifically, with you utilizing Chat GPT, how did you improve your ability to prompt and improve your prompting ability, just in general, whether it be the same kind of concept or thought and thread, or switching completely different concepts? How did you improve your ability to prompt? Because I feel like a lot of people don't really have the greatest concept, or they get stuck a lot on, I don't know what to say, and they ask the same type of questions.
So clarity is one of the things that you had brought up. First of all, we introduced ourselves to our generator, our Atlas, my virtual assistant Atlas, and Bruno's is Sage. And we introduced ourselves to the generator because that was going to become our virtual assistant. And so we described ourselves. We told a lot of different information to our generator. So it started to learn a lot about ourselves. So it learned different tonality from myself versus Bruno, and our different backgrounds and different skill sets. That's what helped us to start asking questions as if we were a leader in that particular industry. So if we were asking questions to prompt in a certain way, and coming from the legal background, I can ask it in all different directions. If I wasn't getting the exact answer I wanted, just retry, re-ask the question and prompt it in a certain way that it can then keep learning more about you, which then gives it more knowledge and feeds itself more, so you can, get to the next step.
Yeah, and what she's explaining there is we use it much more personally than a lot of folks do. So we, I'm proficient in Perplexity, Ideogram, Leonardo. I went through all the large language models, but they don't have the personalization that Chat does. So as it begins to learn more about you, you can ask it what questions to ask. And I know that sounds a little bit wonky, but it can help you create your prompts more effectively. So that could say, if you're stumped, you could say, listen, I need 3 different ideas, random, one funny, one angry, one faith-built, however you want to do it in that regard. So as it gets to know you, it could certainly start to make you better right through what you're having problems with, because you're working on it.
Mm-hmm. I so agree with that. That's been incredibly helpful for me. I will often ask any of the chats that I'm using, I'll often ask, what am I missing? Where are my blind spots?
That's right.
And identify a variety of blind spots that, and then break it down for me simply, with an ability for me to then ask follow-up questions that will provide clarity.
And just to finish that topic off, Parissa, I even put a post up either yesterday or today that I literally was running out the door and I didn't have all my scheduled posts ready. I literally said, Sage, I need a good morning post, a good morning image with post. It created the image of both me and Stacy with good morning, with some real estate, with AI, with our tagline already included on it. And it already had like a few sentences, copy, paste, image, see you later. You know, so because it knows so much about us, it already knows I need a good morning post. It already knows I need an evening post. It creates the image and everything like that with the branding right away.
Treating it more like a human, less like a machine is what I'm gathering.
100%. Yeah.
That's it. And ChatGPT specializes in that personalization, unlike Perplexity or, you know, some of the other large language models.
And then it becomes more authentic to you as well. So it learns your personality, and then it's authentic to you. So when we teach our interactive workshops for the beginning classes, we're heavily engaged. They're on their devices and they're learning just as if you were in a classroom. So we really go step by step with them. So
we literally start from the download process, literally. You know, as advanced as all the folks are that have been helping us and working with us on this panel and throughout the night, there's a massive swath of the community that still has no idea what to do. So while you guys are really doing a great job helping folks like us get to the next level, we're still trying to help the folks that didn't even get started yet. And it's really been great. And that's been a lot of aha moments.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
It's exciting to see them get on and then improve their visibility on social media and build their brands to an even bigger segment that they already are. And that's what, we get a lot of, those are the real haha moments.
So good. So good. I would love to, I hope everyone's writing this down. I know that I've got my mental notes right now. I usually am writing notes, but just today I've got my mental notes because I feel like I'm very in sync with this roundtable right now, which is a really great feeling to have. I feel like there's just a really awesome synergy here. I would love to go to Johan for this secondary question. I would love to know what's a very practical way that you utilize AI that makes your life or your business more streamlined, more simplified, more time efficient. What's a practical tool?
It's literally used every day by myself, by my team, everyone in my company. We call ourselves an AI first company. So we have AI powered individuals who can get 10 times more work done and in a more fun way. So everybody's having a great time by doing it, and their productivity is through the roof so it is practical. It's also to add on to, the prompt question that you asked just before. Guys, there's amazing people like Johnathan Mast. You've got Austin Armstrong. Johnathan Mast training is second to none. Yeah. These guys are out there. They're trialing the best things. Buy the training. It saves you so much time. Yeah. Go onto the forums. People are sharing all of their posts with you, all the different prompts that they're using. Practice it. So when I first got onto Midjourney like 3 years ago, I used to just go onto all the forums and go and grab all the different prompts and try it out. And that's how you learn, right? It's just the way humans are. And so now you've got leaders who've come up there and who have their entire staff training on all these things. They've spent all the time. They show you how to build stuff. Just go pay for the training. It saves you so much time, and your productivity you can take in leaps.
So good. Yes, so much is said there. Okay. I'm like, I can't even break it all down because there's so much. Again, I hope you guys are all writing this down because this is it's a comprehensive conversation and discussion that, I feel like each point is really meeting people exactly where they are. And you can be at completely different places because it's all so relevant. I would love to dive a little bit more into, if you can respond within a minute or less. I know it's a bit of a challenge, but I'm going to challenge you to do that. How you say you're an AI first company, AI first business. If you have those on your team that are not as AI centric, what is one way that you encourage people that you work with, your colleagues, to lean more into AI utilization?
Yeah, 100%. Well, we've got these amazing tools like YouTube, Instagram, where they can plug into the channels and they can get upgraded so quickly. So we've got some core trainings that are, 6 hours long, 8 hours long, etc. that will say, hey, you're coming onto the team, welcome. Click this, watch it, and now you're upgraded in terms of how to use which tools for what purposes. And then they're off to the races. They're ready to go.
Got it. So you take ownership of that education. That's awesome to know.
Yep.
Beautiful. All right, Carly, I would love to know, you mentioned automation earlier now, and I'm a woman after automation 100%. Please share with us one of the top ways that you feel is the most efficient way to utilize AI to automate within business.
There's obviously lots of platforms, and it just depends on your skill level. I know we're speaking to a range of people, and I know you guys have heard lots of people that are doing already amazing things in this space, you know, Austin, John, Johan, and it can be a little bit overwhelming thinking, oh my gosh, how the hell do I automate? Where do I get started? What the hell is an agent? You know, I think that to make it a little bit less overwhelming, there are many platforms that you can use to automate. One is called N8N. There is another one that I like using that's Relevance AI, that you can build your own agents, and you can literally put in there, I want the agent to do this and then do that and then do this, and it links it all to you, links it all together. And I think starting with something like that gives you the creative feelings of, oh my God, I can do this. I can actually create something that talks to this, because if you're new to AI and you actually don't know its possibilities, AI, automation, all of those things. So as they go hand in hand, I will tell you one that I do absolutely love. Love is in the name, and it's called Lovable.dev. I don't know if anybody's ever used it. If you haven't, this is the only thing that you need to go do today. You can use it. You can create something for free, okay, which is why I also love it. I don't own it, by the way, just to say. But what it does, it can create landing pages, websites, all by using prompts. And prompt for you and I is basically a way of just talking to something. So you don't have to be really fancy with your prompt engineering. If you do want to get really great prompts and you want to build a really great website or a really great landing page, use your ChatGPT to say, what would be a really good landing page for me? Here's my business. Here's what I do. Give me an idea of a prompt that I could use in a tool like Lovable. And then it will give you the answer that you need. You know, let's use our brain less, okay? We don't need to use our brain a lot, guys, to do this. And that's what I think humans get into the habit of. They think, I'm overthinking this. How do I start? Where do I start? Just ask. Hopefully you're using ChatGPT that knows you. If it doesn't, go and give it all your stuff so it does know you. And then log into something like Lovable.dev so you can go in and create a website in literally 3 minutes. You can add your links. You can do everything. It's called a bit like vibe coding, is like a bit of a new word that's come out for anybody that doesn't know that. It's really just talking to something naturally, AI, and it builds it and it really does all the code for you. But you're just talking like a normal human. And to be honest, I think this is the way forward. And with the prompting, I just want to mention, when people are prompting things, say they're building custom GPTs or they're trying to prompt, like Johan mentioned, there's people that are out there that are all teaching this exact same thing, right? But for instance, you have to think of it as a real person. If you were to bring on somebody into your team, like a human, like we have humans in this world, like real people, you teach it a role, you teach it a task, and you teach it the outcome. And that's all you need to think about when you're prompting. Just, okay, what is it going to do? What is the actual role? You wouldn't bring somebody in your team for marketing and say, right, go on then, go and do my socials without it knowing your brand, without them knowing anything about you. So you just do the same with AI. It's really not complicated. It's just that, I think right now, knowledge isn't the power, action is. And just go on and press some buttons. There's no eject seats anywhere, so you can't really break anything at this point. Just go and press it and go and see what it can do.
So true.
Chris, if I may, I don't mean to interrupt, but Carly, that was wonderful. And I just want to just add right into it. Another tool that's very, very user-friendly, one of the early ones is ManyChats. So,
yes.
Instagram, it walks you right through it, and I just wanted to mention it because you mentioned Lovable.
Love it.
Super, super basic. You don't have to go to Zapier or make.com. You don't need to use engineering tools.
Exactly.
The engineers already took the work out for you. Everybody listening right now, if you don't have ManyChat, just go right to your Instagram, get it, and text me, and I'll show you exactly how it works in 5 seconds. And you'll see the auto responses start right away for yourself to start generating those leads.
Mm-hmm.
I love that, Bruno, because it doesn't need to be complicated. And I think we do get stuck in our own head. And there is so many people that are great, but they're out there saying, this is available, use this, look, shiny object syndrome. And you're like, oh my God, I have no idea. If you don't know the tools that you should be using, guess what? You could also go and ask your GPT. This is what I want to accomplish. Johan said, I want to accomplish a $1 billion business, and did that. But what he could also done is said, which he probably did, which tools could I be using to get me there? And it probably will also point you in that right direction. And then don't get shiny object syndrome. Ignore everybody that's trying to sell you something else and just follow your guidance on what you need to do. I think that's probably really good.
Oh my goodness. This is so amazing. You guys are so full of such rich information. Again, I will say this as many times as I need to. Our CEO, Mo Rock, always talks about taking notes and always using a bunch of pencils and a bunch of pens. And I will only reiterate the same message. Always continue to write down what you find valuable. There's a direct connection between what you write down to how you're able to commit it to memory. Yes, we're talking about all things AI, of course. And the human being still is powerful. And we get to use our power with AI to be even more efficient in our power. And for our the last few words I would like to hear from each of you. I actually am going to bring up Jeff for this. I think that he would enjoy this last bit with you all. Now, I would love to have like 45 seconds or less from each of you. I would love for you to share your best prompt that you can share with those that are listening. And the prompt can be whatever it may be, but it is focused and aimed on helping provide clarity, or helping, as Johan said, I think you said upgrade your skill set, your intelligence, how you're operating. So what is a prompt that you can offer those that are listening that would upgrade them in this moment? Let's go, Johan. We'll go with you first.
Perfect. Oh, we've got about 2,000 prompts, but here's the one I'd use to start off with. This is who I am. This is my goals. This is what I want to achieve. This is my aspirations, and give me a plan, a 30-day plan, step by step, on how I can help achieve that, and create a 5-year plan for me as well. And that's it.
Beautiful. Stacy, Bruno.
So what we would say is, we would do similar to Johan. I'm Bruno and Stacy, married couple, and I would describe ourselves to our generator and put a few things in there to get started. And then I would say, create a funny Pixar image size 1:1 of us, maybe with the Philadelphia Eagles, or, a caffeinated kangaroo. But that gives you your aha moment if you don't know what you're doing, because when they first see it, it's unbelievable. And then the next prompt, you can just follow right up. Give me a nice Facebook post for the next 30 days and give me 30 image ideas.
Wow, I'm going next after that. Thank you, Bruno, for that. Well, I think that I already have one prepared, actually. So you're an expert AI business consultant, and I want you to understand my business before offering any advice. So it's always good to prompt it like that first before asking the question. I need help identifying the key bottlenecks, inefficiencies, and missed automation opportunities that are costing me time and money. Wow. And keep asking me questions until you offer me the solution.
You asked ChatGPT right then and there on the spot to come up with a prompt, didn't you, Carly?
I just asked AI to quickly give it to me, my best one that I've got, and it gave me that one. You see, so I'm efficient already.
So good. So good. Oh, Jeff, I know that you were listening in on this this roundtable. Let me know, what were your thoughts? What were some of your takeaways?
The big takeaway seems to be the whole through theme is AI is not here to replace us; it's here to amplify us. Mm-hmm. And I just love what each and every one here in this roundtable, the conversations and the diversity, but the commonality as well. We are so unique in our own way, but we're also connected as well through this love and this obsession of AI. And I love these roundtable conversations. It feels like I'm sitting around at a coffee club, just chatting around about one of my favorite topics, which is not just AI, but I think it's the elevation of what it gives us.
Yeah. Next time we can do it with those glasses on and all be in the same room with the virtual thing.
Now we're kicking out.
Yeah.
I would argue that AI is bringing us together. And
Yes.
a lot of people will argue that, but I think that this community is getting bigger and wider and more friendly. You know, growing up, we never gave away information. You know, we didn't just give away the keys to the castle. We held that close.
Right. And
And
that's
like
the big thing
Johan
I'm noticing.
They're giving
That's
out.
the big thing I'm
they're
noticing
giving
too
away
is
stuff every day.
and I said this before with who was it now? I've gone blank on names. Sorry, I've been this big day. We've got to get out of this whole concept of it was Kanji. We've got to get out of this concept of competition versus collaboration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is why I chose to partner with the Los Angeles Tribune. You know,
Yeah.
the vision that Mo Rock has for us in this space, it's big enough to allow us to put our own visions inside that and partner with Mo, partner with Parissa, partner with Bruno and Stacey and Carly and Johan, and collaborate in that space to raise the bar, to raise the vibration, right?
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And just know that anybody can do it. You know, you don't have to start off with anything. You can do it from the most basic idea ever and create it into something amazing.
Yeah, well said.
And,
Well,
there's nobody on this channel that's listening right now. I think we have 300 listeners. You can inbox any one of these people and they will stop what they're doing to answer your questions. I've never seen anything like that in business in all my life.
Yeah, so true. Oh, look, I actually going to finish this note. We've got to wrap this conversation up, and it's been beautiful to be, journeying with you. I've come to this point here, and we've got another speaker coming up later. Johnathan Walsh is his name, and one of the statements that I heard from Johnathan probably about 6 months ago, and I totally agree with this: knowledge is actually worth $0 these days. And people are not necessarily going to be paying for knowledge in the future. What they're going to be paying for is community. What they're going to be paying for is connection, collaborative projects where we can feel safe and do the learning experience, and we can go through the messy wisdom and experience. But see, people will pay for wisdom. They'll pay for experience in that space, and that's that guiding process. We're all just guides in the journey, right?
Yeah. Well said.
Very well.
So good.
Let's close this out.
Well, thank you all for being here. Thank you for letting me come and join this roundtable. And it was great meeting all of you. And those that are listening, I hope you were, and I say hope, meaning I know that you received some immense value from the speakers here. I encourage you, don't just listen to this, implement at least one thing that you heard that piqued your curiosity. Or even if it's one thing that you disagreed with, go and try it out, challenge it, test it. Why not? What's it going to do? It's going to give you some more knowledge at a minimum. So, and I encourage you in any circumstance, if you don't agree with it, try it out, test it, get curious about it, especially as it pertains to AI. So it was an honor and a joy to be here with all of you. I'm going to go ahead and escort you all down, stay to the green room, and until next time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carly. Thank you very much, Bruno and Stacey and Parissa. I just got to say thank you to you. I just love doing life and business with you. And the big thing I love about this partnership that we have is you see past the hurt, past the mess, and you see the greatness, and you pull that out. I love how you do that. So thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you. I appreciate you, and I honor all that you do so much. Have a great next segment. I'm excited for this one. I will be taking notes.
Cool. All right. Well, my next guest is all the way from the UK, and I've gotten to know Danny Walsh pretty well over the last few months. So let's bring on Danny and let's get this party started. So Danny is one of our top marketers with the ClickFunnels Association there, and he's a sought-after entrepreneur, a digital strategist, an AI educator, and just a servant-hearted leader. Like Danny, I love the way that you just serve your community and, talk about, sharing knowledge freely and making, the complex world of marketing and AI understandable and actionable and exciting. I love the way you show up and I just love watching you, do your thing. So let's welcome to the virtual stage, Mr. Danny Walsh. So
hey, Jeff.
Danny, thanks, mate. And thank you very much for getting up really early. Like what time in the morning is it in the UK at the moment?
4:15. We're good. It's a good sign.
I love it. I love it. I start my day at 4 o'clock every morning, every day. Cool. So in a world of gimmicks, and automation overload. What is your core belief about how AI should actually serve business owners in a very useful way?
I think if you take a look at it in reality, look at marketing, advertising, right? There's been gimmicks in marketing and advertising since the dawn of time, right? So why is AI any different? If you look at a cereal, right? So breakfast cereal, they try and sell you this stuff. You feed this to your children in the morning. When they show that on TV, that's not milk, because the cereal will just sink into the bottom of the milk, right? So they use like PVA glue and a bunch of stuff to make that stuff sit on the top of the milk. So for a business, AI can paint that exact same picture without the mess.
Yeah.
And as a business owner, to utilize that, or do you want to go and get out the glue?
So, when you say it that way, it just makes it like, duh, it's a bit of a no-brainer, right?
So many people out there right now that are like afraid of AI. And there's lots of controversy, and you see, hey, they've used an AI model, or they've used AI generated imagery, but they would use an actor holding a thing in a certain way for 300 takes to get that same result. So why are we not using AI to just get the same result, a better result, sooner? Especially smaller businesses. Why not?
Why not? So let's demystify it. Let's get into it. What's one simple AI tool or workflow that you would recommend to the small business owners of today? What's something that could help people save even just 5 hours a week?
I'm using lots of tools right now, and the beauty of this is they all use like Stripe to take the payment, right? So it's easy to sign up to these things. Stripe remembers you, so it uses like Stripe Link. So you go on there and it's got your card details. You just press the thing and you can go and get a free trial. If you like the thing, you can buy it for a month. If something new comes out, you can downgrade or cancel. You can come back to it. So you can shop around these things. I'm using a thing at the moment called Gamma, which is a lot of fun. I don't know if you're familiar with Gamma. Anybody in the chat familiar with this? Big shout to Michael Silvers as well behind the scenes, and more rock. I can see you. Gamma is just like a thing that makes presentations and it makes PDFs. So if you need a lead magnet or a way to convey some kind of information, go to gamma.app and just throw in a note or something that you've already created or whatever it is. Press the button and it will literally give you a 30, 40, 50 page PDF in 2 minutes.
Yeah, right.
But
I love that. And actually, Parissa Rose, she just put in the comments, I love Gamma. And she introduced me to Gamma a couple of months ago. And man, I'm geeking out left, right, and center.
Yeah, but there's a fundamental thing in all of this, Jeff, right? Are you going to be the guy with the pile of PDFs? Or are you going to take one of those PDFs and actually take it to market or do something with it?
Yeah, what does Tony Robbins say about knowledge? It only works when it's applied knowledge, right?
Yeah, so people are busy building things. But what is the impact of that thing? And are you clicking, or are you clicking with purpose? And that's the question that we need to ask ourselves, is what is the purpose of the content that we're now about to create? What is the purpose of that image or that custom GPT or all of the things that you're creating? And if you can answer that question before you start and you have a clear game plan in mind for this, you realize that you can execute things so fast now that you could take something to market that creates a bigger impact or creates some revenue or both sooner rather than later. And that's the true power of what we've got right now. You don't need the PVA glue. You don't need the film crew. You don't need 600 takes to get that perfect shot. You've now got that available to you in minutes.
Yeah.
But what do you do with it is the point.
That's right. And the conversation that's been happening through this whole broadcast, it's one of the themes, is this version of lazy AI versus useful AI. So I want to dive into this with you. What are some of the ways that you're making AI useful?
I think by combining different services, and we've touched on automations, we've touched on things like N8N, however you say this thing, and people are connecting all of these things together. If you're the guy with 3,000 automation workflows on your computer and you don't use any, it comes back to the same point. But if you can connect things wisely to save time, save effort, and actually produce that purposeful outcome sooner, you're the one that's winning. So one thing that I like to do is utilize voice. So, for example, you, instead of typing your prompt, you just dictate or voice your prompt.
I love that.
If you want to set that to the next step, you can use something like the N8N to integrate with an app like Telegram. So now you can talk to Telegram, knowing that when you release that message, it will then trigger a series of actions. It will go to ChatGPT.
Okay.
It'll do a thing in ChatGPT. Then it'll put it in a Google Sheet. Then it'll grab that information and send it to another thing. And
sorry, what was that automation tool you just mentioned?
So N8N is a way for you to connect every single app on pretty much that's active right now.
Something similar to Make or Zapier, or is it even better than that?
Kind of like Zapier, kind of like Make. Everybody's got their own views and comparisons. It's got a buzz around it right now. But the buzz usually comes from marketers trying to get ahead of the curve and sell you the thing.
Of course.
So everybody wants to sell you an automation workflow. What they're not selling you is that you've got to do a bunch of complicated stuff to make all of that work. But if you go in there and you take the basic one that they give you for free, and you use that and look at it and think, how does this connect to OpenAI? You can build something that's fun, that gives you the skill in 20, 30 minutes. And you can talk to Telegram. So one thing, little dead simple thing, say, hey, Telegram, create me a welcome message for my new client, Jeff. Telegram will send the message to OpenAI. It's got a prompt built in. It runs the prompt and it sends me back the welcome message for you. I copy and paste it and send it to you on Facebook. Or I could automate that.
So this is what we've been talking about all day, is this agentic AI.
Yeah, it's fast.
And it's the new gold rush of this space, right? Yeah. And I'm reflecting here on my journey. Like, I've been mentored by some of the greats. Dan Henry's one of them. I'm pretty familiar with Dan Henry.
Yeah, we love Dan.
And I remember what he used to say to me. This about even a decade ago. You know, even when the gold rush, right, it wasn't actually the people who were mining for the gold that got rich. It was the people who were supplying the tools, the shovels and the picks. And then even if you go back further into that generation, that economy, it's the people. So you had the people who were supplying the tools, but then you also had the people who are making the tools. They're the ones that got really wealthy. And so I love that you're positioning yourself in that space as a tool maker. How can others follow your pathway? How can they follow your lead?
Well, this is super important, because do you want to be collecting other people's tools, or do you want to be ahead of the curve with look, you're not creating tools, you're creating solutions, right? And that's the important piece.
There you go. That's
the important piece, because we can all make a thing, but are you going to make something that actually has impact and benefit for others? So for you to sit down and think, what is the problem that I'm solving and how am I solving it? And then craft that into a tool. You could go to Lovable or Bolt or any of these vibe coding apps and say, create me a voice app that integrates with OpenAI, and it will start to pull that together. You might need to add an API key or something like that to connect the services, and that might scare people. But once you get into it and you start doing it, that actually becomes easy. So creating a tool that matters is a lot more important than just creating something for the sake of it to try and rush to market. So how can you utilize AI in your business right now? Think about everybody, the busy posting, right? And Facebook and all these places, they want people to post because it keeps eyes on platform for them. Right?
It keeps us in the ecosystem. It keeps us addicted.
You're in a position now where you can build your own platform and use AI to keep eyes on your platform. So what are we doing to keep eyes on our platform and our communities? Communities come up about 50 times in this broadcast, the human connection, right? How do you strengthen human connections in your community? And quite often we get into this world where with the marketers, with the prompters, with the AIs, the coders, all of the people who are all seeing the same things. Your news feed's full of the same stuff. If you go to a community like, I don't know, childcare or golf or fishing or sports or something for the youth, young people, they don't operate in the same systems that we do, right?
Us marketers are weird.
Yeah, you said it, right? But being able to create something that impacts in a community that doesn't know anything about this stuff, that's the tool that's got purpose.
Yeah. Now you've been a person of service, right? You've been that servant heart.
Yeah. So what problem are we solving for the local church or the local youth club or people who need funding? How can we make an automation that allows them to go on Telegram and say, what's new in the funding world? And it sends them a big list back that it's pulled from. Now we've got a solution to somebody's problem.
Yeah.
AI can solve our problems all day long, but let's solve some problems.
I'm going to give you an open mic here. We've got 5 minutes left, and I'm going to give you the spotlight because I know you're an amazing speaker. You're an amazing teacher. So over to you, mate. You had the opportunity here to speak to our community at 5 minutes. What is that word of wisdom? What is that takeaway, that tool, that strategy that you would just love to share with the world right now?
I think it comes down to what we've just been saying, and the power really is in the prompt and your ability to prompt with purpose, right? I might go and register that as a domain name. So if you can prompt with purpose, understanding from the beginning, this is a problem that we are solving for somebody, you are in a really strong position to take your AI, take your prompt, take your creation, and not only sell that, but to actually go out there and make an impact. So would you rather be the person with all of the tools in your tool shed, or would you rather be the business with a few things that are actually making profound impacts around the world to groups of people that might not actually understand, have access, or even care about the technology? That's where our world can interact with other people and really make a difference. And that's, I think, what it's all about, is being able to leverage what we know now, continue learning, but leverage what we know now and actually go out there and make a profound impact on the lives of others. So whether it's helping people get more traffic or get more funding or helping organizations, whatever it is, the skills that we've talked about in these live streams, the ability to prompt ChatGPT or use Gamma or whatever it is, these skills are life-changing skills for people who don't know about them. And what often happens as entrepreneurs, as marketers, business owners, people who are doing this every single day, we disregard the significance of what we've actually got because we're used to it. You go and take this to a group that doesn't know anything about it, and one thing can change the whole trajectory of their business or their life or their organization. And it's not about trying to sell 1,000 automations. It's about trying to find that one automation that can solve a significant problem that somebody's facing. And if you look at all of the great minds, great entrepreneurs, people who actually make the most impact and the most money, it all comes down to their ability to solve problems. Traditionally, you would hire a team of great thinkers. You would hire a development team, a marketing team, all of these teams. And now you've got this at your fingertips, and you've got the ability to create imagery and video in a way that you could never do 2 years ago. So not only can you solve the problems, you can create the tools to solve the problems, and you can create the marketing, the images, the content, the downloads, the PDFs, all of the things that you would need to support that model, that process, that business. One thing can change the world. I would urge you to think about what is the one thing that you should be building. What's the one thing that you could be building and the problem that it solves? And here's a little test, right? Think of something that you can talk about for hours, right? So you talk about this thing for hours and hours and hours, right? And you love talking about it. So you're fulfilled. And if you do talk about it and you do share that with somebody, they're going to make have a result or see a shift in their life or their business or their organization. So if you're fulfilled, you could talk about it for hours and somebody's going to go and get a result. Use AI to pursue that. You'll have a lot of fun. You make a lot of impact and you probably make some money. Jeff.
Absolutely brilliant. Parissa, I've just brought you up here to do a bit of a handover as well. But, you know, what would be one question if you had the opportunity to ask Danny, you know, a question for 60 seconds to glean in on his insights, what would that be?
Well, thank you, Jeff, for the opportunity. Hi, Danny.
Hey.
I would love to know, as you continue to talk about, you know, prompt on purpose, right? What would be the most on purpose prompt that you could throw into any chat right now?
Brilliant.
I think if you're struggling to actually nail down the cause, the reason, the purpose, that's where I would tend to start. And it's already been mentioned, talk to the AI like you're talking to the person sat next to you. So you can begin to build effectively a set of emotions and a set of understanding by saying something like, I am passionate about this. I know that people would benefit from this. Create an angle or a hook that utilizes emotion and utilizes psychology to give me the best possible chance of being successful with this idea. Something like that will give you words. Take those words and then recycle them again and say, from this information, create me the starting point, and it will start to explain things. It's not for you to take that and run with it. It's for you to ideate and converse with that prompt until you arrive at a point where something clicks, because you're already passionate about it. You know it will make an impact. You know that you can deliver this. It's up to you and the AI to rationalize the idea. You could then say, talk to me about the market that exists around this topic, and it will give you information. Find me influencers.
That's absolutely brilliant, Danny. Sorry to cut you off, man. We're running out of time, but I love the fact that you're talking about there with prompt stacking, and there's such an insight there. And I would add to that conversation, when you can ask experts like Danny Walsh, like Russell Brunson, you know, like Parissa Rhodes, and get AI, because it already knows all that information out there that's already recorded, and ask it to give us feedback and get a feedback loop. I think what you're taking on there and then build on that feedback, that's where we can really refine it. Danny, absolutely love the wisdom that you bring, mate. You're such a servant heart. Thank you very much for everything that you do.
Have fun, you guys. Thanks so much.
Cheers, mate. Well, Parissa, I'm going to hand over to this amazing speaker, Johnathan Foltz. He's going to bring us home and really tie this conversation together. You know, Johnathan is one of those guys I've been watching from afar as well, and I've learned so much from him. And so I'm handing over. You're prepared. You've got the notes. Over to you, and we'll bring up Johnathan as well. And I'll say see you later, and we'll come back to close out later on.
Thanks so much, Jeff. Well, everyone, we have Johnathan here on stage. And Johnathan, I'll give him a brief little intro here so you all have some context to our next speaker, our next guest, our next man full of wisdom and insights here to share. And then we'll dive right into conversation. So Johnathan Foltz is a serial entrepreneur, global investor, and co-founder of Digital Age Business, with ventures that span over 15 countries and touch everything from blockchain to personal branding to AI adoption at scale. He's not just building businesses, but he's building legacies. Johnathan helps mission-driven entrepreneurs not just ride the wave of tech, but own the board. In this age, it is definitely about ownership, I will say. If you're ready for some grounded wisdom, get your pen, get your notepad, or start typing it out, as I mentioned before, and just dive in with us. Let's go. Hi, Johnathan. It's good to have you with us.
Hey, great to be here, Parissa. Really great to see what you guys are up to. And I love that I see the LA Tribune doing some AI stuff.
Yes, I know. This is I believe our second annual, I believe. I mean, technically maybe our first AI more focused. Last year's it was overall tech and business. This one we are very, very much just owning. Like, let's just go into AI and let's have a very broad yet specific and creative conversation about all of this. So it's good to have you with us.
Yeah, no, amazing. I'm very excited to be here and to see what you guys have going on. But I would definitely say, like, you guys going finally AI is quite important because of what's happening on the planet as we speak right now, right? So, yeah.
I will say that I love that you brought that up. I'm going to mention this one thing before I dive into my first question for you. And that is that back in February, I was in Japan and I spoke at a tech conference. And following that tech conference, myself and our VP, Michael Sobers, we were at a publishing conference a few days after that. And the biggest thing I noticed was that media, newspaper brands were not present and felt at that tech conference, that first one. We were the only one. Not that we're better than. Maybe we are. And I mean, I'll say that confidently because I think we all can own our strengths. But that was a huge contrast for me. I paid attention to it. We were the only newspaper brand there at a tech conference. We're the only newspaper brand that could have the ability to speak at a tech conference. We need to be able to merge what's going on in the world with those that are responsible and have the ability to facilitate communication. Media is the facilitator of information, are we not? So right. I love that you said that because I'm like, oh, that just it hit a nerve because it's something that I mean, I live it, I breathe it, I see it, and being in both worlds myself, there's such a disconnect. And it's also clearly why we here at the Los Angeles Tribune are doing something about it in a way that's tangible and practical for those that we can reach. So with that being said, so thank you for mentioning that thing without you having any idea. Thank you for mentioning that. I'm like, oh, this is good because it hits something for me. So I'd love to know, just to give our listeners a little context for you diving into this whole like digital world. What about playing in the digital world has completely drawn you in to become as successful as you have been? What about this digital space continues to draw you in?
So I've always loved technology as a whole. And if we just go back in time, what got me pretty obsessed with the notion of artificial intelligence and exponentials is a gentleman by the name of Ray Kurzweil. And I started learning about that stuff probably about 15 years ago. And he talked about the law of accelerating returns and this exponential curve of technology that humanity was just not ready for. And I was like, okay, this is cool. This is going to happen 50 years from now, whatever it is. And as time went on, I used to pay close attention to it, predicted a lot of things. He's considered one of the, if not the leading futurist on the planet. And his track record was so good. And I was like, okay, who is this guy that thinks he's going to live forever? And this artificial intelligence thing is going to be smarter than us. And I'm like, I paid close attention to it. And then, a few years prior to ChatGPT coming out, you saw this GPT thing. And I'm like, wow, this is incredible that it's happening so fast. And it just told me the transformation, because for me, what's happening right now with AI, it is not a business shift. It's not a media shift. It is a societal shift. Yes. And that is why I'm so inspired and, why we even created the collective. And it's, like artificial intelligence based, because this is the most impactful technology that humanity has ever seen. And not only is it the most impactful that humanity has ever seen, it's going to change the makeup of how we live as a civilization. So for me, I was like, back in 2022, I ended up, or actually 2023, right after ChatGPT came out, I was part of a public company. One of my companies got acquired by a public company. I was leading the acquisitions for them, had a different one of my companies. And the moment that ChatGPT came out, it wasn't just a crazy aha moment, but it was the moment in time where I'm like, this is about to speed up. Commercialization is coming. Now you're going to see like the worlds of, marketing. You're going to see, investors come into the space, like media has to catch up, and it's about to change and turn the world up on its head. And that's when I went all in, and I'm like, okay, just like the .com bubble and all these other things, this is going to come 100 times faster, 100 times the impact. So I have to go all in the space. And hence why we're like, okay, let's create a community so we can have real-time information for people feeding each other, because this is going to come so fast and we got to help each other out.
So good. Yeah, I think that so many people, from what I've, and I'd like to say that I even was one at a point in time where diving into all of this, I was on ChatGPT when it first came out. I didn't know what I was doing, but I was like, let me figure this out. Let me, I don't know what I'm doing. And I just started exploring and asking like the most simple questions, because I'm like, I don't know what to do. And now I'm like, all right, so you're going to tell me this, you're going to tell me this. And I talk back at it. I'm sarcastic. We've got a whole rapport here. Although I know that they don't have emotions, they have sass. They definitely have sass, and I've built it in, and it's comprehensive now, and the thing is that, like, I know that there's a lot of people that are still so, they might hear everything you just said and hear how like excited and passionate and how much energy you speak with and how much clarity and conviction you speak with. And so because you speak with such clarity and conviction, you're like, that this is going to become commercialized. You saw this happening. You saw this like right at that beginning point. And you're able to understand, okay, this is where this is going to shift, and it's going to shift fast. This is where I'm going to dive in. I'm going to understand. And here we go. So because not everyone has that insight and the ability to connect the dots among many different industries coming together at one time, right? What would you say is the best, I would say the insight or the best mindset, or maybe just like the best thought to hang on to for those that are wanting to and needing to survive through this disruption stage? Because we're still in a very much of a disruption stage, so to speak, because I think it's still evolving into a lot of different things. I think we haven't even seen anything yet. And I'm like, and I know nothing. And I think that we haven't seen anything yet. But what would you say is that piece that would help people that if they don't have that excitement that you have, but what could help them? What is that piece mentally that they could survive and thrive ultimately through this disruption phase?
Yeah, let me actually give some that's such a great question. And I'm going to give context to this because about 2.5 years ago, I came up with something called the AI disparity. And the disparity was shown to be for the people not using this technology, to barely using it, to fully using it. And let's just give it an example, exponential, 50% gains, on a monthly basis using these, or let's just say a 20% gain. At first, the 20% gain, it's not really visible in time. If you have a 20% gain on a monthly basis, that's 800% at the end of the year. So what's happening to a lot of people is that since they don't understand the technology and they don't understand the undertakings of it and how far it's gotten. Some people think using AI is just using ChatGPT. There's entrepreneurs right now, and this is for people to really grasp. For example, the fastest growing company to $100 million is actually no longer OpenAI. Ended up being a company called Cursor. And now another company called Lovable just went from 0 to $100 million MRR in 8 months, $1.8 billion company. There's a gentleman by himself, I like to call it the one-person army. One gentleman by himself in 6 months sold a company to Wix for $80 million, a solo entrepreneur. So we're seeing the rise of individuals. A gentleman from the company called Replit, they just help you like code websites and such. He said he had a conversation about the 1000x engineer. He says within his organization, he's starting to see the 100x. And I'm seeing the same exact thing. So a big way to get people to grasp what's happening is like, if people do not get into this technology, they will be forced into the technology. So if you don't come in now to get skilled into what is happening, you will have no choice but to get into the technology. So it is very important at this moment in time because the disparity is so large. This is not one of those, okay, yes, this new DOS technology came out. Yes, this new software came out. No, this is monumental. And if people do not get themselves into it, first of all, like who doesn't want to have more time? Who doesn't want to get more done? Who doesn't want to do it more efficiently? And the thing is, it's almost like to a degree, you have to learn things almost on a daily basis. And I know for a lot of people that could be a lot of work, But if there's someone around that, is teaching artificial intelligence, if there's AI workshops around, if there's just like a basic workshop, it's good to just be able to get yourself in there, because this is going to get people to spend more time with their family. They're going to be able to make more money. That will keep potentially their jobs, because a lot of jobs, at the moment right now, I was talking to a gentleman. I was in the Singapore, the biggest AI conference in East Asia. It's called Super AI in Singapore. And I talked to a gentleman. I don't want to mention like too much information about him, but he's a prominent individual, sold the company for, I think it was billions of dollars. And he said, right now, Johnathan, he's like, you have to understand, I'm a data guy. He says, right now, at this very moment, 40% of jobs actually can be taken. The problem is humans just don't grasp what's happening, and then humans are not capable of moving at the speed of AI. So it's like, I was like listening to that, and like, this is very much what I talk about. And I'm like, okay, how is this actually possible? Like 40%, I started to do the math, did a little bit of research, and I'm like, holy smokes, like we are getting to that point where most jobs need to be reskilled and rethought. And for that very reason, it's going to help people to such a high degree. You don't want to be, you want to be proactive and not reactive. So just being able to come in and understand it, what I've seen from, people coming into our community. I'm also speaking all over the world. I'm actually here right now in Madeira. I'm going to be heading to Nepal, speaking about artificial intelligence. And, I'm teaching people not what tool to use anymore. I stopped doing that, actually, as a matter of fact. I used to teach, hey, use this tool. Hey, do this, do this. Now I'm like, I show them the AI disparity. I show them how artificial intelligent autonomous agents are going and doing the work for them, how you could literally have the brain of, Albert Einstein and some of the greatest marketers, and then put those into an AI. And the biggest breakthrough that just recently happened is called Agent Mode from OpenAI. It goes and does the work for you. Like I right now, the amount of time that I'm saving is absolutely insane. Like in the last 2 weeks, I've 10x myself, so like for people that want to be able to spend more time with their family, they want to make more money, they're wondering why aren't things working? There's a good chance it's because you haven't seen the capability of what this technology can do for a business, for an individual, and so much more. And if we start seeing it from that and stop being scared of it, or not take it for as serious as it really is, then you're going to have some problems and you're going to be forced into it. As I'm starting to already see now, people are forced to learn it, and their jobs are making them do it, or they're actually letting some people go. But if you are one of those people that take it on early, you will have a great advantage to be able to do amazing things during this transition period.
Right. Oh my gosh. I don't even want to say anything because you just dropped so many gems right now. Okay. I want to bring up something you didn't even say, but I feel like it's like a connecting piece that when I realized this, and it's like such a common sense thing, I feel like, but when I realized this, I'm like, oh, this idea of being fearful of how much integrating any system and creating these agents, right? Like allowing these agents to actually work for us and do a lot of the work that would take so much time typically. Like they're already involved in our everyday. We just don't call them that. Like what's Siri on our phone? What has Siri been all these years? Right?
Yeah,
what is your Amazon? You know what I mean? Like what is your Amazon the thing that put that your main feed on Amazon, the things that it's predicting that you're going to look at, not even things that you've purchased in the past. It's all the same thing, is it not? Just it's a different side of the conversation. It's an intro part of the conversation.
Yeah, it's almost like a initiation to getting you into the technology.
100%.
And to a degree, it's like before it was, and a lot of people, this is actually a great debate right now. It's like, is it actually intelligent? Is it actually doing real reasoning? Is it doing all these things? So that's like, so you bring up a great point, because, a lot of people are saying like, oh, Siri's just kind of like a little bit more machine learning. And the thing is, and this is where it starts to get a little crazy. We're looking at 140 to 160 IQ level reasoning, right? The O3 model pro, and people debate this also, but there's different tests that show it's like 140, 160 IQ. Next month, this was already supposed to happen because of its impact. It hasn't come out. It was supposed to come out a few months ago. GPT-5 is going to come out. And this is the first AI that has been said that Sam Altman said is smarter than him. and it's possibly smarter than most people that are going to get this technology, and they've been almost scared to bring it out. Just like with these agents that just like came out that can actually go do the work for people, like as long as it's digitally, not physical yet, right? Yet.
Right. I mean,
right, like but China's coming fast, and that's what people got to understand. Like these things, like there are robots already walking on the streets now. Like that's actually happening. And it's going to happen even faster. So very important component for people to understand is this is now becoming something that is much more impactful and coming fast. So like Siri for a while, she was trying to learn, she was doing the things. As soon as Siri is now hooked up to these LLMs, has 140, 160 IQ, remembers everything about your conversations, maybe it's hooked up to your computer and knows everything around it. Like the capabilities are going to be so substantial. And it's going to give us so much more time that we almost have to rethink to a degree what it means to actually work. Because these agents, just so you know, the agents right now, every 2 months, they are doubling in the amount of time that they can do work. So for example, like I'm doing tasks. I could have done this right before this, but I did it before another Zoom. I ran 5 agents at the time before one of my academy calls on a Zoom call. And one of them was to create a course on VO3, give me the instructions, fill out an entire Notion document. Okay, these are actions, okay? Fill out an entire Notion document. I told it to go back into OpenAI. This was crazy. I couldn't believe that they allowed this, but they allowed this. I told the AI to go inside of OpenAI and create its own AI, which is a custom GPT that gives you the guidance to be able to prompt for this VO3 new like image and video generator. So the AI went inside and created another AI and came back and brought me the link. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy. And that was all done while I'm on a call and I'm not even doing anything whatsoever, hands off. And it's running on a virtual computer ridiculously faster than anyone else could do, any human can do. Imagine once this now is 10x. And remember, every 2 months that's happening, right? Like, it becomes exponential. And that timeline will shorten, and the amount of work that could be done, like Sam Altman just claimed, very soon you'll be able to do 30 days worth of work in like an hour. And then you probably a lot of hands off. Like, what does that even mean? Right? Like, what does that mean? Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yes. The like challenging your chat GPT to like go into itself and continue to like ultimately like challenge itself and like replicate itself. I actually just started doing that more recently with a project that I've been working on. So I'm like, this just doesn't sound right. And it was something very simple, but I was like, can you fact check yourself, please? And give me the evidence how you're fact checking yourself. And this is me just like adding the personality, like the sass to the machine. Because this is how I can rationalize utilizing it in a way that doesn't feel rigid for me. And I encourage people, just find a way that feels good for you, feels right, and feels malleable, right? And so I'm like, can you fact check yourself? And then provide me the evidence of how you fact check yourself. And I need three elements of how you fact check yourself. And it provided it. And it's like, I apologize. I was incorrect. I was like, okay, from now on, this is how you're going to continue to respond to me. You're going to fact check yourself 3 times over, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yes, you fact check the chat. It works. It will work. It's utilizing its intelligence, so to speak. It's using its own machine for itself. Why wouldn't we do that? If it's got this capability, why wouldn't we utilize the capability within itself?
Man,
right?
I love that too, because a lot of people don't realize, and like sometimes the hallucinations could be big problems. Like yourself, you're in media, you have to double check, like, what you're putting up on the internet, like us, like things that we say, we sometimes don't double check. So like being able to put these parameters, a lot of people aren't aware. They're just talking to ChatGPT instead of knowing, like you just did, customize it to be a much more superior one that is going to help you get the right answers out there, and also be able to substantiate more of what you're talking about too. So yeah, amazing.
So good. I want to bring Jeff up here. Jeff, I know you've been listening to the conversation. We'd love to know some of your thoughts, reflections about what you've been listening to.
We need to go do a version 2.0 of this summit.
Yes.
I feel like Johnathan, you've just a whole new level of the conversation, and such a brilliant way to close out today's summit. But what I'm loving around this conversation is this whole evolution of this agentic AI and where it can help us to play a bigger game. I've said it before, and entrepreneurialism 101 and really great leaders, what they do is they look for themselves to work themselves out of a job, make themselves actually redundant so we can go play a bigger, better game, right? And I love that your conversation here and the way that you're showing up, Johnathan, it's exactly that, to help us to amplify and expand on, creativity and thought process to help us to level up humanity. I think it's brilliant.
Oh, man. And I'm going to say one thing, because I love the word humanity. When I went on this quest to educate and support, let's say humanity in this next transition, it was a big factor because I actually left everything, actually, guys. Like I stepped down from the public company, which was I was leading the acquisitions, and had one of my companies sold one of my other companies, and basically a bunch of money, just threw it out the window so I could go after this path, because I understood the magnitude of what was going to happen. And I knew humanity can go in two different directions. Yes. One direction is like we could go ahead and have a renaissance like we've never seen, getting rid of starvation, aging, getting completely taken down, and, being able to give thriving to everyone. Or potentially the AI race that we're seeing right now is like we could see like those dystopian movies, and this could be the story of Atlantis, where they were so smart and then they just disappeared. With this technology, we have two paths to go. And what path are we going to go? Am I going to say that I sat back and, try to make a bunch of money with everything that I was doing and everything? Or do I go and help support humanity in this next evolution and help us now be creative, be the new Renaissance, and do amazing times? So I love that you just said that, Jeff. 100%.
That's brilliant to wrap up this whole show, mate. And I feel like the question that we're given here is exactly that. And with great power comes great responsibility. And as pioneers in this space, we all have a great responsibility to help facilitate that Renaissance era. I really do believe that.
Amen to that. Amen to that. That's like we get the chance, and I want to say thank you to you guys, for putting something up like this, because right now it's like since I'm traveling the world, one of the things that I've come to find is that most people don't grasp the magnitude of what's going on, especially even more so outside of the United States. I believe the USA, most of us, other than maybe a small pockets of population in Silicon Valley, don't grasp the magnitude, let alone outside here. And that disparity gap that I continue to talk about, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's why I would tell everyone, like, you got to go all into AI or have an AI first approach, because that's going to take you to magnificent levels, and then also see more of that Renaissance, that we want also. Yep.
That's that responsibility piece there, right? Again. So, Johnathan, thank you very much for sacrificing some of your quality time with us and helping us to expand on this conversation for the masses. Our mission here is to give a voice to the voiceless. This is going out global to 50 countries plus, and it's been an absolutely amazing time here with you, Johnathan. Thank you. That's an amazing interview. You did brilliant.
Great job, guys. And great meeting you, Parisa. Thank you for doing this, and Jeff for putting this all together. I know how much work that you put into this, and it's coming out amazing. So thank you guys for doing this.
Thank you.
Recognition. Thank you. All right. Well, Parisa, let's bring this to a close.
Yes.
What has been what's your heart's cry right now? What do you want the world to really take away from today's discussion?
Okay. This might be a little sticky, but I'm gonna go there because I always will. And I'm gonna say, don't demonize the concept of AI, the existence of AI, and the evidence of its efficiency and its efficacy. Don't demonize it. And I say this coming from any community, any culture, any group that might be resistant or apprehensive to it, or fearful, or only really lean into like the doom and gloom element of it. I encourage everyone, like, this is really what has come to me, is like, don't demonize it. Get curious about it, because what we demonize is what we consider is what we're considering taboo, right? Whatever we consider taboo, we're disconnecting from. And if this thing is advancing our world, if this thing is becoming more incorporated and integrated into our world, and it is a thing that is transmitting information, It's getting things done. It's touching our lives in so many ways that we don't understand. And also, we don't need to understand all the ways that it's touching our lives.
Yeah.
But don't demonize it. Get curious about it.
Yeah.
And you'll realize that it can actually really become less of this like mountain that we can create things to be, right? It can become way less intimidating. And you might actually find some things out about yourself that you're like, hey, this is not that bad. Or, hey, I may have learned this thing or that thing. And I mentioned a little bit about it earlier when I was speaking with Johnathan. And that is that I will speak to my little, I call her Paige. I give her a name. Her name's Paige every time. Paige. Yeah. And I speak to her with sass, and I correct her when she uses an apology. When she says, I'm sorry. I said, why are you apologizing? You're a language model. You do not have emotions. Therefore, you cannot say I'm sorry. It is inappropriate for you to use emotional language like that because then it turns manipulation. I'm not here to be manipulated. You're to give me information and logistics and facts. Like, that's how I feel comfortable speaking to AI and to my chats and things like that. But that's only because it's where I come from the emotional intelligence piece. And that's how I want to impact these models. And that's how I'm choosing to impact it. Before, I was a little apprehensive. I'm like, I don't know about this stuff. But I got curious about it, and I met it exactly where I am at as a person. Honestly, it's kind of fun. She gives me stuff now, and I'm here for it.
I find it's an addiction actually right now, but it's a good one. It's a healthy one. And what it's done for me, I'm just so grateful for AI. I really, really am, because it's unlocked something in me. The fact that, I've been on this journey now, Los Angeles Tribune, since January this year, like as a team player here.
Yeah.
And watching my own journey, I'm just sitting here back and reflecting. Like, I used to be this really awkward, socially awkward person. Couldn't get two words together without tripping over my mouth.
And look at you now.
Look at me now. That's it, right? Look at me now. I'll toot my own horn. And but what AI has done is it's helped me to become a better communicator. It's helped me to become a better understanding of, I'm going to call it, right? The Bible teaches us to fall in love with ourselves, to love God, and to love our neighbors. That's exactly what AI has done for me. It's helped me to embrace my warts and all and ugly side of it and beautiful side of it. And I can literally say, I can look back in the mirror and I can say, I love you. Shout out to Joseph McGlendon. Thank you very much for teaching me that one.
Right.
But, I love you. And AI has helped me to unpack that. Talking about Johnathan Foltz and this whole conversation about this whole renaissance, path that we potentially go down. And I know I'm planting my flag for making sure we go down that path and doing what I can to be a part of the way makers and the change makers in that space.
Yeah.
But, it's helped me to go deeper in that, to learn to love myself. But then saying that, it's also helped me to fall in love with my brothers and sisters and fall in love with humanity. And by understanding how to be a better communicator and a better presenter and a better interviewer and just be more empowered and more equipped, isn't this the conversation really come down to leadership? And leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. And we have a responsibility to influence AI.
Yeah.
Just my 2 cents.
Personal agency within these agents, right?
Yes.
It is.
I know that's one of your favorite words, personal agency. I love that.
It is. Humanity needs to jump on board.
Yeah, let's go. And I'm really looking forward to the future. Is very bright, and keeping that optimism and keeping that positive high, because here's something that was my hope going into today's summit. Was I wanted to produce and broadcast here that raised the vibration level. I think I've achieved that. Would you say I've achieved that?
Absolutely.
And thank you very much for your support in helping to facilitate that.
Absolutely.
And, one thing I'm walking away with here is pretty profound in my learning here in this last week. It's the most recent wisdom I've picked up. High vibration equals high energy. High energy equals high income.
Yes.
Now, let's flip that. Low vibration equals low energy. Low energy equals low income. You know, this is not about falling in love with money and, it is the root of all evil, the love of money. But at the end of the day, money is a tool. It's a measurement. It's, it is like oxygen. We need it.
Yeah.
And so we have an opportunity here. Actually, no, we have a responsibility here to raise the vibration, to raise the energy level, to raise our incomes for all of us, because the cost of living crisis that we're all in, we all need a bit more cash in the bank.
Right. There's
AI
this
is a tool to help us do that, right?
Right. No, absolutely. There's this woman, Amanda Francis. I came across her work several years ago, and she said something so simple, yet it was so profound that it gut punched me into a place of like, no, this is my conviction now. And it's my conviction in how I interact with people and how I choose to serve others in any circumstance, any day that I'm here on this earth. And that is that good people need to have more money. Because good people utilize money well. Bottom line, good people need more money.
Yeah, because good people need more money. We can live out of abundance, and out of that abundance, we can be more generous.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, Parissa, thank you very much. Let's bring this show to a close. It's been an epic ride. Today, guys, this has just been a summit. This has been a blueprint for the future. We've heard from some of the smartest minds here, some of the smartest thought leaders in AI and business in our world. From viral content kings to automation queens to tech visionaries to heart-centered strategists. And the message is loud and very clear. AI is not here to replace us. It is here to amplify us. So whether you're a CEO or a solopreneur in Silicon Valley or a small village in any one of the countries that this is going global, my hope here and the intent here of this summit was to bring you some tools, tactics, and some truth to help you to take action. So here is your call to action. Pick one idea, apply it today, and don't wait for the future. Go build it. A massive thank you to you, Parissa, for everything that you did and how you showed up today as a professional. And a huge shout out to Mr. Michael Silvers. And thank you to Mo Rock, our amazing CEO and amazing visionary for the Los Angeles Tribune. Also want to give out a shout out to my friend Dave Miller, who was helping me run the tech in the background, and to every speaker who showed up with fire in their heart, and to you, our viewers, tuning in from wherever you are. Thank you. These broadcasts would not happen without you. So let's go create some impact. Let's leverage AI. Let's leverage intention. More importantly, let's collaborate and leverage each other together. Parissa, thank you very much for everything that you do. We'll hand over to Mr. Mo Rock, and he can leave us on our mission and our vision.
Yep.
And we'll listen to his TED Talk, and we will bring this show to a close.
Sounds good. See you guys next time.
See you next time. Bye for now.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.